Yo. Who's starting today's stream? Oh my god, is that a 20 kill? Now you got 14. GG. Well, you get to start today's stream. That's for damn sure. Sheesh. God damn. Fucking hell. Get a double-digit stream star. First thing we do. You guys, you Diablo boys, you don't fuck around now, do you? God damn. Season 4 beginning tomorrow. We have a lot of shit to talk about, boys. Got some preparations to do. I have a shitload of stuff to do as well tonight, actually. So I'm going to try to make sure we get as much done as possible with the hours that I have tonight. So, god damn. Minion buffs do look good. They do indeed. Minion golem build for uber bosses. You don't need minion golem build for uber bosses. The shadow mages will do everything. There's a golem in that build as well. The topics makes my build. Check out the build guys that I have. I actually wanted to ask you guys about that. Would you guys like it if I made a golem specific build? Like a hulking corpse, you know, monstrosity kind of approach golem build. My problem with it is that it seems like a lot of people are interested in it. My problem with it is that it will only do a bit better than the Shadow Mages versus bosses, but it will have significantly worse clearing. And I'm not sure I like that. Because bosses aren't really that big of a problem in the game. At least from my experience. What do you guys think? Oh, yeah. Why Diablo new season? Tomorrow, baby. Tomorrow. Oh shit, I forgot to respond to Gorm last night. Alright, let me see what Gorm wrote. Yeah, different crits, but spend on another passive. Crit chance and enemies, search get references, blood orbs and rotation due to cover present loss. Right. I'll try not to forget to fix. There we go. Got some minor stuff to look into. Hi, how you guys doing? So hi for the rework, Lude. Hope he rocks now. So I got a funny story for you boys. I got a real funny story. You see, my daughter, I have one of those things now. I have what do you call them? Little people. Short, young people. Children. I have a child. You know? And I'm still trying to get used to it. Let's be real. She's over a 1 year old now. She's 1 year and like 2 months or something. And I'm still trying to get used to it. So I sat up all night doing this shit. This is what I've been doing. All of them are updated and ready to go, baby. It's been a year, I know. So anyways, I haven't really seen my fiance, or my daughter for that matter, that much lately. Outside of us having some guests over on Saturday. And then when the guests left, I went back into my office to keep updating the guides. So I did the brilliant decision of going to bed in the house instead of my office, because I do have a sleeping loft here in the office. Half an hour later, I still haven't fallen asleep. Our daughter wakes up. Yeah, that's like 5-6 hours ago. And 2 hours after that happening, I still hadn't fallen asleep. So I just went up, got some breakfast, and helped Hannah with some stuff. And then they left. I tried to sleep again. I didn't get to fall asleep. So, I'm kind of like shoving down energy drinks from Gamer Bulk, by the way. And I decided to say, fuck it. I'll just go live and we'll see how this goes. And I'll try to make sure I get to proper sleep in my office so I don't get to be kept awake the entire fucking morning. That's the plan. So I'm still trying to get used to this whole thing. Let's see. Anything else to be done? Anything till after stream now? Let's see. I actually wanted to talk to you guys about one specific thing. So I'm going to be looking into working on one specific build tonight after the stream. I don't know. Is Sinity in the chat, by the way? I didn't see him. Not sure. Oh, yeah, okay. I just sent you a message, Sinity. Make a summoning leveling guide? There's one right there. It's a little bare bone. It's a little bare bone. No, wait, that's the wrong one. Wait, where is my... No, it's right there. I am blind. It's right there. No. Okay. So, let me do this. That leads to the wrong URL. It leads to the Necromancer General Leveling Guide page. There, I sent it to them. They're gonna fix it. I have a summoner leveling guide. It's a little bare bone. I rushed it, so I wanted to look into it. Interesting. Summoner Necromancer leveling. That URL is correct, but I end up on the wrong page. Right. So, what build do you guys think will perform the best in the Gauntlet from Necromancer? Because I am leaning between a Summoner build and Infinimist. The problem is, you need speed. It's not just about efficiency on like damage numbers. You need speed. Summoners are not going to have the best speed. Unless, of course, that amount of damage is needed. And that's a good question. What the fuck? They say it might be a cache issue. Why am I not able to get to the fucking guide, man? There's a cache issue. Summoner Necromancer leveling. Let me see if I can do it. Can you guys access the guide? What? Control F5 is not working for me, man. I am trying. Guide Summoner dash Necromancer dash leveling build. Typing the URL manually. It's for the fuck. What the shit? Can you guys access it? Here. Let me send it to you, boys. Try incognito. Why would that help? They're putting the tech boys behind it. Clears cookies. So basically, when it comes to the Gauntlet build, I am not so sure. actually. Yes, normal. Turning it on and off again. But can you guys access the build? Works for me too. Yeah, but this is not the right guide. No. This is the wrong guide. This is a generic necromancer leveling. Some notes about how the skills work and whatnot. This is not the correct one. I am looking for the summoner one, which is what this one's supposed to get me to. China did pit 200 with minions. I'm not worried about like pit. I'm talking about leaderboard, like Gauntlet, the speed shit. So I'm not sure if that'll be minions, Infinimus, or maybe even Bone Spear, because it's inherently very, very fast. Sanity brings up a fair point here in Discord. He says that we all have a speed cap, even without movement speed aspect on boots. It's really only about area coverage and clearing. So we should be able to get better a better result with a Bone Spear build at that point. I was gonna open up this and this and then do that. Guides, Gauntlet, because we ran Blood Surge as one of the top performers last league. I don't know, man. I don't know. This is the bill I see with your link. Somebody sent me on Discord a message here. Well, that looks right. All right, so maybe it's just some cache issue. They're looking into it. I'm not sure Blight is going to be the best. I'm confident minions will not be the top because of how the AI is. For sure. It's exactly what you're saying, isn't it, in Discord right now? Yes. Blight with the unique amulet. Like, which, are you talking? No. Are you talking about this? No, wait, that's our power. No, which amulet are you talking about? There's no way you're talking about this. What is this? What is this, Andemar? You got sniped for 10 minutes? What are you doing? Right, the new one. Let's see. This one, Ebon Piercer. So, Blight also shoots force ball projectile. That is actually not a bad idea. I didn't think about this. All right, now it works. Hey. I don't know. I'm not entirely sold on this, mainly because I don't know. I don't know how effective this will be. That is the first question. I know we had a handful of different approaches from this season, but I know Blood Surge was one of the more, I guess, easier to manage, high-performing ones. Blood Surge and Blight will be the best Gauntlet next season. I am not sold on Blood Surge, because Blood Surge is going to do very low damage compared to everything else. But then again, you don't need that much damage for the Gauntlets. Bone Spear has the speed, but it most importantly has the area coverage. It's just that Bone Spear is kind of shit on everything else compared to what we have right now for Season 4. I'm not sold on... Like, I'm not saying that Blight is going to be the best, but it's definitely a contender with the Ebon Piercer. This is used for Pit 200 as well, Shadow Dot and Blight. I'm Driller, rank 1 on hardcore leaderboards. Nice to meet you. Well, nice to have you in the chat, good sir. Because Blight is strong, we can shoot and move from mobs. Did we have any confirmation of how big a radius this Blight has that is being shot out by the Ebon Piercer? Because it says smaller projectiles. Well, actually, it doesn't leave dots. It's just a piercing projectile. Right. Curious about one thing. What about Blight projectiles? Please tell me we can get more Blight projectiles. We cannot. I'm in Season 3, that's why. Season 4. NECRO? Yes, sir. Blight. Now we get Blight size. Double cast, I guess. That's not too bad. I do wonder... I'd be happier to make a Blight. I would be happier to make a Blight Gauntlet theoretical, obviously with a disclaimer, approach. And run that first. And then we'll see how the leaderboards, you know, when people like yourself, you know, you guys are fucking crazy. When you guys go through that shit and you figure out the best, then I can update my guide accordingly to make sure that people get the actual best information. Yeah, thanks, Dad, man. I saw the Discord links. Appreciate it, man. Let me just catch up in YouTube chat here. D for a new season coming out? Yes, sir. It's a build, not a guide in the URL. Ah, shit. That was the issue? I should have read YouTube chat earlier. You guys play Gauntlet? I don't play the Gauntlet. I'm not a big fan of it. I find it kind of dull, but there are people that do enjoy it, and I'd like to make sure I have a guide there. So I know the... Well, I have engaged with it. I just don't go deep in it. I have other people that are helping me out with these guides a lot, by the way. And big shout out to Cindy and Garm, by the way. Then I base that the updates based on their findings. I mean, we have some fantastic people in our communities. This is a big-ass team effort. I'll tell you that much. Especially now with the pit needs leaderboard. I think the necessity of a rank system or a leaderboards is secondary to quite a few other things. But I see what you're saying. Hey, Gia, how you doing, man? Good to see you, dude. Hope you're doing well, man. When are you going to buy a house, Gia? There's a couple for sale in my vicinity, I'm just saying. You know where I live. I'm just saying, there's some houses there. But, you know, my daughter's like 1. You can fix a play date, man, with your kid. Buy it for us? Bro, this is the second month in which we had one rather recently. In 2 years that I'm below 1,000 subs. I'm in, like, kind of panic mode here. Trying to afford the house we bought. I'm gonna need you guys to start fucking throwing money at my face. Get me the subs. Where's all the Prime subs at, boys? Let's go. Jesus Christ. Fucking bleeding money every month. I can't afford this. Jeff paid back, yo. Jesus Christ. Actually, we have a big-ass sub goal prepped for you boys. I'm just saying, there's a big-ass sub goal. Subathon? Well, I got something that's really sweet for you, David. You can type exclamation mark sub goal, check it out. Anyways, I like the idea of an Ebon Piercer Blight. Where's my notepad at? Ebon Piercer Blight. Seems promising. What are the other promising options? Let me see what. Okay, so Noel.
Welcome.
Noel. Also known as Driller. Why would you think Blood Surge would be competitive in Season 4? I'm curious. Because, like, the damage will be a lot lower than before. You need to make sure you one-shot, basically, right? Curses for you with a 19-month prime. Well, thank you so much, sir. Blood Surge did not get nerfed. Got a lot of fucking defensive layer in the form of, you know, hitting 100,000 fucking HP. Well, I guess, well, you're more experienced than I am when it comes to the Gauntlet content itself. So that you would probably know whether or not the damage would be sufficient to one-shot everything. So, since we only have, you know, theoretical information on the Ebon Piercer, what would you deem, with your expertise and experience, would theoretically be the better performer? Can someone get me a footage on the goddamn Ebon Piercer? That's what I need. Diablo 4 Ebon Piercer Necromancer Blight. I want to see the fucking projectiles. Well, if I do that, it's... Fuck me, it's not gonna work, right? There's a lot of other people, right? That wasn't him, right? Is this a Uber unique?
Now look at the damage. You see the dot is hitting for about 60 million. You can see that these are hitting for about 12 million, right? And we can just go 8. Hey, what is going on, my fellow nerds? Operator Otter here, and today we're going to discuss...
PTR LH was bugged and the weapon aspect broken. Okay.
This is the bugged Ebon Piercer Shadow Blight build.
Bugged.
This is a build that was actually covered yesterday by Macro Bio Boy, so if you are a fan of him, I would go check this video out right here, the Blight NECRO build. And on top of this, it was interesting because I actually got this, and then I was running a...
How rare is the Ebon Piercer? Does anyone have the numbers on that? 21 million overpower. Oh, nerf. We got his nerf to dominate glyph. Yeah, raw damage. No, I'm on board with it. I think that I would, like, based on what I see here, I would like to see how the clearing looks. Like, okay, so crit with this, Shadow Blight keep passive, actually doing a Golem Mastery. But why? Okay. Interesting. 10Ds, probably for Grasping Veins. I never understood why they would take 1 extra in Crippling Darkness for some stuns instead of 1 extra in Terror. But whatevs. Damage reduction to Decrepify. 1-3 on the Grim Fueled. Seems pretty generic, but I mean, how's the clearing? Classic Nix is not that rare.
Yeah,
it's not an Uber, so...
See, I wasn't running Shadow damage, I was running resource on Lucky Hit, and I realized all of a sudden when I put this amulet on that I just was getting a lot more resource on my Shadow Mage build, and I was able to permanently cast Blight, and I was very curious about, whoa, something's not going right here. And when I talked to one of my friends about it, he showed me this video, and so we watched it, and essentially, we need to talk about what's kind of going on. This isn't gonna go to live. There's no way in the world this goes to live.
I just
think
want to
it
see him
kinda
clear.
Should in a way.
I
and the
would
reason
like to
I
see him
say that
clear
is
with
because
it.
if they take this away, Necros are going to be in a really bad spot compared to the other classes, but that's for a video for another time. Let's just concentrate and focus on what's going on with this build. So we need to start with understanding how lucky hit chance works. So let's go ahead and take a little bit of a detour back to this chart that I made in the past, which is what was happening with LHC. So the
Okay, I'm
rule
gonna need to
is
find
that each ability
macro.
cast can only have a
Macro
of one
by
lucky hit chance
yo
per
boy.
round. So we were
I swear to God, I hope I'm subscribed. I am. Okay. Who got me concerned here? You know what? You know what we should do? I'm gonna send him a message. Macro bio boy. Why am I not friends with him on Discord? Let me fix this. Hold on, chat. Hold on. Uno momento. Why are they not in chronological order? This is making my life so much easier. I found him. Yo. I have written yo to him. Would you be down to hop on a call? There. I sent him a message. So, where was I? We need to find his video on it. Evan Piercer. No, I fucking misspelled it. Evan Piercer. Alright, I want to see clearing with it. I don't care about the boss damage. I understand it's OP. I get it. Now, we've seen everyone do this. I want to see how it cleared. No one. The clear will also be uncomparable since 100% LEH fix and the damage from the weapon tampering will overshadow the normal damage. Okay, that's fair. That is fuck. Shit. Right. So Oh, that makes it so fucking annoying. So, can we... I mean, it's on every Blight cast. Right? I don't know how to verify whether or not this will be a solid choice to run. So we could do like, let's just theorycraft the idea of it. So for a Blight Ebon Piercer to be a competitive, choice for the sake of running Gauntlet, the plan would be for the projectiles shot by Blights. First, you have to think about the essence sustain, of course. But the shots with twice cast and temperings, of course, needs to have enough projectiles at a consistent basis that is covering the screen. You share a link for a video. Absolutely. Give me a second. Try now. Fran using his amulet, is he clearing with it? But like the problem with the clearing is like what Cindy is saying, like in the PTR was bugged, right? So what I want to know is the area coverage comparable to Bloodsearch? Because Bloodsearch is fucking insane in terms of area coverage, which is why it's such a natural good choice for the Gauntlet. I don't know if that's DMC8, so let's just do this. But this is like, it's bugged, right? Given their height for projectiles, I mean, the projectiles are piercing, and Bone Spear has area coverage because of the bone splinters piercing, and that is 6 projectiles on the way back. And the Blight one through Ebon Piercer is 4. So the problem with this is a couple of things. One, it's bugged, it's doing too much damage. 2, it is of a giga high end game aspirational encounters where shit takes a while to die, so he's actually setting things up and pulling them in with corpse tendies and shit like that, right? This is not how you would go through the Gauntlet. Gauntlet, you would just run and fuck everything up, right? And the real question there is the damage enough? Let's see, I have more videos. Nothing else on the Ebon Piercer. I just got confirmed. Macro Bible will hop on a call in a couple hours today. So we'll talk to him about it as well. Could be a good topic to discuss with him as well. He's a numbers kind of guy, and I love that. Yeah, like the problem with that footage is like it's a 200, right? Gauntlet's not going to be that hard. It has more to do about like speed. Right. So you got to keep in mind, I'm going to bring out my Bob Ross skills here for you boys. So let's say that a path looks like this, right? Let's just, for the sake of it, it looks like this. Just for the sake of it. And this is the player. And the player is moving up to attack the enemies, right? And let's just say that you have a pack of enemies over here, you have a pack of enemies here, you have a pack here, and a pack here, and a pack here, and a pack here, you got a pack here, and a pack here. So if you're using Blight, I mean, you would shoot, and it would be, you know, whatever direction these 4 shit would go, and that's fine. But when you get to this point over here, and you shoot one ball like this, like, how will these projectiles behave, right? And how many times would you have to cast to make sure you hit all of these things, right? The perk with Blood Surge is this. You walk up to this position, and then you are Blood Surging, hitting all of that in one hit. That is what happens when you click Blood Surge. It's like, click, boom. Right? But then again... Sorry, phone alarm went off. So, not every scenario will look like that, obviously. So there's that. So I mean, in this specific example, it's better. But let's paint the picture of what happens in this tunnel. Blood Surge would hit, and then you would have to hit again, and then you'd have to hit again, right? Whereas the idea of Blight, I guess, would be to shoot, and that would like hit the next pack. You would shoot here, But I mean, it's kind of like the same in terms of amount of clicks, I guess. I don't know. Blight costs less mana. And Blight should be outperforming the Blood Surge on bosses. So I think that in more cases, Blood Surge would be superior for in most scenarios of when you're clearing. But it will then be, Blight will then catch back up in scenarios of single target bosses or harder rares. I guess. Issue might be to get the mobs into the pool quick enough, since the pool will be underneath the first target hits. That is a valid concern. It's a very, very, very valid concern. But it's pretty cool to play with the new shit. That's all I'm saying. Right? That's all I'm saying. I don't know, man. Anyways, we can discuss it. Well, I have NECRO coming over, and we'll talk to him about it as well. See what his thoughts are. We set a sub goal, by the way. So for those of you who are new to this channel, I'm going to tell you what happens on a game launch in the RPG world on this channel. Something we started a couple leagues ago in Path of Exile, and every time we did it, I asked the chat if you guys wanted me to do it again, and you guys seem to like this idea. So I'm going to explain it to you, boys. I'll probably repeat myself a couple of times today's stream, so the new boys will learn. What we're going to do tomorrow is we're going to be live 2 hours before the season launches. And you know Twitch has this little hype train thing? We will be turning that off. And I will re-enable it 1 hour before the season launches. And then what we do is that when the very first hype train of that stream starts, the level that hype train reaches dictates the minimum amount of hours that stream will last for. So if I hit the level 20 hype train, I'll be live for 20 hours. If I hit a level 40 hype train, I will be live for 40 hours. No cap. Unlimited, that first hype train will dictate. The level of it will dictate the minimum amount of hours that one stream will last for. That's what we're going for. And we'll be doing that tomorrow as well. This is the second time I will do it for Diablo 4. And the record the channel has was in PoE so far. I'm just going to say that. We'll see how it goes. So that's what we're doing in combination with a sweet sub goal. All right, so are there any other builds that we would deem to be at a competitive stage to Blood Surge Blight for, or Blight Ebon Piercer rather, to the Gauntlets? It's not really that hard. It's more about area coverage. It has to do with everything. That's why you're not going to be able to run it with minions that effectively. If I would be a hitman contract for GHAZZY's head, I would kill him with a level 80 hype train. What the fuck? That would be pretty insane. There's a build that you're planning to play. Oh, I'm going to start with minions. And after that, I'm very likely going to play Ebon Piercer. I like the shadows. It's really cool. Are minions decent for leveling and normally do Blood Surge? Minions will be the best. Let's just put it this way. You shouldn't really do the first capstone until you're like level 34, 35. At the very earliest. Which is not what you would do normally. You would wait till you're like 44 or something. 40 plus. Well, a minion build can do it with shit gear at level like 25, 27. Not that you should, but you can. But yeah, I just updated all the build guides, by the way. So if you haven't checked it out yet, you can type !mark build. All of the build guides on Itemization that is for Necromancer is made by me. So if you find anything bad with them or anything that sounds odd, I'm the one to blame, so let me know and I'll fix it. But yeah, we have a summoner leveling guide right here. Bloodlands, I made a mend on one. Infinimist, Blight, Bone Spirit, Blood Sword, Bone Spear, Sever, Zamanar. This is the one I'll be playing. This is the one I'll be playing. I decided to go with the Shadow Minions rather than a pure Golem. I'm still undecisive on the idea of making a... what's his face? A Golem build. Because here's my take on the Golem Mancer, right? I think it's a cool build. I think... I'm always transparent and honest with like the way I do things around here, right? I've always been that. For 10 years, I've been a streamer. The argument that tells me I should make a Golem guide is one thing and one thing only. Clicks. That's why I haven't done it. That's the only reason I have not done it. Because I feel like the only purpose would be for clicks. They nerfed them hard, yes, but it will still hit for between 500 million and 1 billion. Like 600,000-700,000. So, 600-700 million, sorry. I don't like making content just for clicks. And the other reason, the reasons I don't want to do it is that. And the other reason I don't want to do it is it will be a little better single target bossing damage compared to the Shadow Summoner that I'll be playing. And, but it will have slower clearing. I don't really feel like there's any boss in the game that would make me need to have better single target damage than what the Shadow Summoner build will provide me. So why would I then promote a build that I deem to be inferior to the one I have already? The only argument I have is for clicks. So I wanted to talk to you guys about that, because if you guys want me to, I will cook a Golem build and I'll make a guide for it. I'll post it for you boys. I will. But that's the entirety. That's all the cards on the table. I will only do it if you guys really want me to, because I do not want to do it just for clicks. Does it require the helmet or whatever? There's quite a few different ways of doing it, but ultimately it will be very similar to a summoner build. Like, for example, the summoner build you're looking at right now, I can very easily just interchange the bonus storm into Army of the Dead if I can cap crit elsewhere and have defensive layer and elsewhere instead of something like Shielding Storm. I could just drop Bone Storm for Army of the Dead. I like having a barrier and easy access to crit, so that's why I went Bone Storm. But this one's already using a Golem, and it's better clearing. So it's like, I don't know. It's awkward. It is awkward. Out of snooze. Oh no. So I'm not sure. Where it boils down to the skill, I can one-shot the biggest areas. Yes, but Gauntlet does not provide you with aspirational, challenging encounters. Well, encounters maybe, but not the content itself is not hard. Which allows Blood Surge to have enough damage to achieve that. Blood Surge should be the build that has the best area coverage, right? Let's find out. There is no Blood Surge AoE. Well, I guess that's good. Blood Surge Nova size. It's a weapon mod. There you go. I feel like we're going into the season a bit blind, especially not knowing the latest changes, but I'm hopeful and feeling it's going to become a constant evolving season with changes. Any opinion? I mean, instead of having heavy focus on a cool new league mechanic or league, sorry, or season mechanic, sorry. The focus has been on fixing the fundamental basics of the base foundation of the game, right? The in-game guy links you NECRO leveling guys links to Sork, not NECRO. Wait, which ones? There was another issue like that earlier. I thought that was fixed. Which one? All three? I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna open all of them. Try Control F5. All three at the bottom of the guide? What do you mean at the bottom of the guide? Where? At this point, you really need to check the endgame build guide. What do you mean, Spark? Like, where do you find the link to this orc? I'm not seeing it. I cannot find the issue you're talking about. I think you're gonna have to elaborate, sir. There we go. In the leveling guides under starting board. Okay, let me do this. Let me clean that page. Leveling guides under starting board. Aha. Thanks. We're fixing it. Yeah. Thanks, Barak. My right-hand man on the Icy Veins is looking into it. She just wrote to me and found that exact issue, Barak. They're fixing it. They're fixing it. Thank you. Electy, thanks so much for 21 months. Appreciate it. Thank you, Sparhawk. Too much copy pasta makes you bloated. Bro, it's been rough. We changed the entire structure of all of the guides on the website. So all of these endgame guides and the variants inside of them and these guides and then a couple of other guides have changed the way they're structured. So I had to basically remake the entirety of all my guides, which is why I've barely been sleeping lately. Good morning from the US. Thanks for your hard work. Look at the NECRO for tomorrow. Sounds good, Rev. Thanks so much, man. Happy to have you around, man. Hope you enjoy it. What was the command again? Exclamation mark build. So I got Last Epoch guides, Path of Exile guides, and Diablo 4 guides. So it's easy to just have one command link into everything. So it's exclamation mark build. What else did I miss in chat? Tibia. All right. Does anyone have a demon lullaby infant in Tibia? It's like a daily thing I gotta do. All right, what else I miss? Right, so Sam8 wrote, I'm feeling like we're going into the season a bit blind. That's where we're at before I got derailed. Especially not knowing the latest changes, but I'm hopeful and feeling it's going to be a constant evolving season with changes, any opinion. So I don't like, I made a video about it actually. I am not a fan. I am not a fan of patch notes being presented to the community and then they say, well, we changed many tempering affixes that were either overperforming or underperforming have been adjusted to meet the intended power levels. I do not like this at all. I feel like with the way the launch went, obviously they made a fuckload of money. It was successful according to the shareholders, but quality-wise of the game, it was pretty bad. And they've been working on getting their shit together, and I think the season is going to be a very good step in that direction, and I hope it's going to be enough, right? The problem is, I feel like transparency and being straight and honest with the community is something they should work on. And I thought that was great when they decided to have these interviews, because that's a way for them to connect with the player base and give answers on top of what we've already been shown. And I think that's a great way for them to do it. But this, and the answer I got was that it would bloat the patch notes. Bloat the patch notes? They are supposed to provide us the information, right? No, I don't know. It just blew me away. So I don't like that we're having this. Obviously, it's very close to my heart because this has completely fucked over the process of guide updating. We will have to update every single one of the guides, are 95% certain going to be needing updates within a couple of days from launch. Because some of the modifiers might not exist. I have no idea. We don't know. What's your current excitement and optimism for this new season? Trying to gauge if it's worth my time coming back for the season. I think that it's very subjective whether or not the X or Y person would deem the current state of the game when Season 4 launches is going to be worth the money. My take on a theoretical pre-launch opinion is that it seems like if the game launched in that state, I would have felt like I got my money's worth. If that's enough for you to come back, that's up to you. There are still some concerns. I've been trying to get some content out for some discussions. Problem was, when I made some discussional videos, So first off, I made this one talking about the patch notes thingy. Seems like a lot of people are in the exact same boat as me. Seem to be like, agreeing with that take. Now, I'm not looking to make content where I'm just looking for a bunch of yes people saying, oh, yes, I agree with you, GHAZZY. Now, I'd like to have a discussion because sometimes I have opinions that is not what everyone else is agreeing with. This is how those comments look when you post such a video. Let me just show you. So, to give you a TLDR, in this video, I am saying that I'm concerned about the longevity and the item progression process till you reach level 100, where you're actually going to start engaging with the itemization, because you're going to upgrade your item within the next 5 to 10 minutes. And I made a comparison with the Path of Exile, where I have many cases. I actually find myself in maps in PoE, and I'm still wearing items, or at least a handful of items that I picked up in the early acts, because they were just that good. So I needed something really good that would have replaced that, and that would have been exciting. Not just because it had a higher item power, or now it's said ancestral, now it's at sacred, that wasn't the reason for me to upgrade it, right? So I made this, and people don't seem to, with a lack of better words to describe this, because, I've been streaming for 10 years, and I'm going to be myself, and people are retarded, is basically what I'm trying to say. They seem to be incapable of listening to words that's being presented to them in a video. And also people can't fucking read. And that ends up with people just spewing out shit. So in my attempt at having a discussion about this, because I thought like maybe I'm wrong, maybe it's fine. But I am concerned about the specific process. People were like fucking crazy. I mean, this is the same as in PoE. I literally made the description, an example of how it's not the same as PoE, from my perspective, what I was trying to say. And people were like, this is the same as PoE. This whole video is basically about DA4 item progression like PoE item progression. That's, no. Like, it's like nobody is even mentioning at all. It's just shit. I mean, look at this. Just ask Adam why the game fucking sucks and all this bullshit. Just bullshit, empty, bland, pointless bullshit. Jesus Christ. He has a worse vocabulary than I do, and I swear a lot. It's just nuts. I don't get it. So basically, you couldn't be bothered to update your item beyond basic stats because progression itemization pre-red maps is so shit, it's practically meaningless in PoE, that is. No need to upgrade, no interaction sounds actually somehow worse. I literally gave an example as to why the progression, I feel like, in that game makes it more fun. But it's like people don't even care. I don't know. It's like Rax has been talking about that a few times. Also, this stream last few days as well. How it seems like people just want to fight. Like, what the fuck is happening? Oh, God. Let me see what YouTube chat has to say. Morning from San Diego. Stream is disappointing with mini builds and in-game mechanics. It's a game worth playing now. Minions will be basically meta for this season. So if that's what you're looking for, welcome back. Part of the problem is that I think the players are so stupid to be able to handle all the information. Well, they're not wrong. Get the feeling it's more a parent-child relationship between Blizzard and players. They think they know better what we want than what we are telling them. It's a fatal mistake. Overlay, for example, some graphics designers throwing a fit because we are going to see work, or less because of the overlay. The pure ego on their part. Not sure if I agree. There's a couple of different takes there. You have to keep in mind, like the very casual player base, or the casual aspect of the player base. They are not the people that is hanging around in this channel. They're not the people that are watching YouTube videos. They're not the people that are reading the patch notes. That's not those people. Like, the super casuals is your 9 to 5, dad worker, dad gamer, right? Goes to work. He comes home from work. He cooks food for his children and his wife. He puts the children to bed, and the doorbell rings. He opens the door, and guess what? Goddamn Giga Chat. It's his wife's boyfriend. Now, when those two are having a good time, he pops a few brewskis, puts him fast down on the fucking couch and starts playing some Diablo 4 for 2 hours. Then he goes to bed after changing the cheats, of course. And then he repeats that process a day after. That is the casual type of gamer we're talking about. You think they have time to care about min-maxing and whatnot? No, the Diablo caters very, very, very well to those type of players. And that's fine. That's okay. That's perfectly fine. The problem is trying to cater to both sides of it, right? Well, that's part of what we talked about on the interviews as well. But I think it's important to differentiate these things. So when it comes to decision makings of them being too stupid to handle information, you got to keep in mind that even though this game during the late time of a season, which happens at PoE and any other RPG for that matter, the games are fucking dead. On the social media front, on Twitch, on YouTube, I can guarantee you that Diablo 4 has a stupid amount of concurrent active players playing every fucking day, even during the end of a fucking league or season. Sorry, Jesus, too many different names on that now. And that is because of how much bigger it is compared to the other RPGs. But it's not the people you see on Twitch. It's not the people you see on YouTube. And trust me, I get my fair share of these people. I do. I've been making content for 10 fucking years. I make written guides. You know what Itemization do? I'm not sure which other guide sites provides this, but if you go to one of my build guides, let's take this one. Have feedback or questions about our guides? Join our ARPG Discord community and let us know. The ARPG Vault. Let me give you a sneak peek on how the ARPG Vault looks. This is the ARPG Vault. The server right here. In here, there's Path of Exile. There's Diablo 4. There's Last Epoch. You can go to a guide help channel, create a post, and tag it with whatever creator, whichever creators made the guide. And if you tag one of mine, you have a question about it. Either myself, my team, or the Itemization team will answer your questions. And if we have to literally go through and review your character, we will do that for you. This is something this is kind of a support that we provide every day of the fucking year, 24/7. You wouldn't believe the kind of questions that sometimes pops up. That's why I'm saying people don't listen, people don't read. Most of the questions is like, I can just copy pasta or take a screenshot in the guide where they find that information. It's that crazy. So when they say that giving players too much information would not help them, it's about how that's presented more so than it being presented. Infernal Loading, thanks so much for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate that very much, man. All right, let me catch up in chat. That's why I check your awesome videos. I appreciate that. Thank you. You just call all casual players cucks? I didn't say all casual players were cucks. That's not what I said. I described the kind of player base that I think is the kind of player that would that is being well catered to by Blizzard or by Diablo 4. How many people are part of that specific category of individuals, I don't know. But do not call all the casual players cucks. Like Last Epoch, which fell off very hard after the initial hyper patch 1.0. I mean, that's going to happen. They need more endgame content. It's a bit stale in the endgame, and they're working on it. I'm actually talking about it to them right now by setting up another interview with Mike with on the Tavern Talk podcast with me and Darth Microtransaction. I'll let you guys know if something goes down with that. All right, let me just catch up on Twitch chats. Let's see. Rack spent most of yesterday's stream saying if you're new NECRO, if you're old NECRO, if you're good NECRO, if you're bad NECRO. Yes, that's why the season 4 is called GHAZZY Reborn. Again, it's very subjective. Just wanted your opinion as a very knowledgeable person. I don't know if I'm knowledgeable. I just play games for unhealthy amount of hours, I guess. I'm just a gamer like everyone else. I just happen to have a stream running and some guides. The only reason I'm doing this full time is because you guys are allow me to do this full time, and that will continue for as long as you guys actually support this channel and what we do in the community we built. Ultimately, I will always be just a fucking gamer like everyone else in here, and I'm never gonna change that. Some people need a swift kick to the teeth. Season 4 tomorrow. Good morning. Good morning to you too, sir. Yes, indeed. Honestly, GHAZZY, this is just my take on both Diablo and PoE. For me personally, item progression doesn't matter that much. Play this game for the endgame fantasy, and if I get there quickly to switch various builds for variety, leveling is just a tedium to get there. A lot of people have a similar opinion. When it comes to like Path of Exile, they don't want to play the campaign. They just don't want to. At all. Oh, that's awesome, Infernal. Thanks so much, man. I appreciate that, dude. Thank you. It does mean a lot to me, man, because I just bought a house in the January for me and my family. It's kind of crazy. Been a full-time creator and doing this so long, and you guys supporting the channel. It's nuts. Never thought that would ever happen. Doing this for fun many years ago. I'll just turn into this. So thank you. See, most people play D4 like I play D2. I pick it up again every now and then and play a level of character for a bit. Maybe continue existing one, then drop it again. Not aware of any D2R leagues. So,
Welcome.
thanks to my super fugly.
Congrats on the new house.
Thank you, man. I like it. All right. Got a 10 bomb in the channel. Well, thank you so much for unloading. That means a lot to me, man. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. People need to remember that ARPG veterans, we are accustomed to ladders, leagues, cycles, seasons, whatever the fuck people want to call it these days. And this started back in like D2 leaderboard ladder resets, right? By the way, if you got a gift a sub from Infernal Oldie, make sure you actually, give him a big shout out, give him a thanks for that, by the way. So people that are not experienced or accustomed to that kind of way of playing, they want to grind their character, find an upgrade, or get rich. They don't want to have that wiped every 3 months. So they play on the Eternal server, or Internal Realms. And that's crazy to a lot of people. What build would you recommend for the new season? Also need to be stupid friendly, pregnancy brain hitting hard. Summoner. Summoner NECRO. That's the only answer, actually. You can type !build to check it out. Just got updated. Posted last night, actually. Sixth author of the campaign. It's fair. I got you. Infernal said, I got you. That drops a 10 bomb in the channel. All right. Does anyone happen to know if we can DL the update earlier when it goes live? I have no idea. I don't know yet. New house in game. Picture didn't happen. No, I do not have an in-game house now. We do have a sub goal for a hot tub stream though. So that's maybe gonna happen. It's a sub goal for this month, by the way. So, strap in, boys. Now, if the changes are enough, I certainly can state it is the first time since beta that I'm positively looking forward to D4. I feel like I am just as excited for Season 4 as I was for the Season 0. But with a slightly higher confidence that it's not going to be as bad as Season 0 was in terms of my enjoyment. Like, I understand that I am a player, or the type of player that this game very likely will never cater to. And I'm okay with that. What I would like is to find myself enjoying Diablo 4 with the hours that I put into gaming for at least 1.5, preferably 2 weeks. If Diablo 4 can give me that, like not just having a good time, I mean like genuinely enjoying it. Because if I get that, then I can play and have a good time for like 3 weeks. maybe 4, depending on the season, right? And if I can get that out of the game, I am more than happy. But there's been seasons so far that gave me 10 hours of enjoyment. And then the only thing I did was update my fucking guides, and then I played something else. So I hope season 4 is going to push me over the edge to the point where I'm getting more than a week's worth of enjoyment out of it, and then I'm going to be very, very happy. And we all want the game to succeed. We really do. We content creators do not want to make negative videos. First off, positive videos gets more views. We make more money with positive videos. So before you start saying that we're hate farming, trust me, we want to make positive videos. Have you played D4 with a controller? I have not, no. I don't even own a controller. Does he make money to do his job? Yeah, I guess. Find a book, Mine, and return. I need help. Sounds good, dude. Bash Bar? Fair enough. They see D4 more as an MMO than ARPG. This is crazy to have your character wiped. Oh, speaking of genres, where was it? Game Radar, was it? What is that news? Guys, watch this. I've been spammed on social media about how fantastic game journalists are. And I've been trying to stay away from the topic, but I have to show you this. Where is it? Please tell me they didn't remove it. Did they remove it? It's the Helltide one. They're Helldiver, sorry. Where is the... Does anyone know which post I'm talking about? I gotta find it. There's no way they removed it. Wait, who was it? Was it Grums that posted it? Helldive. No? I gotta fucking find it, man. Here. Helldivers 2 is the best RPG of 2024. Do you agree? So I'm just going to leave this on the screen. I'm going to go get myself a drink. So, yeah. That's a thing. Oh, it gets better. Trust me, it gets a lot better. It gets a lot better. Trust me. I'm just going to get my fucking energy drink up and running here. Give me a second, boys. All right, let's find out just how much better this is.
Welcome to the crew.
Pog.
GHAZZY coming in with the 8 months. Thanks so much, man, for the support. Appreciate that, dude. Thank you. So, let's see. Let me just get rid of this fucking PM. Who is messaging me? What is this? Do not have time. Who is this? Okay. Good. Got that covered. So, let's go through the comments. But what about the other RPGs, like Call of Duty and Battlefield? Okay. It's time for music. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's fucking hilarious, dude. I don't know what to say even. Yeah, you got community noted as well. I don't know what to say, dude. So this is the quality of a game journalist these days. The reason I find it funny, It's because not long ago, I was in LA, actually, for a PoE2 event. And in this PoE2 event, we got to play PoE2. I got to meet Darth Micro. We were hosting a Tavern Talk podcast together. And not long after we started working together and getting to know each other, we actually got to meet the IRL really quickly. That in the content creator world, that's kind of rare. So I was very happy about that. Really nice guy. So anyways, I was in LA, right? So we get to play PoE2. There's a bunch of game journalists. And I think it was Preach Game. Yeah, it was Preach Gaming after the event. He tells me when we're sitting down with the boys, and he joins in, and he tells me how some game journalists, who I personally can only assume was working for IGN, but I don't know, reached a boss in the game, died consistently for 40 minutes straight, and went like this every time. Like, oh, he can do it. So Preach told us that he looked over, like, and looked at how he's doing. Maybe you could give him a tip, but the dude was just fucking bad. Like, it wasn't mechanical issues. The dude couldn't just fucking move away from shit. So anyways, this game journalist gets up, goes to the back where they had food for everyone, goes to eat a little bit, comes back about, half an hour later or something. Bashes his head into a fucking wall for another 30, 40 minutes on this fucking boss. Then he ups and leaves the venue. This is someone that is being paid to go there, review the game, and play the game to review it. Just left the venue, didn't come back. So that happened. So like my trust in game journalists these days are just so fucking bad. I'm sure there are good ones out there. I just think that there's a higher odds of me finding a fucking unicorn than finding one of those. Oh man. Sorry, me when I got a Tomb Lord. But a regular Tomb Lord is fine. Just wait till I release the Uber Tomb Lord.
Emotional, damn it!
Oh man. Oh, by the way, mirrored. Fuck me. You can type in space my gamer bulk and check out my sponsors for the energy drinks. Exclamation mark gamer bulk. Anyways, so today, let's see. I've reached out to a couple people. I've reached out to Macro. So Mr. Macro Bio Boy is going to join us. Let's see when. Not sure when. Maybe like an hour, a little more than an hour from now or something like that. See when he has time. And we're going to talk about some NECRO stuff. And just have a little bit of chit-chat. Also, a master's degree in journalism. I know, right? Everyone can call themselves a journalist these days. But you had to study before you could be a journalist. Pretty obvious rage bait for engagement. Is it though? At the cost of credibility when you're in the industry of game journalism? Right? I'm just saying. It reminds me of what was that YouTuber? The guy that called Diablo 4 an RPG. Aqua, no. Ocean, no. Something man. Oh God, I don't even remember. Watch some of his other content. Pretty fun guy. In the wrong channel, a bit of NECRO talk could get you in serious trouble. Actman? Was it? Yep. That's the dude. Pretty funny videos, actually. But he called Diablo 4 RPG, and I was like, can't really, like, if you decide to review a game and you play it in a different way than the genre is, like, than the game is telling you to play, and it's like, you can't review a game as if it was a genre it's not. Right? That was my reaction to that. I remember this is a long time ago, like when the game launched or something. Right? Should be around 27 hours. Well, it's about to be 4 p.m. here. So yeah, you're right. 27 hours and 14 minutes till the game launches. Or season launches. The Blizzard needs to understand that you can't launch on a Tuesday. I have an answer to that. Actually. I'm not sure how public they've been with answering that, because I see a lot of people asking about that. Can anyone confirm to me if they have or haven't actually gone out to public and answered why they are releasing on Tuesdays and not on, you know, let's say a fucking Friday? No? No one? So here's the thing. Blizzard patch day is historically on Tuesdays. For World of Warcraft, yes. But you gotta keep in mind, like, game launches. Because what were you said? So the reasoning is respectable. It is respectable, but let's look at the cons of releasing the game on a Tuesday. Spam up the chat. I want to see what you guys would... What would you guys say are the cons of releasing it on a Tuesday? Just spam up the chat with whatever reason you can think of that would make a Tuesday release a bad thing. No, the things that are bad for why it's released on a Tuesday. Let's list up any reason why it's bad for them to release on a Tuesday. For 5 days, Tuesday, Wednesday releases, not as bad as custom. No lifers get a major head start. Some players just skip the whole season because they're missing the broad. They like to be competitive, even working 9 to 5 people. That's a good one. Casual can't play because of work week. Also true. Boat league. Missing the boat, yeah. Less retention at league start because of work days. Yes, people are working. That is the main one. People are working. So, okay, so let's just flip the table then. Why is it good for Blizzard to release it on a Tuesday? But actually, before we say that, another bad thing is that Diablo, well, Blizzard are releasing raid resets on Tuesdays. Wednesdays in Europe, but Tuesdays for the Americans. I know this because I'm actually, well, I have spent 2 years raiding on the American servers lately. So, they are alienating their own metaverse that they have spent a fuckload of years building. And then they're alienating that because of this. So let's just flip the table and what are the good things with them releasing it on a Tuesday? So if we tackle... Well, let me see what chat has to say first. I want to see how many of these things you actually hit. Oh, here it's. Nerf by weekend. Summer will be viable. I don't know. So let's look at the first part. People are working. So are the devs. Oh, but GHAZZY, why don't they just pay their devs overtime and have them work for a weekend or launch? So their argument is that they don't want to put that pressure on their devs. Now their argument is that they don't need to pay their devs to work during the weekend. if they can do it this way. And they will still have a very large amount of players playing. They don't need to do it. There will be fewer people playing on the launch on a Tuesday than it would if they launched it on a Friday. Because of work. And the casual player base, which we know makes up for the largest portion of the player base that is actually actively playing, won't be playing that long. So queue times will be better. Server pressure will be easier to manage. So anyways, I've been pretty annoyed with this. Like, frustratingly annoyed, because every season has happened during a time frame where I had to tell the boys, I'd be like, yo, guys, I can't join the raid tonight. Why? Oh, because I got to stream Diablo 4 on the launch. I'll be gone for a few days. And it's been pissing me off for so long. So anyways, I reached out to the people over at the Diablo 4 office, right? Spoke to them, and their argument is basically that they don't want to put the pressure on the devs. I mean, I respect it. I dislike it, but I respect it. It's honorable, but I feel like the game could be growing and becoming a better competitive ARPG game on the market from my perspective as a ARPG veteran. That's not their goal. And I'm, again, not the player base or the type of player that they're catering to. So my opinion matters very little. So, yeah, that's the reason. I'm not sure if they've been public with this at all, but that is why. I think that the main concern, or the weirdest thing to me, is that they're alienating their own metaverse. Right? The whole Battle.net metaverse they created with so many years of pushing that consistently, weaving their games into one another, only to have attractive reset or reset launch on an MMO at the same fucking day as they have a launch of a new game. It makes no sense to me that they would do that. At the very least, space it with 1 day or something, but they don't do that either. The spacing it 1 day isn't helping. To be fair, it's better for Europeans to play Diablo 4. They can join the launch, and then the day after, WoW gets reset on the European servers. No one's raiding right now, though. No, of course no one's raiding right now. You just start training your daughters so you can raid in your own place when you stream ARPGs. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I'm a European Giga Chad, and I've been raiding on the European East Coast servers for 2 years. My knees, man. I can't do it. I had to go to the store and buy myself like the biggest fucking backpack that they had in the store so I could fit 24 fucking Americans in there and carry them when we were playing. I do not want to put my daughter through that. That was rough. Now he's saying lol. What, you don't believe me? They're fun to play with them. Hey, the cat is releasing on the 20th. 6 days to play the L4 season. Season might be worth more than 6 days. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to play Kata. I've been super excited for it. I haven't decided yet. And I'm still on the fence. It's like, I just bought a house. I got bills to pay. And I can't stream Kata because you guys hate Kata. Actually, sorry, you guys hate WoW. And if I stream WoW, no one will watch the stream. So I'd fuck myself over if I play. And I really don't have time to do it off stream. So I'm like, what do I do? I would fucking love to do it, though. I mean, I know the boys are playing. I know Sky's playing. I don't know if Shroud is, though. There's no way he's not, though. I know Beck in the sale is, for sure. And he's a goddamn Giga Chad. He's like my best friend, by the way. Wow, it's boring to as fuck to watch. Kind of depends. I'm playing Shadow Priest. It's fun. I had to be a swole like Massel to carry Americans, 300 pounds per. Use magic. Maintain a guild. I have to play cat or I'll lose my spot for good. Carry 24 married, you would need a bus. Oh my god. But yeah, I haven't decided. I really haven't. How annoying is it clear with Skelly? Summoner GHAZZY, like how slow is it? Guys, I am currently just waiting for macro to get around, and we'll talk with some other content creators and have a good time today. It's either that or we're gonna watch some videos, or then other than that, I'm just gonna answer questions, so we'll have a good time and just chit chat for today. For now, that's kind of my plan right now. Like we talked about the Gauntlet build. That's what I want to talk to Bio about as well, actually. I know it's cons, but is it bad? That would be my first time playing minions. Well, Jay, it's going to be the meta of the league. Thanks so much, Kate Fly, for the 14 months Prime. Appreciate that very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you. It's going to be meta. The problem is I guess the only downside is that it's not going to be like a super meta clearing build because you're still a slave to the AI. That's why I'm very picky about making sure I'm playing Shadow Minions rather than a Golem Minion, because I think the Golem will only be good at one thing, and that's smacking a boss. How much time do you spend actually smacking a hard boss? You don't in Diablo 4. You spend more time clearing than anything. So you'd rather play a Shadow Minion than a build that's going to be a fucking... I mean, the Necromancer is already what's referred to as a wheelchair class. And the only thing we can do to compensate it is, I've said this multiple times, I feel like I'm sounding like a broken fucking record here, but the only thing we can do to solve that is to put movement speed modifiers in here. Essentially, you're taking a wheelchair, putting some spinning rims on it, polish it up a little bit, put a small little electrical engine on it so you can handle the uphill battles. Voila. You know, it's still a wheelchair. Family comes first, but you always organize your life. With your foreign bonds, work is important too. TLI or D4, which is less bad. Torchlight Infinite is actually really fun to play. I'm not being sarcastic or anything. I actually genuinely think that Torchlight Infinite is a fun game to play. I really do. I wouldn't say that Torchlight Infinite gives me a month's worth of enjoyment with the way I play. But I get easily 1, 2, sometimes 3 weeks of enjoyment. Hell, I played it for 2.5 weeks this season. That's a lot. And I had a lot of fun with that. I loved it. It was great. And I'd like to play next season if I have time. Absolutely. As long as I can schedule it, I'd like to play it. Yes, movement speed has been, there's been some buffs to it. But you got to keep in mind that there's a cap on movement speed. And what do people do to bypass that? Mobility skill. Necromancers don't have any. Will Duriel Rose be still in Mandarin season 4? The bullshit made me quit last season. No, they made a lot of those things significantly easier when it comes to Uber Uniques and whatnot as well. So I wouldn't say that you should worry about that at all, no. All right. What was I?
Look at that, submissive and breedable.
Yo, Brian Coach. Speaking of being submissive, check out the sub goal, dude. But yeah, I don't know if I'm playing Kata. I think I'll spend more time and effort playing. Like, I'm gonna be honest. If season 4 turns out the way I hope it is, I'll be fucking still going ham in Diablo 4. Like, I will play a lot till Last Epoch or well, actually, Last Epoch is the next in line. Or if we have something happening with PoE 2. That's about it. That's what I will be doing. That's what I hope I'll be doing. I'll tell you this, if it flops, then yeah, I'll probably fucking play Cat, I'll be honest. Problem is, if I decide to do it, I know I'm going to be hooked, and then that means I'm going to be stuck there for a year. Let me see if I missed anything in YouTube chats. No one's rating right now. I saw that. They're kind of overlapping with the WoW event. Mop Remix releases Thursday. Like I said, I'll only ever play WoW again if they stop tuning raids around add-ons. I'll play the game and not be a lab rat that reacts to run, bitch, run as stuff to beat a boss. That's fair. The War Within, planning to try it out. I do not have any plans to it, no. Like, I spent a lot of time kicking out my addiction to WoW. Like, big time. And then I got roped back into Classic. All right, is there any other, like, D4 videos that I might have missed, by the way? Just one hit? Yeah, but you know how one hit turns into, you know, you're fucked for the next 5 years again. Rob reacts Diablo 4 memes and into... Wait, what is the... Is that the... Oh, it's the Frost. I saw that one. That was so good. That was so good. Right, I wrote to Rob the other day. We talked about getting together and hopping on stream to talk as well. We'll see once when we're after we talk to Macro. Maybe we can hit up Rob if he's not busy. Like, everyone's busy right now, but you know, if they have an hour spare, just chit chat. We'll do that. Bring some people in, have a good time. At least that's the plan. We have to end roughly 60 days. There will be a final expansion for Grim Dawn. True. Very true. What is this video? A 23-minute video? Hello? Operator ought to put one out this morning just for NECRO. Oh, I want to hear his Gauntlet take. It's not even fun now. I'm not going to watch a 23-minute video, though. We hit pits this season. Let me know. We can run some. I'm rushing with a team to hit 100 day one. You don't have to rush to hit 100 day one. What was the time to hit it? 10 hours? 11 hours? Well, granted, you want to have 12 people, obviously. So there's an Uber boss, a stacking all 4 projectile with wither, I can't even fucking say it. Multiply throws the DPS into the heavens. So the problem with this is that not having it playtested without the bug makes us not be able to verify how effective this will actually be. This is going to be fucking insane, by the way. Clean my house, prep food before a big game release season. You know what I do? Actually, let me show you, boys. Oh, man. So I got my bathroom right there. I got my kitchen with like an actual full kitchen with a freezer and a fridge and everything. And here's the setup. Starforge PC, by the way. Boom. Type exclamation mark Starforge for that shit. And I got my my GHAZZY TV custom made fractal PC in the back as well. Streaming rig and the gaming rig. And up there, that is where I sleep during league launches and season launches. This is my home starting tomorrow. Cockforge? Hell yeah, baby. Best, probably the best computer in the entire universe. Little Birdie once told me that buying Star Force PC from my affiliate link actually does not lower your chances dropping Uber uniques. Huh. Fucking son, I can't even hope it fucking can have the door open. Are you serious? Okay. Oh, it's so annoying. Bruh. It's almost gone. Keyboard pillow. What? Keyboard pillow default launch. What? Try the Bone Spear Minion, Viable Pet 200. I haven't tried it, no. I made a guide for it, or the Mendon, and I have to play test it because I'm super excited for it. Theoretically, it'll work. The problem is that the consistency is the issue. Bone mages basically kills themselves. That is the biggest problem. Scoot the camera over a little bit. I could just close the door so that my neighbors don't have to hear me scream. Give me a second. Problem solved. I have you know, we built isolation in this in my office. So there's actually 2 layers of walls. So you have the normal wall, and on the inside I have a sound isolating wall. And then I got some you know, some sound wave shits on the walls and whatnot. And I can scream at the top of my fucking lungs in here, and you can't hear it outside this building. I got my own little dungeon here. Fucking worth it. All right, so this is Operator Otter. What else did he have? This was for Uber Boss. I don't really care too much about that. Easy Gear. And yeah, a great stream and a great season starting tomorrow. U2G, yeah, thanks so much for stopping by, man. Appreciate it, dude. These mages are the best. Depends on the build you're playing. Helltide and the Pit Score. Pure Da BCE. Army of the Dead Minion. I know about Army of the Dead Minion. Like, you got to keep in mind that when you talk about Army of the Dead, that is a 70-second cooldown for a burst of damage that lasts 7 seconds versus alleviating crit scaling on pressure on your gear through Bone Storm, which you can have 100% uptime with if you play properly with correct gearing to always benefit from it. And Shielding Storms. Now you have a super good defensive layer from it. Which one would you choose? It's like, if I can feel confident with my defensive layers and I don't need the crit, I'll probably go Army of the Dead. But till then, Bone Storm all the fucking way. Decrepify with the cooldown of full minions. AUD comes off cooldown quick. Yes, I'm aware of that. That's why I said if you play properly, you can bring it down pretty fast, but it's not like you're going to have that for pretty much every pack. So you'll have it for like certain situations, but like if you're playing effectively and you're bursting through content, you're not going to have harder enemies to use it for. You'll only pop it for the bosses. The biggest concern at that point is more about your own survivability. Bone Storm will give you barrier. Through Shielding Storm, mind you. Yeah. Chain Lightning is the worst skill sorcerer. Does watching your stream with YouTube Premium give you anything? I actually have no fucking clue. I just recently, the last couple of weeks, have been streaming to YouTube as an extra thing. I have no idea, actually, whatsoever. It's like a test thing we're doing. I do try to keep up with the chats, though. When the season starts tomorrow in 26 hours and 49 minutes. To be precise. What is the NEM build? You're going to exactly GHAZZY Shadow Master? Yes, I'll play the minion build. The endgame summoner. Which is a shadow minions, basically. But it's an endgame summoner build is what I'll play. Ever going to add an in-game item listing trading storage function? I have no idea. No idea. I'm playing Deep Force since launch. Is it worth checking out the new season? It's subjective. My personal opinion is yes. If that's your opinion, after you get to hear about all the information, that's your call, right? So I don't know. So we'll see, right? I don't know. I want to talk to Macro about Gauntlet. Outside of Gauntlet, I don't know. I thought NECRO defense was minions. Let me show you the Sever build. So the Sever build is really cool. So the way this is played is Bonestone Sever, Tendies, Blood Mist, Decrypt. We're using skeletons in this build. So basically the build will run Shadow minions, or Shadow's mage skeletons, to get multiplicative damage per active mage, by the way. And sacrificing the golem, but it's going to use the defenders. These defenders has an upgrade that makes them take 99% reduced damage. And one of the patch notes made it so that your melee skeleton actually runs up an aggro roll much better than before. Still not perfect, but much better. So you're going to have a build where you essentially have immortal meat shields tanking for you. And this build is similar to Blight and Venomous. It's just so much CC going on. Mind a bug in your minion NECRO leveling? The link at the bottom of the endgame will lead you to Sork. Try Control F5. It should be fixed already. Welfare. That should already be fixed. Yep, it's fixed. What else did I miss? Curious, how do you plan on survivability as mini NECRO for pit 150, since I understand it's going to hit harder than AOZ 25? For which build specifically are you talking about? Nice, my pleasure, man. If you find any other issues with the guys, please do let me know. But which build are you specifically talking about, Chin? Because certain builds have certain solutions to it. Like the Shadow ones, they have a stupid amount of CC, which is going to be the main source of, like, main thing they're going to rely on and lean towards for defensive scalings. As an example of that. The Blood builds, well, they're not going to die. They're basically going to tank fucking everything. It's just for a super high tier pit, they're going to struggle with damage upwards in the end. Generally, mini build, no, it's bad because it's besides permamist. Can you imagine any NECRO minion not getting off screen by one corpse ballista? So that's another one of those reasons why I'm a big fan of the Bone Storm, more so Bone Storm over Army of the Dead. The fact that I can ramp up and stack myself up with a beautiful approach of Barrier is very, very attractive. And then we have Fortify on top of that as well. And then we have the Decrepify Curse besides that. I don't think the Summoner build is going to have an issue in that sense now. I don't think so. Where's the aspects? Legendary aspects. That's covering your armor entirely. Hardened Bones is the one I was looking for. So, unlike other builds, Necromancers have the possibility of just socketing in Hardened Bones. Now, you and your minions just have straight up 25% fucking damage reduction. Just like that. That's 25%. You know how hard it is to find damage reduction modifiers in the game right now? In Season 4? It's not many compared to how it was before. There's very few modifiers that give you damage reduction now. NECRO can get 25 from just an aspect. So... There's something you're guiding us out test and your thoughts. That's all good. So when it comes to the minion build, let's say Akan's Grasp. I don't care about this. What I do care about is reanimation, and that is an Alderwood. That's one of the things I'm going to do in between Health Tides on launch tomorrow. Now they removed the Death Elixirs, didn't they? I don't play hardcore, so I can't really say. I haven't really kept myself up to date, but I believe they did, right? So real hardcore is going to be real hardcore now. Is there anything else we can pick up somewhere? I don't think so. Skosklen, Corrupted Grotto and Kyrgyzstan for the Grasping Veins, I guess. Not important till later. Damn, it would be really good, actually. Uldur's Cave. Same thing with Blighted. You know how many armor rolls you need to cap? No, not by heart. I'd have to double check it. But that's why I've been saying that all of the guides I have and all of the guides from everyone will have to be updated in the first couple of days of this launch. Because none of us know exactly what's going to happen to the core modifiers or temper modifiers because they didn't include the details of it in the patch notes. The name of the song... This one is Papa Roach, She Loves Me Not. The previous one was Fame on Fire, Jaded. Did it change with PTR? Yes, but I made a video about this. I literally made a video about this right here. Like, they didn't tell us. So I made a video tackling this. Usually, if you hide your work, you either did nothing or you did shit. Damage scale of mods is still the same. I think we're going to need a lot more than 25% pure DR with Shaker, 20% Littlest. I'm super skeptical. That's not the only source of damage reduction, Shin. It was an example of it. Capped armor, capped resistances. You have minions in front of you. You have a layer or barrier. You also have Fortify, and then you have the 25 DR on top of that. Just to start with. And then obviously we have Decrepify, so that's lowering the enemy's damage even further. So there's a couple of different things happening. Yeah, 9,232 armor, I think it is, right? Sorry about the yawning, boys. My daughter kept me up. I haven't slept since yesterday. Again. I was up. Basically, I was up all morning. All night, all morning. Just updating guides. And I made the brilliant decision to go to bed in the house. Half an hour later, my daughter woke up. I have not slept. How's she doing? She's doing great. She's doing great. He's growing, dude. Holy shit. Goes fast, man. Right, where's my snooze? I'm out of snooze. Give me a second. I'll find chocolate and snooze. You have gray hair yet? Yep. I do. I found a gray hair in my fucking, in my beard. It was so weird. It was so white. It was like it was glowing. It was just sitting there staring at me. I'm like, I'm too young for this. I am not old enough to have gray hair yet. And then again, 10 years of putting up with you guys. No wonder I'm aging so fast. How old are you? 30, 33? No? 33. Yeah, 33. Yeah, 33. I am 33. All right. Oh, this song fucking slaps, dude. But yeah, I'm not really that concerned. I mean, and we have CC approaches. I mean, we got, not Flesh Eater, where is it? Sent to Death? Yeah, we got Sent to Death. With defensive layer as well. Hmm. 31 here, or a decent amount of gray hair. You know what? I think gray hair looks fucking good. When I was a emo kid back in the days, you know, when I used to sing in my old band before I started streaming, I wanted to dye my hair silver, like white silver. And I'm not the kind of guy that, like, I'm the kind of guy, like, I would try things just for the fuck of it, just for the hell of it, you know? Bleaching this dark hair is a very interesting process. So, somewhere in the shades of I look like a fucking chicken is when I stopped bleaching it. Mod pool, but we don't know how the mod pool will be for the season because they didn't give us all the info though. Because I'm not using AOD in my original setup for its bleed, and I don't think it's going to be the better way to do it. I'd rather have Bone Storm, because you can actually have an easy time capping the crit, putting less pressure on your gear, as well as providing Shielded Storm for barrier for defensive layers, so I can handle harder content without dying. Which the Army of the Dead approach will be squishier. Now, if they're, well, I'm going to play the build myself on start, so if I deem that the AOD will be better, then I will be making adjustments to the guide, but originally, the most logical approach to the build, if you want to have a well-rounded beast, you play Bone Storm. I'm going to have a good minion build with D4. They are nerfed already before launch, but they nerfed it, but still going to be meta, so you don't have to worry about that. I got you, man, don't worry. Tomorrow? Yes, in 26 hours, 26 and a half hours or something. So I wanted to look at one thing. Where was it? Is it right here? No, is it right here? No. Okay. Without masterwork, dude. Without tempering, without Paragon, 4 slots, you get you 9.8k armor. Yeah, but if you're running something at Juggernaut, this alone covers your armor entirely. It's like, are they also releasing a new class? No, there are no new classes. New classes gonna come with the expansion, actually. So that's happening. What we've seen is the introduction of things like the new uniques. I had the link here somewhere. Like some of the new uniques, right? So that's about it, right? And these can be build defining, like Ebon Piercer. Tyrael's Might is fucking try. Like, this is stupid. Have you guys seen the modifiers in Tyrael's Might? Like, not like the legendary effect itself or the special unique effect with the whole Divine Barrage thing. That's cool. But the modifiers, all ras, maximum resistances, and you get DR on it. Like, this is a really solid chess piece. What's the league mechanic in Season 4? There is none. There is none, essentially. This entire season is about fixing the core game rather than giving it some fancy league mechanic thingy. And, well, you can make of it what you will. But, yeah, I don't know. They released the game in a very broken state, and then they've been working on fixing it ever since. So they've been playing catch up. So maybe this is a good thing. But, you know, without new fancy cool league mechanics, maybe that will hurt the replayability or longevity of the season. I don't know. We'll see. Our mini NECRO will be good. That's true. Yes, we are expecting them to be meta. They should do so what they should have done before launch. Yes, basically. New class will come with expansion. Correct. That is correct, iFrost. That's lame. They kept saying early on this season there would be a new class. Did they? I'm very confident that they've always said that a new class would come with the expansion, which is what we all, well, most of us has been expecting. I mean, I might be wrong. I'm only human. I make mistakes, of course, but I haven't heard any of that. So Diablo 4 easy to get into. Takes you about 10 minutes to learn everything in the game. Path of Exile would take you about 10, maybe 15,000 hours before you're done with the tutorial. And you'll still learn after that. Trust me, I played the game for 10 years. So yes, it's easy to get into. You have like Path of Exile on one end of the spectrum of being ridiculously fucking complex to the point where it's scaring new players away. On the other side of that spectrum, you have Diablo 4, which is like the easiest shit ever, which is just annoying the veteran players that want more out of it, which we're hoping we're going to get as we move forward. And in between, you'll find Last Epoch, essentially. That's kind of like the spectrum we're looking at, with the bigger, more noticeable or notable ARPGs in the industry right now. And the fact that they're different is just good. We don't want 3 different ARPG games being the same ARPG, right? So freaking standard core chain and not actual freaking content, well, basically, we're going to be done in a week. There's a lot of other stuff's happening. But yes, I definitely think it will definitely have an impact on replayability. For sure. For sure. All right, let me check what Macro said. I don't want to bug him. Let's see. I told him to hit me up. So we're just waiting for Macro to hit me up, and then we'll give him a call. Let's see. We said about 2 hours. So that should be pretty soon. We'll see. So we're going to give Macro a call and talk to him about some NECRO stuff. And I'll see if Rob shows up later as well. I'll poke him, see if he wants to jump in or call, discuss a little bit, see how it goes, go from there. Devin middle ground. In my opinion, those people shouldn't really be considered. Can't wait for the 55% player base playing NECRO. I mean, there's a reason this season is called Season of GHAZZY. I'm just saying, you know. I'm just saying. New guys call it turtle. Oh man. Did you not like any answer the devs had during the recent interviews? I think that the problem with the dev interviews is that they were unable to share what is coming or what is to come. And the answers could strictly be philosophical or discussions about things. That's it. All right. I had a good time. I think it was really fun to have Adam Jackson in there. Good handle his shoulders and time the game will get better. I think so as well. I saw some people not liking the way it turned out and some people that loved it. I personally, as one of the co-hosts, me and DM for that matter, I'm gonna speak for him when I say that both of us had a really good time with Adam Jackson, and I think that it would be very good and very fun for both of us to do that again. It was enjoyable. The answers we got was, I don't think we could have gotten much better with the restrictions that was presented. Like, they're not going to tell us what is to come, right? That is a great base, and ID4 has had, I mean, Last Epoch did a lot of work. They did post a recent roadmap recently that looks very promising. So let's check that out. Right. What else do we have? I had a notepad here. So these are like the two builds of the Gauntlet we talked about. Does anyone have any objections, any input whatsoever regarding Gauntlet for NECRO builds? I'm curious about the Ebon Piercer Blights. I really am. But Blood Surge? The difficulty of the Gauntlet is not hard. Everything has to do with speed and area coverage, and then a little bit about the bossing. The Ebon Piercer will do the bosses better, whilst the Bloodshed will do the clearing better. Theoretically. Tendrils? No, like when you pop Blood Surge, you will hit the entire fucking screen. Ebon Piercer has projectiles. There's only 4 per cast. Not clearing the entire screen. You'll play more V-Rising? Well, I have the server up. I really wish I could play more. I've been busy updating all the guides. Conger has been fucking pumping in the game, dude. But I have yet had the time to get back in there. I really wanted to check the game out more. New stuff in V-Rising sounds awesome, dude. I like Blood Surge. I think Blood Surge is going to be pretty meh to play outside of Gauntlet, but it might be very good for the Gauntlet. But if there's a build that is about the same performance as the Blood Surge in the Gauntlet, maybe it would be just more fun across the board to play that other version, which will perform better outside of the Gauntlet, right? Haven't played Blood Surge, doesn't have CC. Why would you need CC? Why would you need CC? Like as a defensive layer? Let me just give you a number. Bloodlands and Blood Surge builds, it's not going to be a rare occurrence to see them reaching 50 or 60,000 life. $50,000 to 60,000 life. Plus fortification and a ridiculous amount of leech and sustaining heals from that. Problem is, you're not going to die, but so neither is the enemies. You know, there's going to be a breaking point in the super high end game content where the blood bills are going to fall off, but they will still do really well, or at least Blood Surge will do really well in the environment that is Gauntlets. Well, you run Metamorphosis so you can get yourself, what's his face? Unstoppable. Blood Surge good for leveling? Can be. I think the minions will be so much better. So I'm curious about Tyrael's might. I am very curious about Tyrael's might. DR, max LERS, and then LERS. On top of the effects. I think that's pretty good. I mean, it's one of the bigger chess pieces that we've seen. It's pretty fucking dope. Does minions inherit your attack speed as well? Yes, sir. Yes, they do. I do wonder if the Curious Bite will trigger off of the Bone Spears triggered by the Bone Mages. That Uber normal? I'm pretty sure this is a normal one. Right? Oh. Crew's Embrace. I think this was shit. Yeah, there is statics that lucky hit, yeah. We'll see how it goes. I don't know if there's anything else regarding the Gauntlet. What do you guys think will be like the best performing build from NECROs? Like, what do you guys really think? Because I think that people will play minions because it's so fucking OP, right? But not everyone's gonna enjoy it because of how the minion AI works. Trade uniques? Yes. Minion Bone Spear. I really hope that like a Deathless Visage, Ring of Mendeln, Bone Spear, Mage Skelly build would be working out to be the meta. And you know, with all the things considered, I would love to see that, but I don't think it's gonna happen. By the way, minions interact with the curses, but which is why they look good. That's true, and do I think they'll patch it during season? I have no idea if any of the bugs and glitches are ever going to be touched at all. Because what we do know is that they haven't shared all the details with the changes in the patch notes, with the argument that it would bloat the patch notes. I will say this, though. I am more hyped about this launch than I was for Season 0, and that's saying a lot. So we'll see. I'm very excited for this. We need Juggernaut and Amulet to hit armor cap. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Juggernaut is almost entirely by itself covering. You have nodes on the Paragon tree, so it depends if you have armor on the Paragon. It also depends on whether or not you're running the, you're getting a little rest from the Paragon tree. If you do that, you can always replace or change around the jewelries that you're playing with as well. There's a plan if they got the minion Necro by 80%, still playing a viable or swap to alternative X. They're not going to gut them by 80%. They've already nerfed the Golem mastery stacking when you're still going to be able to play a Golem build. But the Shadow Minion build, like the game build that I have, you sure? Yeah, of course I am. Minion doesn't scale with level or minions. I don't think it's going to be great in game. The good thing with Mendeln is less about the X amount of damage. It's the fact that they do AoE damage with the triggers. It has more to do with that. And that's why I think it could be pretty fun to play. I bet there's a reason why they hide the numbers. So Adam Jackson said that they really haven't decided or set in stone with how they're going to operate with patch notes. Now, my personal opinion is that sounds so weird. Patch notes are supposed to outline the details of what's been changed in the game. Why not share all the details? But that was the argument that was presented. Is it because they didn't want to pay whoever wrote the fucking patch notes? They didn't want to pay him more hours to write them. So they said, well, just summarize it, like a little TLDR. Or as someone wrote on one of the YouTube comments, Usually, if you hide your work, you either did nothing or you did shit. Not my words. Not my words. Just saying. Need to choose Barber Rogue. I can help you with that. You see, I just mentally flipped a coin and it landed standing up. So NECRO, you're welcome. You are welcome. What am I looking for? What am I looking for? What the fuck is up with this YouTube recommendations? It's so fucked up. Rob reacts. Interview with the devs. Tracy, hardcore PvP, the death tourney. Just kidding, Tommy and DM. Oh, my macro bio boy, actually. Leave Indian cookies in history, bro. I got nothing to hide, man. I got nothing to hide. You watch Frost's new video? Wait, he's got another video? I'll watch that one that was posted yesterday. I did watch that one. I even gave him a comment.
GHAZZY, can you say a sentence?
An ARPG game is honestly the very definition of insanity.
How do you design a system with fun and
Like a hit mare is that worth considering in the builds? It depends on why you want to scale it. It can be in some cases, absolutely. Depends, right? So this is the amount of views I saw in the video when I commented on it. Is it up on now? 14K. Yeah. That's funny, actually. Did I miss anything? Like, is there any video I should be watching? Rax post or something? I have to check that out. What about the macro, actually? 5 days ago. Rob is on the YouTube fucking grind now, dude.
Welcome.
Give to sub, Frosty LaRue. Margin,
FT
thanks so
Margin
much, man.
gifted a tier 1 sub
Thank
to
you.
Frostyle LaRue TV. This is their first gift sub in the channel.
The very first gifted sub. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate that, man. I want to see there, minion summoner. Mage planner. Is he going AOD? All right. Thanks, so imagine. Another loop, but I'd heard some good grumbles about the next Diablo season. What does it start? It starts in 26 hours and 14 minutes. Very interesting decision. Huh. I wonder if that'll be better. And like Rob is very commonly grabbing every single multiplier he can get his fucking hands on. And the builds will do stupid amount of damage. But it also comes at the cost of defensive layers. So much armor. I went for Juggernaut, so I didn't have to do this. I imagine. Appreciate you. Thank you. Wait, did you just gift a sub and you're not even subbed yourself? What the shit? Wow. Wow. Talk about caring for others before you take care of yourself. Majority of the players put their point on generators. Sorry, they need them. I use them because I'm not used to how D4 works yet. It's a matter of getting used to it. Like, you'll get... follow a guide or you'll get the hang of it as you progress, right? Thanks for reminding me. Jesus. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Thank you. You know how many, like, a lot of streamers lost so many subs because of the continued sub structure was canceled with some shit they did in on the site, or they fixed it. I haven't heard anything about that. Season started Tuesday. Season starts in 26 hours and 13 minutes. So, I mean, the more I look at this, I feel like this is going to work really well. It's going to do a lot of damage, but you're going to have a lower defensive layers or scaling.
Welcome to the crew.
I thought it doesn't renew.
It doesn't renew.
Thanks so much, man. I appreciate that, dude. Thank you, sir. Now, Prime never auto-renews, but regular subs should, right? Alright, how much more can I stall? Feel like we need to find a video. Any good Diablo 4 videos? Does anyone have a good video I should watch? You know what? Now I know why I opened Diablo 4 Reddit. I want to see if there's anything in here. Third-party website that sells XP carries, goals, have real money transactions are not supported by Blizzard or the subreddit's mod team. Why is that a... Okay. See the trailer a few hours ago? Wait, what? Are you familiar with Wudio's event or Rack's tier list? Rack's tier list we did watch, yes. What was I looking for? Diablo. Three days ago. Hello? He might be a competitor, or Ponyhoff is a minion NECRO guy, or did you mention him anyway? Ponyhoff. Ponyhoff is the guy that always radiates of like positivity. Like he's always smiling, right? Very confident. I've seen quite some content from him. Quite a lot of content from him, actually. I don't think I've seen anything not Necromancer related from him. Did a leveling run? Very likely that I've watched him then. I do believe I know who it is. I'm still trying to like actually like get to be more accustomed to everyone in the Diablo side of things. Like I know I've been there since the launch and before that, but you know, they got the boys, you know, Macro, for example, Rudy, Rax, DM, like the boys. And I mean, it's always fun. Here's a
Trailer
video.
for Season 4 just dropped right now by Blizzard for Diablo.
6 hours ago. What is this? Play that station. This seems awkward. Huh? That's not official. And I mean, I'm not sure if the word competitor is a good way to describe it. I'm going to be honest. But doing King. Like, if you want to talk about, like, competitors, then, I mean, then I guess Macrobio Boy is a competitor as well. This industry is very awkward, very, very different when it comes to content creators. I don't really consider them to be competitors. The more people making variations of these different builds means that the community and the player base have better options or more options to choose from. And they can pick the one that fits their needs, either in the form the guide is made, or if the build itself that the guide is made for is better on one side or the other. It does not matter. The fact that we have multitude of them allows people to have or be able to get the best of the best from the community. And I think that's really good. I'm literally going to have Macro coming over. And we're going to talk about minions today. So I don't see them as competitors. Fuck no. Hell, we even had Riker sent his document with questions that he didn't get answered on the interview to Rax. Rax then sent that list with his own questions added to that to me and DM. And it was just a huge amount of fucking teamwork to put out those interviews to make sure that we got the best of the best of the best that we all could provide with all of the interviews to the community. There's not competition. We all want this game to become the best it can be. We do that by working together. And we've done that since launch. Love you in the video, man. Got actual answers out of them. I was a little concerned that I would come off as a little too rough. You know, when I asked about the map overlay, and they were like, I just felt like I had to say, before you say immersion, you know, because that was going to be the answer, and it still was, kind of. But, yeah. It's a bit of a thin line. Like, you gotta balance. You gotta balance it. I started there when he was playing HS and PUBG only. Wait, who? Who was playing HS and PUBG? Man, I remember the PUBG times. Good lord, those were good days. And Sea of Thieves. You talking about Pawnee or someone else? Actually, I know I watched some of his content. I know I watched some of his content. Can't say that I know the guy, but I know of him. Let's see. I don't think there's like literally anything to watch at all right now. So I guess what we want to do is we want to get Macro on as soon as he gets to the computer. And maybe we can hit up Rob as well, get a chit chat going with him as well. And go from there. Let me send Rob a message, actually. Where's he at? Robbity Rob. Let me see if I send him a message. Send a message as well. Oh yeah, I sent Rob a message. Good morning. You're sounding better. Thank you. I see all the content creators coming together for season 4. I don't know how other people are doing it, but I'm just a fucking gamer, man. Right, so I never actually checked Reddit if there was anything worthwhile to look through here. Is there anything worthwhile on Reddit? I feel like the Diablo 4 Reddit is so fucking dead compared to PoE, despite having a larger player base. Fed up with hate farming content on YouTube from some content creators. Uh-oh. Please tell me that's not about me. Hate gets you views. Okay, I'm gonna pause the music. This is not true. As a content creator, and I've been a content creator for over a fucking decade, I can guarantee you that all of us would much rather do positive videos. Hate views isn't getting anywhere. There's a reason I've been able to do full-time streaming. It's my written guides. And it's not because I'm a streamer that sits on 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5,000 viewers, but we have only had 2 months in the past 2 years that we have been below 1,000 subscribers. Now, if I made negative content 24/7 and went for hate views, I wouldn't have such an amazing supportive community that allows me to do this full time. I can guarantee you that most of us would not want to do this. Let's have a look at this. Music, hello. Come on. Thank you. Fed up with the hate farming content. Okay, saying this before season 4 blows up and gets to be fun. D4 prior to the incoming changes an okay game. There's a lot of issues that needs to work, but it's decent for a lot of people. Decent for casual players. Yes, absolutely. I do agree with that. Lately, some of the developers have gone on certain streamers to do interviews in good faith. A lot of the conversations was built on the idea that we could at least try to understand the rationale of why D4 was designed a certain way. Why decisions were made in a certain way. Now, not all of these decisions I personally like and certainly do not support, hence why I think it's just an okay game after 3 seasons. Problem with some content creators not the ones that did the interviews. Whew. Whew. All right, boys, I can relax again. God damn, dude, I thought I was gonna get fucking fired for an interview for being too rough or something. God damn. All right, they were cool. They were cool. Man, so cool. I gotta fucking get down on the beach and just relax or something. God damn. You guys will not have to refer to me as Mr. Cool, Daddy G-Man. God damn. All right, they turned those segments and purposely warped it to serve their own. Problem with some content creators is that they turned those segments and purposely warped it to serve their own views of what a good game is. Some of the accusations are even awful because it assumes decisions allegedly based on corporate greed. I'm going to be honest, I'm in the boat of thinking that a lot of the problems that is plaguing Diablo 4 is because they have a structure in the company that makes them care. Again, my opinion, what I think, not that I know, just my thoughts and my 2 cents, is that I feel that sometimes some decisions is a result of the company caring more about the value of the shareholders' pockets in the next quarter or for the next quarter instead of the value of the shares for those shareholders for the next 7 quarters. That's been my opinion since the very beginning when this all started. And I guess that would be in the category of corporate greed. Well, in fact, all I can see is from the devs is a very earnest view that they do care about the game. Yes, no dev goes to work thinking, today I'm going to make the worst game ever. That is my goal in today's work hours. No one does that. I dislike this hate farming meta. So fed up seeing communities getting baited into just saying bad things and maligning real people. All because they want to generate some easy views on their channel. Goal is that Adam Jackson shared was to have informed conversations. It's not being pretentious or undermining the player base because the devs operate under a different set of information that most of us who are just playing the game don't have. It's not to say that they're always right, but understanding why they make those decisions and then adjusting our concerns constructively is what should be happening. Instead, we have some YouTuber pendings and ill-advised letter to Adam Jackson is rating against his every word. What do we mean, ill-advised letter? What did I miss? What have I missed? Though a lot of this frustration. Who is he talking about? I need names. I need names. Hog last video? No. Hog said that I was awesome. I'm Team Hog. I'm Team Hog. He said I was awesome. And I hope he will say yes when I propose to him tomorrow. And I really hope he will have my babies. He said I was awesome. So whatever he said that people don't like, he's excused. There's no way. I watched that video with you guys last night. It wasn't that bad. This guy says you were cool. True. Oh, that might cancel each other out. I mean, like I said when we watched it, I don't necessarily agree with everything he said. I didn't feel like it was hate farming. I think it's more about passionate, as Joe Pipora said. Was it really that bad? Did people... Maybe it's just because I'm a European and, like, you need to, like, actually be fucking rude before I take it as being really bad. Hey, guess if you use people don't watch videos where the speaker praises the game. This is so wrong. Why are people that are not working in the industry talking as if they know how the industry works? Why is this a thing? It is consistently happening everywhere. Hate gets you views. People don't watch videos where the speaker praises the game. Yeah, they are redacted and like. The thing is, when PoE has a bad league, what happens then? We promote a bunch of videos with our feedback and concerns and criticism, and a bunch of really bad negative videos. And guess what? Those videos generate money. You know what happens directly after that? The topic's gone. And people are not playing the game anymore, so there's no traffic happening. Now every single video for the next 3 months are not generating shit. So because of the negativity, we lose thousands upon thousands of dollars. Since February, I've bled several $1,000s. And that wasn't even that bad. Because also, you know, January, February, March are pretty bad months normally in a year. But when a league is good, or a season is good, we get maybe not this super surge on a handful of videos, but we get a consistent flow of traffic for 3 fucking months. That's how I sustain being a full-time fucking streamer. Positive videos, having a good time. So to say that people don't watch videos where the speaker praises the game. It's so bad. We don't need drama. There are drama fucking, you know, chasers and whatnot. Normally live content a lot. I'm not going to name any names. You guys can figure that out yourself. That's one thing, but like saying that hate gets you views, now it gets views in 1 or 2 videos, then you're fucked for the next 3 months. I just dislike when people are, I really dislike when people are speaking about this content creation industry as if they know what the fuck they're talking about when they're not working in it. When PoE, as an example, PoE had a time frame where they had a couple of really bad situations happening. I think it was back 319, Calandra 318, 319. It was so poorly received. You know what the result was? Now, let me give you a quick run. I'm not going to throw out any names, but here's a quick little detail of what happened there that people didn't actually pay attention to. Now, I've been around in this industry for 10 years, and what happened was it was so bad that there was quite a few, I think it was 6 or 7 streamers that I know of, and at least 2 YouTubers that I personally have talked to know of that had to quit full-time content creation because they could no longer sustain themselves as a result of that. But, you know, hate gets you views, right? A couple of them still makes content, but part-time instead of full-time now. No Bay class die. All I'm saying is like it's very different from what you hear certain people say. Anyways, sorry, I'm getting completely hooked up, like stuck here. Telling people differentiated themselves with good content are gone. It's not about quality anymore. This is why I always keep myself to the point where I'm just a gamer like everyone else. I want to be able to have a open, transparent communication. I want to be myself and just have a good time. That's how I want to do this. That's how this entire community that we built here together has always been for the past 10 years. And I hope we can have that for the next fucking 50 years. Will I be alive in 50 years? Probably not with the way I live. At least for the next 40 years then, because I'll probably be dead by then. Rex might be playing the game a lot, but that does not make him a good people person? A good interviewer? Wait, what? Wait, didn't he say that? Wait, hold up. Didn't he just say? No, wait, this guy said he was good. Or cool, sorry. Why is he attacking Rex? He's just a guy who's locked himself in a basement to stream games 24/7. He's just a guy who's locked himself in a basement to stream games 24/7. People really don't know what content creation is about, right? Like, not to mention his YouTube stuff, like all the other stuff he's doing. I mean, not to mention Maxwell when it comes to racks. I make written guides. The shit I do, I mean, fuck it, man. I like... Some of us have employees. We're CEOs. There's a lot of shit we do. Depending on who you're asking. I have a fucking team helping me answer questions with my guides for people. On a daily fucking basis to start with. That's what I do. And Rex is very integrated when it comes to the Maxwell approach, right? This is so insane that people are saying these things and getting upvote for it. Doesn't he have a master? Rex has 2 masters. 2 even. And I worked as a mechanical engineer before I went full time. That's so crazy. And this is getting upvoted. People seem to like his emotion. Okay, this feels like just a personal attack. Emotionless styles is some following. But to me, it's boring as people come, and you can tell he doesn't really have the skills to professionally interview. Neither did I. It's something we learned on the job. Streaming was never supposed to be an interviewing skill thing that we were required to have. The jealous kids dislike him. Yeah, this is nuts. The speaker praises the game. Wrong. Oh, this guy's correcting him. Hey! I feel like this is very negatively loaded. I hope I'm not mentioned. Fuck, I'm being mentioned. Oh, no. Fuck me. Is this good? I would just ignore those content creators. Fuck. Oh, I'm getting attacked. There's a reason why guys like Rax, Riker, DM, and GHAZZY were even allowed to do... Oh, I take it back. This is really good. This is really good. Let's read it. Because they generally care about the game and don't shit on it every chance they get. Well, I'm a very passionate kind of gamer. So I am very open to providing criticism when it's time for it. I'm also the kind of guy that gives credit where credit is due. So I'm on both ends, I guess. But I wouldn't say I shit on it. I make memes, or I mean, I joke around with it. But no, it's fine. They can be critical times. Okay, well, you're actually discovering this. Dude, I love this guy. Who is this? Captain Jispet. What the fuck are these names? Most people realize those criticisms come from a good place. True. If people want to shit on D4, I say let them. I have 2 hands. I can play the game for myself. Enjoy it if I want to. Content creators are just that. Nothing more to me. Most of them do it for the clicks. Don't fund them by clicking. All right. Feel like I'm out of the woods. Oh, let's see. I just got a message from Mr. Creepy. Oh. This is Crip. He's talking about doing some sort of Thorns Golem. By the way, if you guys want to check out my builds, you can type exclamation build. I am responsible for all of the Necromancer guides on Ice events. Every single one of them. So if there's a problem with any of them, please do let me know. So I can fix it. This is Crip's build. Ooh. Very. Huh. Okay. Uh-huh. Hmm. That's the Paragon board. Oh shit, we got a call from Mr. Macro Bio Boy. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Make sure he's that 6 fucking boards. All right, let me give Macro a call. Let's do a voice, audio check with him. Mic check, can you hear me?
Mic check, boys. Mic check, I gotcha.
How's the sound, boys? Is it good? They just said nice, so I'm guessing it's fine.
That's perfect. You got my boy Garmin there. That's all that matters. If he can hear me, I know it's all working well.
Yeah, your boy? No, he's my boy. Don't steal him from me. I need him.
Look, there's enough Garm for everybody. All right.
That's true. That's true. All of my blood guides are entirely covered by Garm. It's crazy.
All Garmin I do is argue about like very minor changes to blood builds. Yep. Basically for hours on end, while the rest of the stream just kind of watches us say numbers at each other. So I feel that.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Oh man, I like Garm. He's been a solid guy since I started with D4 back in the beta, right? Something like that. Are you live, by the way?
I'm not live. I'm running on 0% gas. I have a small French fry from McDonald's in my stomach right now. I'll worry about streaming later. I'll be here
Sounds
now
fair.
and I'll worry about streaming later.
Yeah, I finished my... I mean, obviously, everyone's going to have to update the goddamn guides. Literally, the day after launch, since we don't know shit about the tempering modifiers or core modifier changes.
Oh, don't get me started, boy. I'm so... Look,
Yeah.
everybody knows me as like a pretty big bootlicking Diablo 4 fanboy. I'm a big dev fanboy. I am I'm pissed, but let's don't get me all turned up on it. Just show me the tempering manuals. That's all I want to say.
Dude, I was given a deadline for the guides, and I was like, I can't. Like, I can make something happen, but I need to get my question in the interview asked on Friday, like the Golem Masteries and a couple of other things. That will at least alleviate some of the reworking we have to do. It's like, oh man.
Yeah. All of today is basically going to be me, because so for the minions in particular, my boy Chronix on Maxwell is one who writes those builds, but we fully work together to craft them, and I'm basically just going to come up with full planners and basically a second guide today, get it up there, and basically just wait to hit the switch button on all of my guides. Like, the moment that we, go to the enchanter, see what's available on armor pieces, immediately go update planners like live during the level 100 rush and just click like switch on all the guides, because it's challenging.
Yeah, yes it is, and it's frustrating. That's the worst part. But I don't know. I think like let's not get stuck in it, because I'm in the same boat as you. I'm just gonna get mad, Like, the only problem I have is I made a video on it. It was in the interview. It was that the argument was that they haven't decided what they wanted or how they wanted to do the patch notes, and decided not to introduce all of the info because it would bloat the patch notes. And my mind just exploded, and I had to like restrain myself or keep myself from just opening my mouth. It's like, I don't know how to respond to that.
At the end of the day, there's humans on the other side of this, and I can respect that. I can appreciate that work is hard. I've worked in product development, and needing to maintain relationships with your end user, your customer, is hard. Give me the patch notes. Let me get overwhelmed by the patch notes. Let me decide that for myself. Let me figure that my own capacity out for that. But I hear where they're coming from. Bare minimum, they should have said, like, don't expect to see those tempers on those pieces of gear from the jump as we're in the PTR. Because we're testing things that don't exist. Why the hell are we testing them?
Yeah, everyone did, right? They made videos because they looked really cool, right? And
exactly,
that was what the PTR was. That's not going to give them feedback they can actually utilize. I don't know. It's like, I feel like the argument seemed to be more in line with the idea that, but it's going to confuse players because they're still it seemed at least to be focusing the content towards the kind of like the super casual player base. But, let's be honest, that type of player base, it's not the guys that are sitting in the Twitch chat. It's not the guys that consumes all of the YouTube videos. And it's sure shit, it's not the guys that are consuming the patch notes looking for exact details of how to min-max. The ones who want that are the ones reading the goddamn patch notes.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Oh man. Now, let's change topic from that. How are you doing, by the way? You hyped for the tomorrow?
I'm crazy hyped. The reason why I sound like a zombie right now, have you ever heard of LARPing? Live action roleplay?
Yeah, of course.
You know this thing? I've been LARPing for the past 2 weekends, so I've mostly been not sleeping during the week to get updates out to guides, then LARPing each weekend. So I'm roughly actually just a skeleton myself right now. That being said, I'm crazy hyped, man. People have been waiting. I've been enjoying the game thus far. People have been waiting to play an ARPG that actually has something worth grinding to, actually rewards you for doing stuff, and has content that'll actually challenge us. Mm-hmm. Theoretically, they've delivered on all three of those fronts here, and I get it. D4 bad. It should have been like this when it released. Whatever. Sure, yeah. I get it. I'm not interested in that conversation. What I'm interested in, though, is for people who've been on the fence or maybe haven't been clicking with it or played Season 0 and haven't played since then, to be able to play the game they paid for. That's what I'm most excited for.
No, for sure. I mean, step in the right direction. Like, originally, they took a couple of miles hike down the wrong road, and then they've been slowly trying to backtrack their way to the crossroads to take the right turn instead of the left one. And I feel like this is the biggest step in that direction. But I mean, it needs to go through the balancing and quirks and whatnot. And there's a couple of other things happening, but at least this is a really good sign. And I just hope it's going to be at the point where I can get like at least 1.5 weeks worth of enjoyment. Because if I get that, then I can milk that out to 2, maybe 2.5 weeks of enjoyment, like genuine enjoyment. And if it gives me that, I'm happy. like I get 3, maybe 4 out of Path of Exile before it starts to diminish, right? But that's after 10 years of it building up content. If Diablo fixes like 1.5, 2 weeks, then it's great. They can only go up from there, right? That's how I feel.
Yeah, now it's at the right bar now. For people like you and me, where it's like, I'm gonna see every single thing this game has to offer in the first week and a half, and the other week is just trying stuff that's cool to me, or I want to try out this build, or I want to look into this thing. Then it sustains us. The people who are going to be playing the 3-month season the entire time are actually gonna, when their characters rotate to Eternal, they're finally gonna have like this big bag of cool loot that they cared about. Rest in peace to PvPers, because I can't even imagine what PvP is going to look like when everybody is just carrying around 2,000 free additive damage and an insane amount of tempering and stuff like that. But they'll worry about that later. But no, I hear you. Just like giving people enough enjoyment out of this so that we can get hyped for it and then move on to the next ARPG, play that season, be hyped for it, and actually sustain this throughout a year.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely with you on that one. I mean, there's an expansion coming soon as well. So, I mean, it would be really nice to have the game at a point where people can feel like the D4 bad comment is now, D4 good for at least most of them before the expansion hits. And I think that could be like a really good swing in the right direction, globally, if you will. Oh, man. I don't know. It's going to be fun, you say you sound like a zombie. I updated my last guide this morning, and I took this brilliant decision of going to bed in the house instead of my cuck shed, my streamer office. It's just that I have a daughter, and so I haven't slept since yesterday.
Yeah, I can. I'm sorry. I am losing it over the term cuck shed. I need to go get a cuck shed, and 2, I need to name it the cuck shed. I'm just stealing your whole steez there, boss.
Yeah, no, I got it for Quinn, so you go ahead, man.
All right.
It's like a hand-me-down title at this point.
I'll hit up Quinn over it.
Yeah.
I'm not at hit up Quinn levels yet, but I'll shoot him a DM. We'll figure it out.
It's worth it. It's definitely worth it. So if you have the opportunity to get one, it's big recommendation. I'm curious what you plan on starting. I mean, I'm assuming it's going to be a minion one. I know it's Necro, but what's your starter?
So, starter is it's Blood Surge into minions at 30, basically. So Blood Surge using minions the entire time, and then just like fully respeccing off from Blood Surge. So like I kind of see it in tiers. So like level 1, you get up to Blood Surge with do extra damage when you have Fortify, as opposed to the Overpower one, just to normalize damage. After that, you're going to very slowly be able to actually rotate in the minions. I did the first capstone at level 25.
I saw that video.
By the time I finished it with no aspects, just the minions hitting them, just to see what would happen. Like, I could have still had Corpse Explosion. I could have still had actual damage skills. I just want to see what they did, and they just killed it. They killed it while I avoided, getting hit. But I think most people, if they're trying to go hard, but maybe they're not lunatics, you get to level 30, you go get a couple decent dungeon aspects. You go get
reanimation.
Reanimation. You pick up might aspect. You toss like hemorrhage on your bar just so you can proc DR from ranged. And then you walk into this place. You have obviously, Jesus Christ, Unyielding Commander on a two-hander. You get a 140 multi every single time you click the button.
Mm-hmm.
You can even do the Blood Orbs reduce cooldown, and then just kind of worry about generating Blood Orbs from hemorrhage, so you can cast Army of the Dead more often. And I think around level 30, most people should be sailing into World Tier 3 pretty comfortably.
Yeah.
But even if you just want to go to like 40 or 50 and just ride out pure minions the whole way, I don't see a reason really to run anything else. You could do Bone Spear for vulnerable and decent damage output, but like
just chuck everything on it. It all works.
You could put anything on it. Just pick the thing that's going to give your minions the most utility, and you're good. That's probably the best part about these changes, is it kind of doesn't matter what you add with them while you're leveling up. They're all going to work. The only thing I wouldn't recommend is Sever. I know a couple people are getting hyphy about Sever. Sever sucks. I'm sorry. I wish it was good. I had it in A tier in this past season because it was still good enough, but like I think Sever is going to be trash. You know, feel free to prove me wrong, but everything else will work fine on it.
I'm with you on it. I think Sever's a fun build to play. It's like a Shadow Dot worse version of Bone Spear. That's how I feel.
Right.
But,
are you running this with mages to actually proc Blighted? Is that what you're doing here?
Yeah, the one I made, yes. Sacrileges, Mage Galleys, and Defenders with the 99 reduced damage is how I went for it. Triggering Blight after Sever. What else did I have on it? I like the idea of Bone Storm over AOD generally. I don't mind AOD, but like I'd rather have consistent stuff rather than, oh, I'm gonna burst this boss down, which I would have killed without that burst anyways, and benefit from like the defensive layers, so like Shielding Storm and stuff like that. But I did want to mention the leveling part was pretty funny. You talked about Blood Surge into it, and I was looking at the leveling build, and it's like, it's just Blood Surge, but I'm switching a little earlier than you in my plan. I was going to go as soon as I get access to the Mage Skeletons. So I was like, yep, now I'm going to go minions now. Just switch that over to Blight and have some fun.
The only thing, so two funny parts. This season is also the first season that I'm recommending using the Sever will cast Blight. Because oddly enough, you just kind of like have space for another aspect. And I personally don't like having to try hard and cast Blight every single time before I use Sever. So I was going to mess around with it this season. But on your Surge thing as well, the big reason why I was kind of recommending waiting a little bit longer before going full into it is just because I know most people kind of want to just keep blasting the whole time and they want to feel like they're doing something a little bit more proactively. And me personally, like I'm fine of just like sitting there and watching them kill stuff, but you know, people like to like click buttons a lot. Not to talk down to them, but I understand that desire. Yeah, like not shit on, but like I understand that desire. So I was like, how do I let them have that for longer so that they have a more natural transition point? But you literally don't have to. They'll just do all the work for you.
Yeah. Garm was saying in the chat, like the switch when he gets a golem. Like I don't mind either way. It's like I just feel like the idea of it, Blood Surge is just so good in the early stages. It doesn't matter how Blood Surge performs later, just the early stages, it's just one shots everything.
It's stupid.
Fine. Yeah. And then just let the minions deal with it.
Maiden.
Yeah.
It's interesting how like leveling on the Necromancer has changed from when the game like first came out, because like you just couldn't figure out how to make Blood Surge do damage no matter what you did, and then they flipped a switch at one point, and now it's just like, oh yeah, just click that in Iron Maiden and laugh at everybody basically.
Pretty much. I like the change they did to the Damned as well.
Perfect. Put it on every amulet. Put this thing on every single amulet. Laugh all the way to the bank. It starts off at a 35% multi, so on your amulet you're getting up to what, like a 53% or something like that.
Yes.
A 53% multi from running a single dungeon at like level 15 is actually insane.
Yep. So I feel like the whole idea of like shadow minions is gonna be so solid in general.
They're gonna be really solid. The big thing I'm worried about, because everybody's talking about Golem, right? Golem.
I don't know why.
The shadow mages are very good. This reduction to how many mage mastery affixes you can get, I feel like is going to hit them really bad, because they don't have a like the Golem Paragon glyph says just give your Golem more damage, and then the board also just says double your Golem's damage. It's like 100% multi.
Yeah.
The mages don't have that.
Yeah.
Which is like a weird. I think nowadays they need to really look at the Paragon board and realize just how antiquated it is based off of the itemization changes. So I'm a little bit afraid of what the output of mages are going to look like, but I think they should still be solid, like all throughout the early game and like mid game progression.
So like my argument has always been when comparing shadow mages versus like a golem focused minion build is that like the golem is gonna slap boss is crazy. I mean, you did the math. I'm just not gonna take any credit there. You did all of that. It's just like we're gonna touch between half a billion to a billion, right? That's the numbers we're expecting at least.
Yeah.
I mean, that's gonna slap. The problem is the current state of the game and what we're looking at for the sake of the end game the amount of time you spend slapping bosses like that is not that much compared to clearing, and the clear is significantly worse than a shadow minion. And then again, they don't have that, but you also have to think about, like, I think you were the one who said that, you know, it doesn't matter how many billions your golem's going to hit. It's going to take him, 15 minutes before he reaches the target. Whereas you're
watching that golem come sprinting across a full screen because it got stuck attacking a barrel fucking 2 screens back is like draining real life time from my mortal coil. Like, I'm gonna die sooner watching this golem run across a battlefield. Your mages are just like, they're up in it. I mean, they also just attack barrels. We're not going to talk about that though. We're not going to talk about the AI, which drives me crazy. So, no, but you have a good point. They're literally just better at AoE clear, right?
You get, like, what I would refer to it as AoE coverage. We had the same problem in any ARPGs. Like, I recently did a single focused minion build in PoE as well, and especially when they're melee, you are completely at the mercy of the AI, which is not perfect. It's better with the PTR, better in Season 4 than before, but it's not perfect. And when you have one minion, where that unit is where your damage is. And if that's not where you need it to be, it's going to be inferior. Whereas when you have a larger quantity of minions, that's going to be fine. And you don't need to hit a pack of, white monsters, regular ass normal monsters for, 750 million damage. One mage skeleton is going to deal with that. You're fine, So I feel like the clearing just makes that better. And then if you look at the comparisons on Uber bosses, oh, but the golden builds are going to slap them. It's going to be so easy. Let's be honest. A Shadow Main minion build will also be destroying those bosses. It's just going to take a couple of seconds longer. But that build has already killed that boss because the golem build hasn't gotten to the boss when that's happening. That's kind of how I feel with it when you're comparing the two. So I'm still on the fence on making a guide out of the golem build. I have one ready, but I just don't want to make it just for the clicks. I feel like the Shadow Mania will be better.
There's so our approach on max roll is just one. I feel like you can cover both of them. We have a physical damage golem focused version. We have a shadow focused mage version, kind of covering both bases. I think they're both going to do really well. I think high level pit is where we're going to start to see the difference of what can you get away with vis-a-vis how much damage you need to be able to put out at what rate to be able to successfully clear in time. But we're just kind of covering both of them and saying we think they'll both be decent.
They both will definitely
pick your flavor.
But you guys have, how many people are making NECRO guides on max roll right now?
Just me and Chronix. So before that, it was just me, and then we had 2 other guides that were picked up, one by Echo Hack and one by Dark Humility. They've taken a step back, and we brought on Chronix, so I've split the guides between me and him at this point, which has been pretty nice to not have to do all 9 build guides every season.
Yeah. I know the feeling. I have a team helping me with PoE, but I am alone on the D4 front.
Oh my boy.
So all the Itemization D4 guides are it's all me, baby. So if there's any issues with them, you're not just it's me to blame. But I don't know. It's I like having we talked about that before when someone mentioned the competitors, and I kept saying it's not competitors. We're all here to help each other out. With the interviews, Riker sent the unanswered questions to Rax, and Rax sent all his unanswered questions over to me and DM. We're all helping each other out with the same goal. We want this game to be the best we can make it.
Absolutely.
And with that said, it's when it comes to the build guides and the written format that you and I are very much active in, I just keep telling people it's amazing that we have different versions. Sometimes, one person might have a better performing, slightly different style of it than the other. But the most important part of it is that we are providing different type of play styles and approaches to these kind of builds, allowing the audience or the community to have options. Some people might prefer the way that guide is structured or that guide is structured. It has nothing to do with competition. It just means that we all have to step up our game and make sure we have the actual best performance in the way we
Right.
promote our guides, and that's just good for everyone.
I'm looking at my DMs right now, right? Because I got the stream open so I can read what people are saying. But the people I'm talking to right now about Necromancer, obviously I'm literally sitting here right now with you, Maxwell, Icy Veins on here. I'm talking to Criparian right now about what their approach to playing Golemmancer is going to be. Obviously I'm talking to my boy Chronix. I have Operator Otter, he's big on Reddit, who we're talking about how the guides are. Sir K, who's a person that works with Otter. I'm talking to the people from Sanctuary Discord, so you got your boy C-Todd. Obviously Ava is joined over onto Maxroll, but like we were just joking about at the beginning, we have Garm over there talking about Garm. There are so many people smashing their head against this class because it's been pretty historically one of the harder to understand classes because none of the things do what they say. But the idea of like competition, like is there a finite number of clicks on the internet? No, I think most people, if you go ask them, check out multiple guides, they see what they like, they take the parts and they move on with their lives. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you on that. I like it. Speaking of Crip, it's not just Maxwell and Ice. Like Crip is making his guide on Mobalytics. Yeah, he said I was talking to him earlier. I just spoke to him and said if you checked if he wanted to jump in on the call with us. And he sent me. I'm not sure if you've seen it. I'll send it over to you. He is talking about Thorn's Golem.
Yeah, he's been on about Thorn's Golem. Yeah. I just personally hate Thorns in this game.
I'm with you on that one.
But I think Thorn's Golem will absolutely work. You know, I don't know if you see him around. There's a guy named Bacterial. Bacterial is big up on Thorns. Bacterial loves Thorns.
Like, are we talking Rod Ferguson big in Thorns, or like?
Yes, and he's done the math about how Thorns works, so he's got that little bit of an edge over Rod Ferguson. No, but he's big up on Thorns, and it's I'm excited to see what it does when they finally get 100% of your stats, and you don't need a ring that says 3 different affixes of your minions inherit Thorns damage anymore.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, let me pull up Crips. Yeah, so he's got Reap on here. I'm like fully off from Reap, I think, at this point. I'm actually going instead of Casting Blight, I like Bone Prison. I love Bone Prison. And then
I'm allergic to Bone Prison, but that's because of the amount of time spent bashing my head into a brick wall, beating Uber Lilith to get world first with the men down. We used the lucky hit triggers with the Bone Prison. I'm just so done. The worst part, I think, is spend over 20 hours bashing my head into a wall, only to have the guy I actually designed the build in the end with, Sinity, actually beat me a handful of hours before I finally got it. So I got second kill as a mini build. That just took away my win.
Stole it right from you.
Yeah, but I mean, I will say this though. I mean, beating Uber Little back then was genuinely enjoyable.
Was a thing. Was a real ass thing. I remember. Yeah, that's what I always point to as well. People will say, you know, the Necromancer's never had like a broken build. I'm like, do you remember when everybody just told you to go make a Bone Spear Necromancer if you wanted to be able to kill Uber Lilith? We all seem to forget that for some reason, but when people started finally circulating, it's like, oh no, GHAZZY went and killed it with a minion build. I'm like, man, shout out to my boy GHAZZY out here doing minions, doing the Lord's work.
That's funny. You know, a couple weeks after that, Sinity actually did it after tons of tries without Mendon. I would.
Oh, on just the minions?
Yeah. I would never even attempt such a endeavor. Holy Christ. But he did it. It took him a long time, but he did it. And that was impressive. But, man, it was fun, though. And now, you know, we don't even have to go Bone Spear to do it. Now everyone, well, maybe not everyone. But.
Yeah, you can walk up, put on a Thorns potion in AFK for 40 minutes. You'll eventually kill her.
Yeah.
You know, I see somebody in chat saying I miss Hard Lilith. I'm excited that the pit is now actually like a challenging thing for people to actually go smash their gear up against.
Mm-hmm.
I think Lilith can be okay as a casual player's pinnacle content to test whether or not they got the stuff. And I think that's kind of fine. My major issue with it is like you kill her one time in a season, and there's no reason to ever go back and do her. So like, why does she exist in the game?
Yeah. I mean, it's there's that. I know, like I have my idea of how I would like it to be, but like the problem is that the game is not catering to the type of player base that I consider myself to be, and that's okay. And that's perfectly fine. I can still have fun with the game in other means, but I do miss this aspirational challenge, right?
Yes.
And oh, they missed such a huge opportunity. I talked about it before. I mentioned it to DM. I believe DM mentioned it on the interview as well with Adam Jackson. I said it several times when they introduced that fiery horse for killing Duriel. And I said, like, why not just give us something really special, like an actual maggot? Can you imagine riding on a maggot in Key of Shad, just showing off your, your swag on a maggot?
Yeah, there's I feel like that's inevitable, right? It's so very interesting to me. There are so many models that worked so well in World of Warcraft. Because the moment that you said, what if you're riding around on Maggot? I don't know if you played WoW, but the first thing I thought of was riding around on my red Karaji battle tank after they opened up on Karaj. If anybody else played WoW, they know what I'm talking about. It was so cool going from, here's my cool horse, to riding around on basically this like beetle mech. And if you saw somebody on that thing, you were like, oh, damn, that dude has done the hardest content in the game. And that's like, that was big cool for me.
Yeah, it's like really tells, like you can show off and people will know, right? That's kind of the idea with transmogs to begin with. And I don't know, I just feel like it's a missed opportunity. But it's hard to pinpoint him. Crip just got back. He's not home at the moment, so he can't jump onto the call though. Let's see what else he wrote.
How are you feeling about blood necromancer builds, especially now that we know they nerfed the elemental surge lucky hit proc? Because I think there's no reason to run blood builds.
So I gotta be careful because Garm's in the chat with what I say.
Yeah, no, I think Garm and I are on the same page right now vis-a-vis blood builds.
So before I answer that, for the guys in the chat, the Macrobio boy, Necromancer, Genius, Maxwell Guy Rider is on the call. Give him a shout out earlier. Make sure you guys give him a follow. He's on the call right now. It's not a podcast or anything. We're just friends talking about shit we love. It's also called milking content, but I mean,
hey, we're generating something from nothing.
Yeah.
Also, if you don't recognize my name as Macrobio Boy, I might be who your favorite streamer refers to as Marco Boy Boy, because I did pick the hardest name to pronounce in streaming. I didn't want to. Macrobio was already taken on Twitch. So shout outs to whoever has the Macrobio name. You have ruined my brandability. I appreciate you.
That's funny. I just took my middle name. I had a TV.
Oh, that's perfect. Hold on. Is your middle name just GHAZZY?
Yeah.
No, it's got to be something. Oh, that's awesome. My middle name's Angelo. That's not a great marketable name.
Fancy as fuck. What are you talking about?
Yo,
Angelo?
Angelo. Shout outs to being Italian about it.
So no, wait, I thought you were from America.
So I am. My grandfather's off the boat from Italy. I'm second gen immigrant family here. But yeah, I'm in Boston, Massachusetts. I get into my Boston accent for you. How you doing?
I've learned how to speak American actually rather recently.
Let's hear it.
It's all about slowing down your speech. And that's how you talk American. Just a little bit lower pitched and slowing down the words that's coming out of my mouth. Is that good?
That's a pretty decent Owen Wilson impression. Have you ever heard, the guy? Wow. Yeah. Make it a little bit longer. That's a pretty decent Owen Wilson. I thought I was transported there for a moment.
Yeah, no, the Owen Wilson, wow, my mods have been on me about that for years. But to answer your question, Blood. I think Bloodlands will perform better than Blood Surge, and Blood Surge is like 60,000 HP, unkillable, super leeching, So you can't die. The problem is the enemies ain't gonna die either. So I mean,
Yeah, it was so bad. So during the PTR, everybody kept asking me to try out the new gloves, Core's Embrace, and everybody loves Death Speaker's Amulet, right? Like,
Yeah.
like we wish this thing would do anything. And I went, all right, here's what we're gonna do. Core's Embrace triggers Lucky Hit, it shouldn't. Death Speaker's Amulet triggers Lucky Hit, it shouldn't. We'll put them both onto the build. We'll go full minions. We'll go full Corpse Explosion setup. And I was doing fine. I was unkillable, like you just said.
Yeah.
I got through pit, whatever, like once they stopped scaling, like pit 100 something. And then I went, all right, let's go start fighting some Uber bosses. Like, let's make this happen. I walked up to Uber Varshan, who has a barrier. And when that barrier is up, it stops crits and overpowers, even though that shouldn't happen anymore. They fixed that, supposedly.
Okay.
Unironically, GHAZZY, I fought him for 20 minutes without being able to kill him and just very slowly ran out of potions. And then I eventually died. I took the exact same build. All I did was put Blight on my skill bar, put the Ebon Piercer amulet on. I went and killed him first try. I was disgusted.
But Ebon Piercer was bugged back when you did that, right?
It was, but you would think that on a full Blood Surge build with a Blood Surge Paragon and a Blood Surge skill tree, I shouldn't be able to put on 1 point Blight and go kill an Uber boss.
Okay, that's
significantly faster than my fully furnished build was. It is so frustrating. Regardless of what people think, I feel like the nerfs to overpower continue to come down because the barbarian overperforms, and the blood necromancers are like perpetually getting kicked in the leg just for existing in the same damage bucket.
Yeah.
And they nerfed our glyph. I don't know why they nerfed our glyph. I don't think we were doing too much overpower damage, but apparently Dominate needed to be nerfed. They're taking a really interesting approach of basically just ignoring the blood builds and hoping we don't notice.
I don't know. It's so hard to understand some of the decisions. It feels very often that decisions on balance changes are numerically just randomly taken. Like the information is we're gonna have to nerf X or Y, and then they look at it and be like, yeah, let's just throw in this random number on the damage on that, and they just hope it sticks. That's kind of how it feels that they've done in the piece in the past, like with the minion defenses. They said, oh, minions are too overpowered during the beta to level 25, and then they destroyed them, and they were like, yo, this is too much. And then they were like, yeah, we're listening to the community, so let's just ramp it back up. And then the Reddit was back on, the fire was out, and people said, oh, they're listening to the community. And I was like, did you guys not see what just happened? They nerfed it without even bother testing it, and then you praised them for listening. And that was really scary because it feels like that's happening. I'm not sure if that's the case, but that's how it feels.
It's because in talking with them, I think they're incredibly intelligent people when I talk to them. Every single time I've ever talked to them, I've walked away going, this person is understanding their game to a level that I think most people won't give them credit for. And they are wildly passionate. They have decades upon decades upon decades of developing various types of games, but also this type of game. And then just shadow nerfs come out for a glyph. So now you just get slightly less powerful. And we reduced how much additive damage you get from stacking up Fortify. So it's like, oh, the only thing that necromancers are really, really good at doing is stacking up Fortify, and now that's less valuable. Oh, we're changing all these things. If you're fortified, you get more DR. It's like, okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
It seems like a weird thing to change, just kind of out of nowhere. What about all the actual issues with Fortify, which is if you get hit one time, you're no longer fortified. What the hell is the point of this stat? Yeah. Like, it's a thing that says you get 15 DR on the first time you get hit, basically once every 30 seconds. And it's like, that's nothing, guys. Like, that's nothing. Like, what am I doing with that? So I'm fully there with you where it's like, I don't know what telemetry is being used to make these decisions, but it sure as hell isn't my gameplay experience or your gameplay experience or the number of people who have access to the developers who can send them this information. And it could definitely get frustrating. Again, I like to give people the benefit of the doubt, and I like to assume I don't have the full picture, but we consistently kind of get smacked across the board on these builds. And I don't know. I think, to me now, my copium is there's a lot coming in the expansion. So what's the point of doing it now? Like, that's unironically how I'm kind of keeping myself afloat whenever I look at something and go, this makes absolutely no sense to me.
But that's the part that scares me. Like some of the changes that led to me feeling the way I described earlier just means that I don't really feel that safe or comfortable knowing that the next batch of changes comes. Like the last patch notes had a change saying, oh, some of these tempering are underperforming, some are overperforming. We changed some of them, but no info. And one of the guys in the YouTube comment in that, let me see if I can find it. I want to give you a direct quote.
Adjustments.
He said,
you're a lunatic opening up YouTube comments, just raw dog.
Oh, this one's good. Usually, if you hide your work, you either did nothing or you did shit.
That's powerful.
And I read it and I was like, you know what? It's pretty good. But on what you said, I'm with you on it. And I talked to these guys quite a lot. I mean, you've been around much longer than me in the Diablo part of the ARPG industry. And my take has always been that there is not a dev in the entire world that wakes up in the morning, eats his breakfast, and drives to work with the sole intent of telling himself, today, I'm going to make the worst game ever. Like, no one does that. Like, they're fantastic people. They're smart people. So I just want to know where are things going wrong, you know? What is happening? But like my only description of the other logical conclusion that I've come up to that I believe might be accurate, I'm not sure, but I'd be happy for them to come in and be like, yo, guys, what the fuck are you saying? That's wrong. And that is that they seem to have, or to give some context, for a game to progress and get changed and updates, to have a final goal of a finished painting or a vision, if you will, you'll need to take steps to get to that vision. The problem I think that is happening is that there isn't one vision for the progression and updating and changes to Diablo, but rather a multitude of them. And different changes that are implemented is going towards one of these visions. And that's why some of these things just doesn't make any sense. Maybe it's because of the way the company is structured, with communication between the teams. I don't know. But having like a sole single goal to work towards, I think could help a lot with that from my perspective and experience. And RB on the chat is saying a roadmap or project plan, which Adam Jackson did talk about why they don't want to do that, because once they promoted a roadmap, which is actually what Last Epoch did rather recently, now they've told the community what to expect. Now they have to do that.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a bad thing, though.
It's so again, I have a little bit of experience. I used to work for a benefits management company in the United States for pharmacy plans. What that all boils down to is we had a product, people would use our platform, and we knew when we were going to get features out there. But the moment that we communicated it, we knew that our partner companies and people using the platform would start making demands. So there's a lot of give them enough so that they know what they're getting, be able to make promises when we know we can keep them. But anything we can hold close to the chest, we do. Because we're talking about, we're talking about companies in the billions of dollar ranges. I won't name who I worked for, but that's what we're talking about. You see Last Epoch, you see PoE, being able to give much more straightforward, here's what's coming down the line. Now, I'm very, very ignorant to the PoE space, so please correct me here or validate what I'm saying. They go, here's what we're going to throw out there. They throw it out there. It seems like the PoE community kind of sets on fire for about a 2-week period. And then inevitably this other thing comes out and goes, all right, we're changing the things that y'all got really, really pissed about. Here we go. Here it is. Here it is for you. I think PoE can get away with doing that without drastically reducing their financial stability and shedding players. Correct me if I'm wrong.
That's pretty accurate, but you also have to keep in mind that when they get the feedback, they are responding to those things not just quickly, but in many cases accurately. And that's something we're missing in Diablo 4. Taking the time it takes from getting the feedback to actually something happening, the changes that are coming, sometimes, like you mentioned before, just doesn't make any sense. Like, what?
Sure.
what is happening here? Like the 45, for example, or back in the beta with the minion life, as was the first one that concerned me. And it's just been an ongoing consistency of that happening. But I mean, I like in the start, I felt like, yeah, they just need to get into things, but like that specific part has not changed. And I really hope that's going to be something that is going to be worked on. I just don't know what the issue is. Is it structure company? Is it the company is so big? But I just feel like in GGG's sake for PoE, there is a vision, like changes that is being implemented. It's a select few. In some cases, only one person that has the final say. Is this fitting the idea or the picture, the image of what we're trying to achieve with the game? And if it goes against that, you're not going to see that being implemented into the game. And that doesn't seem to be the case. And I'm assuming that's because of the size of the company, where, like I mentioned before, it feels like there's several different visions and changes that are being implemented is heading towards these different parts of it. And that's causing these issues. At least that's how it feels from my perspective.
I think there's a couple different factors, right? Like this is a game that was developed through the pandemic, so that's always like partly like you don't have to keep banging that drum. The point though is that this is a game that's been developed over a long time. I think a lot of systems were people's pet projects, and then they all kind of needed to get meshed together because we had to release this year because they had to delay it in the first place.
No.
And then they just had to hit the 6/6/23, so it had the best marketability possible. And what I think we've been seeing is up to this season, and if you listen to the devs, I do think they're being pretty honest about it. We're now getting to a point where they actually have a vision for the game, and they want to get it to that point. So again, my copium is now we're not just getting Loot Reborn here. We're getting like a recodified version of the game where everything, or at least most of it, should hopefully make sense. So anything that they add on to it now can be a more concentrated, more concerted effort. We understand how the classes all look if you look at them individually, and now we understand how they all work together. Now when we make changes, it's not just going to have these weird downstream effects of screwing over other classes. That's my hope.
No.
And I think, again, I think an expansion is a place where you can terraform the game. Everybody can walk in fresh and take everything that they've learned over this past year and a half. Well, a year right now, but it will be a year and a half by the time the expansion comes out later this year, where like, okay, cool. There's less missteps. We can communicate more confidently. We can hold the players accountable for understanding what we're communicating as well, right? Like there's that trust between the player base and the people making the game and the faces that you see every day. I think they've brought in a ton of really smart people. I don't know how your community has been responding to the developer Colin. Colin was on the most recent Campfire chat.
Do you know how Tarky Cat looks?
Who?
It's he's not streaming that much or at all lately. Old school PoE streamer. Colin looks like a little chubbier version of him, like almost identical. But Colin was a goat. Awesome. He was amazing.
Colin's super goated. I've had the opportunity to talk with them previously. Like I got to meet him when we went out to BlizzCon. Super smart, straight to the point. Very like, not like an incredibly serious person, but very no nonsense. Like they just kind of like said what they needed to say about what was happening. I feel like they've been making these people available for us as the player base to get to know, get to appreciate their mentality. I loved these interviews. I think these interviews were great. You know, people were complaining, oh, they didn't talk about the very specific quality of change thing that I was looking for. I'm like, that wasn't the purpose of these things. The purpose of these things is to humanize these people and get to hear it from them, you know, so that we don't have to guess why things are happening. They get to let us in on why it's happening. We can disagree with it, but at least we know now. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's like, I believe it was you said something about that in one of your videos, I think. When a change is happening, at least we've been told. And that's all we want. We just want to be told about the information and be kept up to date and like kept in the loop, if you will, right? Because when we get these shadow changes and whatnot, that's the thing that stings. It's just like it just doesn't feel like they're being honest with you, right? That's kind of harsh way to put it, but we want to have the transparency when patches are released and changes are being made and the way they behave and the way they do things. We want the cards on the table, right? Like it's not
100%.
I think that's a pity.
It's not an unreasonable desire I do think they've been getting a lot better at it. Like, think about like the first campfire chat we had versus like the most recent one. Like, it's light years better. I think they're getting better at it. I think they hear us continuing to cry out for more transparency, more information, more knowledge. They're now more comfortable with what they can and cannot share. At the end of the day, they have like 30 companies above them at this point, right? Like, it was Daddy Activision, now it's Daddy Blizzard, and that means it's Daddy Xbox, and you know, everybody needs to stay on Microsoft's good side, which is a terrifying thing but that's a whole other conversation. But I think we're getting there.
I mean,
I think our patience has paid off, and I'm personally excited for the future where it can only get better. Or we keep bitching, right? If it doesn't get better, I go back to bitching. I go back to, hey, give me what happened.
Yeah, I mean, we'll do that, but I just read a Reddit post earlier about like negative hate views and whatnot, and I'm like, people saying that that's what streamers would rather do, and I'm like, we don't want that. That gives us some views on that video, or maybe the next two. We don't want to make negative videos. We all want this game to succeed because that gives us views and money for like a couple of days. Good videos and a good game, that gives us money and traffic and views and exposure for the next 3 months. We don't want negativity. We want positivity. We always wanted to. That's how the industry works. But I mean, Blizzard, like the way the company is right now, there's a lot of money behind that. The only thing that surprises me is that they have that much money, and Blizzard's always been, real Activision as well, been really good at marketing. They're putting millions upon millions of dollars in marketing, and they still can't afford proper microphones for the dev chats. It just surprised me.
Okay. That's when.
Wait, tell me I'm wrong now. Tell me I'm wrong.
It's really interesting. The really interesting part is, and also shout out to the production team. I also know some of those guys, really great people. It's so funny that Blizzard is simultaneously this like multi-billion-dollar like wild giant in the industry, but that doesn't mean they know how to put on a good podcast, right? Like, where's their podcasting branch of the developers? So they're walking into these things, and sometimes like one of the other person's like microphone is now picking up everybody's microphones, or somebody moves away, now they're getting picked up by like a third microphone that's in there, and you're just like, what is happening?
No.
And it sucks. Anytime that like a microphone doesn't work crisp clean the exact first time, it's absolutely horrid.
Yep.
But I've mostly been entertained watching them like learn how to move into that space, because again, I don't think anybody gets hired to be good at doing a podcast, and now they realize they're like, oh man, we probably, if we want to be able to do this well, if we want to be able to move into this space and make us more accessible in that way, we should probably bring in some people who know what they're talking about, know how to set things up. I also think it's gotten better, obviously, right? Like,
it's definitely gotten a lot better. Like you said, I mean, look, compare the first one to where we are now. It's significantly better now. And it is fun. I also liked when we had these interviews. It was just these guys with their gaming headset and their mic, and it just felt so human, if you will.
It felt very real.
Yeah.
Like, it felt very, very
I
real.
like that. And I don't mind that a little bit. I like the devs. Like, I mean, I think I'm in the same boat that I think a lot of people are, and that is expecting this multi-billion, like super big, like huge amount of money, super big company to make sure that if they're going to have a presence the way they have like that, they would hire someone to help them make sure that this is like the best they can do and make sure it's tested and everything. But you know, it's a minor thing. It is funny. I'll keep making fun out of it.
It's fun. It's funny every time.
Yeah,
it's funny every single time. When the game crashed during the stream, right? That was the funniest thing. I thought that was absolutely hilarious.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it makes for good clips. I think it makes for good stuff. I think all of it points back to we are just humans walking around all trying our best. Like you said, nobody wakes up and goes, I'm going to go put on a shitty podcast. They go, I'm going to go try my best to make sure that OBS and Voice Meter Banana and our mics all actually, synced up today. And when it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But
yeah, no, exactly.
You have Mendeln Summoner on here. Can we talk about this? We still doing Mendeln in season 4?
So I have this is a build I want to try. So I've made this because I had a guy who tested it and he said it works. The problem is, like I threw it together and I told the guy, you got to test this for me because I didn't have time with the PTR. It works. The problem is consistency, and I need to test it to see what I can do to change it, if there's anything I can do to improve it. So it works. It's not meta, but it will definitely perform. It's consistency, because the goddamn bone mages are actually killing themselves, even if you're trying to invest into mitigating that. But it is Deathless Visage with Ring of Mendel, and having these mage skeletons casting Bone Spears is kind of like the whole idea of it. And then having, corpse tendrils and, buffing the shit. But the idea with the skill tree was, let's do it this way. Obviously, fueled by death, hued flesh, and all that jazz. Curses, masteries, and just ramping up like Evulsion and Serration, those things. And having Bonded in Essence. I'm not, Death's Defense is completely irrelevant in this case. But, Bonded in
Death's Defense is trash. There's no reason to put points into it. Here's my question. How are you applying Vulnerable?
Vulnerable? Let's see.
Yeah.
What was it? I have it here somewhere. It was one of the gear pieces that we had a modifier.
Oh, lucky hit chance.
Yes, because we're doing so many hits with Bone Spear, right? So you're gonna hit it, right? So that's how we do with the vulnerable. So that should be like a guaranteed, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, on Bone Spear, even if it's not the first shot, it's the second shot. You'll get it up.
Yeah, and if you have your mages triggering as well, I mean, I don't see it not happening, right? So that was the way I was gonna do it. But again, I want to play around with this because I love the idea of your bone mages casting it, but keeping them alive. I don't know what else I can do with it. I know it works, not meta, but it's like your damage will be good, and then it will be worse than good or less than good because now you have to resummon your minion, right? So that's kind of like the problem with it.
Running because once I sat down and tested the Bone Spear mages, and I was like, oh, you're just casting Bone Spear through your mages. That's mechanically how it works. It is you casting Bone Spear. It doesn't care about their damage. It doesn't care about their scaling. That's actually good. That means that you can ignore your minions entirely. You just have to have them on your skill bar. And I ran into High Level Pit, and it just turned out I would have preferred to have the multiplier from sacrificing them, because your minions just every 6 casts just shooting a Bone Spear in some direction didn't feel very good to me, regardless of how cool it was and how much I wanted it to just be Bone Spear a Palooza. Bone Spears everywhere. You get a Bone Spear, you get a Bone Spear. I do like the idea of, on any build where you are not actually scaling your minions' damage, that's where Ring of Mendel is actually the best nowadays, because it scales off you. All it cares about is them attacking fast. I can't fit it onto builds. Every time I look at it, I go, I could have a multiplier here with better stats, and that's basically where I'm at with the Ring of Mendel, just kind of across the board.
Yeah, I feel like the change from Lucky 8 to 6 attack was a nerf, straight up, just not that good.
Yeah. So first it was, okay, it's just based off attack speed, and everybody's like, oh, this is going to be so good, and I'm like, I actually don't think that's very good. I understand why they did it. It makes it a lot more intuitive. You can, if you're some kind of god gamer tracking each individual one of your minions' attacks per engagement, you can somehow get it ready to trigger. But me being able to cast a Bone Spear and basically 50% of the time triggering Mendel was pretty consistent. And now it's just kind of your Bone Spear minions are going to die, unless they only had to attack 3 or 4 times that combat. And at that point, it's okay, they're shooting out a Bone Spear once every combat engagement. Is that anything? I don't know.
If the damage is enough, right? But at the same time, every 6 attack, it's one of the good things with Ring of Mendel was the fact that you get AoE from the explosion, right?
Yep.
That's the main purpose of it. But once you play Bone Spear regularly with enough gear, you're supposed to cast 1 Bone Spear, and the enemy pack is now dead, right?
Yep.
So you don't really have to trigger that many. That's the idea of it. But the Deathless Visage affecting it is really cool with it, right? But I don't know. I want to play around with it. It's I put it at temporarily when I did a tier listing of it. I was talking in chat about it, and I said I'll probably have it on a B tier And then after some discussions, I was like, you know what? I can temporarily put it in A tier because if it, if it really turns out bad, it's just, a couple changes and now you're playing Shadow Minions. So it's not that bad, So I'm keeping it there for now, but it's definitely one of those first things that I really want to engage with to see if I can make it work, because it's not going to be a meta build, but it looks cool and it's going to be a fun build to play.
The upside to it is, ironically enough, at this point, Bone Spear's worst case scenario is actually like single target boss damage, right?
Yeah.
Like that's actually the thing it's worst at doing. It's still not bad at it by any means, but it turns out it's like pretty mediocre. The Bone Spear minions are going to work the best when you have a single target, and all of your minions also work better when they have a single target, because that means you're dumping all of your burst damage into just the boss. And here, I think that outweighs the benefit that you would get from sacrificing them, because you really don't need crit chance anymore. True. Sacrificing the minions get you that vulnerable damage multiplier, which is significant, but that's made up by the other, the minions actually attacking the whole time. The big thing I'm concerned about is running all those minions sure says I don't get 18% damage reduction from my skill tree. And that's a lot of damage reduction to say.
It's Memento Morris.
Yeah, it's so much damage reduction to just say, oh, I don't need that. Like it's real ballsy to say like, oh, I guess I don't need 18 DR on a Bone Spear Necro that was always basically made out of paper tissue.
But we got 5% buff of 45, bro.
Bro, the 45. I am so unironically. Can you scroll up just a little bit on the skill tree? I don't have this one open. I'm putting Necrotic Carapace at least 1 point on every single Necromancer build.
Yeah, I was thinking of doing that. I'm not a little bit on the fence with it because of how 45 works. I'm like, okay, I can mitigate one attack, and then I'll get it up and eventually, and then I'll get one attack. And I just don't feel like putting that 1 point in there is that valuable. Some builds, absolutely, especially mini builds, would have a higher value of it because you normally shouldn't be hit that many times. And when you do, having that first hit being mitigated is kind of nice, like a butcher finally getting to you. Like, okay, I don't have to scream. After he swung his, his first attack on me, now I can start screaming, So I don't mind it.
Yeah, now I'm dead because he's going to get me. But before that, I'm okay. Well, here's the thing, though. You don't have Memento Mori on this build. You kind of don't have other options other than 1 point Necrotic Carapace. I'm trying to sell everybody on 1 point Necrotic Carapace now.
Yeah, I mean, I respect it. I think it's fair. I think that you have other sources, though, as a minion or Necromancer generally. I mean, obviously, we're sitting on the... Oh, God, I thought that first said Andariel, sorry. Thought I had to make a change in the guide already. We have things like Hardened Bones, right? Yeah, obviously armors, but we already have Hardened Bones. That's just straight up 25% DR.
It's actually insane.
It is. But speaking of DR, I gotta remember to ask you another question I really wanted to talk to you about. But where is it? I had it here somewhere. The modifiers on Tyrael's Might is so nutty. Like plus maximum resistance, and you get DR on it. Because DR is like, you don't see it that, like, it's so much rarer now, right? So you don't have that many slots where you can grab it. And I don't know if there's any other sources of maximum resistances to all elements.
No, yeah, so all we had was the Pants of Tacit Skies, which is the worst item I've ever seen.
Pretty much.
Unironically, in this game. It's pretty heinously bad. But the more we were talking about Tyrael's Might and the fact that they've made it so that you can cap out on armor just by putting a max armor roll on your pants and a total armor roll on the temper, and if you need to, like, one skull, that means that we've opened up an aspect slot for not needing, Disobedience or Juggernaut.
Yeah.
Tyrael's Might fits onto a lot of builds all of a sudden because it sure says stop a lot of damage.
And it says your skills unleash Divine Barrage. So what I'm thinking is Bone Mages having that trigger on their shit. Because that's your skill.
Oh, yeah.
So we kind of want to double dip a little bit in it. So there's a couple ideas I want to play around with. It doesn't solve them surviving,
Nope. No.
But I mean, if they do enough damage, maybe resummoning them sometimes is not that bad.
Bone Mages can't say they kill themselves anymore. Like, at this point in the video game, it's it is unreasonable for them to kill themselves. Was it flavorful before? Sure, why not? They just can't say they kill themselves anymore. There's no reason for them to say it. Just balance, slightly balance them down just a little bit. There's no reason that they should kill themselves anymore. But what I'm really interested with Tyrael's Might is, depending on what skill triggers it, what does it carry for lucky hit chance? It shouldn't, but it's inevitably going to have some kind of broken interaction with lucky hit chance, and that's the thing I'm actually excited to test out, other than just how much damage reduction it affords you.
I mean, that's fair. I was thinking about, right. So I feel like, you and I are like minions, necromancers. I mean, it's always been there. We love it. We just got, we got a hand. And I'm like at a position where I just don't want to sit there and come off as me asking for the entire arm and a kidney. Like, I'm happy that we're getting so much already that I feel kind of bad complaining or asking for more. Right?
Nah, man. I feel you completely. The big thing, and I kind of touched on it in my video, which is just like, yes, minions are cool now. That's awesome. Boom. That's the biggest selling point here. Absolutely. What about the builds that have been screwed over for like the longest time? Like, Sever is just now not good. It's just not good. I think Blood Surge and Bloodlance are now just not good. Like, in comparison to other things. Can you play them? Absolutely. Will they do stuff? Yes. And when I say not good, I'm talking about for, speed farming tier 200 pit. I'm talking about doing the best content at the fastest rate possible. I'm not talking about, can you just go play this season, do Nightmare Dungeon 100, masterwork some stuff, kill Uber Lilith. You'll be able to do all of that. That's not what we're talking about when we say good or bad, really. We're talking about in comparison to the meta.
Yeah. But I mean, for there to be a meta, the meta builds has to be significantly better in terms of performance compared to the non-meta. And the non-metas are more niche, flavored, fun builds to play. That's why I really wanted to do the men down, because it's not going to be a meta, but it's going to be fun. But maybe we can find a way to make it work. I mean, there's a possibility, but it might also just, require, gazillion gear before it gets to that point. Right. But it's fun, right? It's all like we're playing games to have fun in the end.
Yeah, it's not a bad thing that like a build doesn't come online until you fully farmed it. Like, I come from Diablo 2 long before, Diablo 4, right? Like that's where I spent all my time and effort. It's kind of funny. If you're looking at popular builds right there, the fourth one is my Necromancer from Diablo 2. Oddly enough, I've been playing the Necromancer for a while. People loved playing builds where you would have to farm for months to get the perfect gear together just so that you could go play a suboptimal farming build, but it looked cool as hell when you did it.
Yeah.
I'm not offended by builds that are just fun. I unironically believe that blood builds are just frustrating and tedious. You just sit there holding down right click for 2 minutes and then things are dead. Did you
Unless
die?
you're not geared, because then you have to weave in some. Well, if you have might, you still have to weave in some basic skills.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I see what you mean, and I agree.
How do you feel about this concept? Because this was a bit of feedback that I gave. So now that we have essence per second on multiple pieces of gear, and basically you can effectively have infinite essence basically on any build as long as you build it correctly. Enough essence cost reduction, enough essence per second, a little bit of willpower. You have as much essence as you could possibly want in the end game. That's cool. Not needing to worry about generators. That's cool. Do you think it's okay that like that whole system is basically trivialized in the end game nowadays, at least for the Necromancer?
I feel like there's a couple of different ways of doing it. Like in the previous seasons, we've always been forced to have some sort of resource power, taking up an entire slot to cover that issue anyway. So that was the solution before, providing the same result. Now we have an option to do it by replacing a modifier on the gear to achieve the exact same result. But in a, maybe I would arguably say a bit more stable way of doing it, but it also requires more effort because now you're talking about modifiers on gear and not just, hey, I just put an aspect on my ring that's going to give me essence when I hit a vulnerable enemy, as an example. But no matter which approach we're talking about, the previous version and the new version, they're all achieving the same result in the end, which is fully sustaining your essence. And I feel like that's just one more of these check marks the builds goes through. Cap your res, upgrade your glyphs, fix your armor cap nowadays, and then get the powers you need for the build. And then we have the resource sustain, depending on essence for necromancers. It's just a bunch of these check marks, which goes into the idea of the balancing of the builds, right? So now we have to include these things. You can have more damage modifiers or other modifiers in your gear pieces, but to fix the essence, you either have to play a build that doesn't need it, or you now have to use a power to solve it. If you don't go that route, you have to do it on your gear piece. So there's a trade-off for that result, and I don't mind it. I think it's fine, personally at least.
So the reason why I asked this question, because I got into a little bit of an argument with this with somebody else. So the aspect serration, it says you do more damage based off the essence that you have. Back in the day, you had to intelligently play. You had to like weave in generators so that you were always at max essence before you cast your next bone spear, so you don't lose out on a ton of damage. Now, essence generation is 2 to 3 affixes on your gear away from being basically permanent uptime on essence. So this aspect to me just says you do 40% bonus damage.
Pretty much.
You put it on your gear, you now do 40% bonus damage. You're never going to be below 90 essence. You know what I mean? Like that's just not going to happen. Whereas blighted aspect says if you apply darkness damage 10 times in a 2-second frame to 10 individuals for 6 seconds, you get a damage bonus. How come one of these things just says you do 40% more damage, and this one says your entire build is wrapped around overlapping damage over time systems to have a short window of a damage buff? I feel like
you trigger this quite fast though, because most of the dot builds, they have so many sources of dot hits that you ramp this up. And if you hit an AoE pack, like you've already triggered it. It's the bosses is the ones. Yeah.
The reason why look, I've got layers to my complaining here. That's absolutely true. Except Sever, a build that doesn't care about damage over time at all, does not benefit from damage over time, now has to build into multiple overlapping damage over time systems to get access to its damage bonus. And that's one of the reasons why I think Sever is so trash right now, because it's a build that's supposed to do instantaneous crit damage, but needs to have an entire ramping system for it to even come online. Whereas Bone Spear says cast Bone Spear, get damage multipliers. And to tie it back up into my question, I feel like a lot of systems have been trivialized, which is perfectly fine. It's fine that your gear eventually makes it so you get to play your builds at a higher level and enjoy the benefits of not worrying about mana. But I think we need to take a look back at a lot of these aspects that are more niche or take more hoops to jump through, because how fair is it that I have to do all of this to get a damage multiplier versus another build that 3 affixes on its gear just say I have permanent uptime on my multiplier? I think, and again, I'm basically just hoping in the expansion a lot of these things do get looked at, but I feel like a lot of stuff in the Paragon boards is now kind of trivial. A lot of aspects are just kind of like, do I get a damage multiplier or not? If I don't, I'm not even going to look at it. Like there's no reason for me to do so. Once I cap my res, I cap my armor, I cap my defensives, I just put on every single thing that says when I click my button, I do more damage. And that means that builds that rely on this type of stuff are going to get worse and worse and worse until these things are brought into line with that level of trivialization of the other systems in the game.
No, I see what you mean, but I mean, we're talking about like just finding a way to balance it, right? It's all there is. Like it's just balancing that needs to happen. So until that happens.
But I like to overthink everything, GHAZZY. All right, I need to go 6 levels deep just to walk away with this needs to be balanced conclusion.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. I don't think that'll ever happen, but I mean I'd rather have it closer to balance than what we have. Like basically what you were talking about as well. Got a message from Rob. Actually, I was talking to him if he wanted to join in as well. So I'm just waiting for him to give me a response on it.
Sure.
He was asking what time you think, and I'm like, Rob, we already started.
Right now, boss. Get in here. Look, I know you're on Germany time, but like you probably ate dinner by now. So other than the fact that like we are basically contractually obligated to play minions in the beginning so that we can update our build guides day one, what build are you actually excited to like go out and try? Where you're like, oh hey, now The Mendel one, the Bone Spear.
Oh yeah, I have to. Like, I am super excited for it. It's a bit of a challenge as well, right? Because there's a lot of things that needs to work. Question is if it's even possible, but I intend to find out, right? And that's the fun part. Like, I know you're a math guy, and like I'm kind of in that boat as well. So it feels like the things that you and I find most entertaining is these challenges to overcome, right? Like, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
And I feel like this is one of those challenges that really speaks to me. So I have to engage with it. Like, I'm going to chain it down till I can't. And then I'm going to admit defeat. Or I'm going to be like, I did it. I found a solution, you know?
Yeah. People, you know, yeah, I think we're right in line here. People ask me all the time, like, oh, like, what build are you going to play? What are you excited for? I'm like, oh, I just like figuring out puzzles. Like, I don't care if my gear is perfect. I don't care if I get pure greater affixes across everything. I just need those pieces of gear to test the stuff that I'm interested in testing. You know, at the end of this season, I don't care if I got all of the achievements and I got all this stuff. I want to have walked away going, this worked, this didn't work, this worked, this didn't work. You could put these things together. You know, I came to this new conclusion, so that means we kind of have this tool going forward. All I care about is figuring out whether enough stuff works at all, and then being able to kind of put it together in a package, give it to people, and then, you know, go back to testing the next thing.
Yeah, not for sure. No, it's all about just enjoying that process, right? Like some people, they just want to have a guy, they want to play it, and it's fully done, it's tested and confirmed it's good. The journey before you have an idea, and the journey from that point till here's a finished product, that's fun. That's very fun.
Yes. And it's like, it's so good, like, especially at the season start, because you can only get your season start once per season, realistically. Yeah. But you're like, I have this idea of what's going to happen. I'm going to look for this gear. I'm going to look for these aspects. Oh, I happen to find this aspect instead of this one. Let me just toss it on and see what happens. And, you know, by the end of it, I came to a completely different conclusion. I'm like, oh, that was actually kind of sick. Oh, maybe I should like really look into how this thing works to the end of the earth, so that when I do make a recommendation for it, people know why, and then I move on to the next thing. But like that kind of journey, literally just picking up random gear and being like, yep, let's see if this does something with it, and then being able to work towards something is like, it's the only thing I care about. That's the most fun. And then people are like, oh, are you going to go grind Duriel? I'm like, I'm going to physically grind Duriel because I need my Ubers so I can go do the Gauntlet and then be bored with that in 2 weeks. But yes, I'm going to do that. I don't really care. I don't want to go do these things. I just want to play the builds. I just want to test this stuff.
That's fair. I mean, I feel like the same as well. And I think that's also one of the things that with this season is going to make me enjoy this season so much, even if it ends up in a bad situation. I think I'm still gonna get a lot of enjoyment because of those things, right? I just got confirmed from Rob to call him in. So
yeah, get that boy in here.
I'm just gonna bring him in because I wanted to talk to you about one little thing. It's about the Gauntlet, which means I have to bring up blood again because it might actually work there, you know.
Yeah,
but it would be good to have
there,
Rob in there, that discussion as well, actually. So let me just bring him in.
Perfect. Now we can all complain.
I know, right?
Hey, friends. How's it going?
Hello.
Can we do a mic check for Rob? Mic check 1, 2, 3.
Big mic checks, boys.
Oh.
You say something, Rob?
Oh, hey, guys.
Yo. All right, I'm good here.
Perfect. How you doing?
Pretty good. I'm hyped. 24 hours left.
Oh, it's 24 hours, right? No. It's 24 and a half.
Close.
All right. Jeez, I don't know how you do math down in Germany, but here in Sweden, we tend to make sure we're accurate on it, all right?
We're going to be exact on the timing. Well, I'm kind of thinking, so we're going to like probably be able to download the patch like an hour before. And I mean, my internet is not the best, but like some people will jump in, I guess, even in 23 hours and just, you know, play the pit or check the tempering manuals finally.
Wait, the internet's bad in Germany? Really?
Shocker, I know.
It's surprising. I mean, I don't know where in Germany you are, but it doesn't take me more than like maybe an hour to get to Germany.
I'm like not living in a big city or anything, so I'm like on the countryside.
Yeah,
Fair
Rob's
enough.
out in a little hamlet where people still make their own bread by grinding down grain. It must be very beautiful out there.
I mean, there certainly are a lot of farmers here, you know? Like, we probably have more cows and horses than we have humans living here, so yeah.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Pretty crazy.
Okay, but like, do you live in a house or like an apartment?
Oh, yeah. House.
House, yeah. So you got yourself like a streamer cock shed.
In some way.
Yeah. I bought a house.
I definitely have like
myself,
my own streaming room here and stuff. It's good.
I recently bought a house myself.
Oh, nice.
A handful of months ago. So still getting used to it though. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I mean, stuff is expensive these days.
Yeah, duly noted.
Expensive.
I'm learning that on the go right now. Oh man, I was about to ask. I've been holding off on a question I wanted to talk about. So for everyone's listening right now, we got Rob2628. Everybody knows who he is. Breaks the game all the time. The devs hate him, you know. And Macro, Max Roll, NECRO guy, and GHAZZY here for NECRO shit on Itemization. I wanted to talk about the Gauntlet, and I really wanted to ask Macro about this. But since we got you as well, this will be perfect because you play everything, right? Literally everything. And the question
I mostly play Bob, but I like all the classes. And I'm actually really pumped for the Necromancers this season. It's like truly the season of the Necromancer, and I can't wait to jump in.
Oh yeah, no, I've been sneak peeking the YouTube spammage. It's looking good, dude. So the question I had was what you guys think or what you expect to be like the best Gauntlet build, because I'm on the fence between Ebon Piercer and Blood Surge. That's where I'm at.
It has to be Blood Surge. The big things that we need to remember are they're no longer going to drop a shrine after the first time that you kill them. So you have to plan for a build that can make quick work, get the most out of a glory shrine, and then potentially leaving individual shrines behind so that when you do your next rotation through, you can pick them up to continue to clear. What build does well enough with no shrines, both on the way to that part and then after it once you run out of shrines? And the fact that only Blood Surge hits the entire screen is still like way too powerful as far as I'm concerned.
That sounds great. I'm not exactly sure like how big of an issue the single target will be at the boss at the end. Like I'm kind of expecting, because I come from the Diablo 3 days, and there was like a unique gem in there that basically increased your boss damage the longer you fought him. And we don't have anything like it. It was called Bane of the Stricken, but we don't have anything like it in Diablo 4. And I'm kind of expecting the bottleneck to definitely be the boss. Like I'm looking at Sorg, for example. It's probably going to be a 3-minute like run up to the boss in the pit. And then it's going to be like no chance at all. But yeah, for the Gauntlet, I see Blood Surge being definitely very strong.
Yeah, I mean, Blood Surge obviously has the #1 feature the Gauntlet dictates, and this you and I talked about that earlier, Macro, and it's like AoE coverage. You cover the screen, you're gonna hit it, and it's all about getting that done, no matter how much damage you're doing, because it's not really like the content in there is very tanky. But it's like you said, Rob. Like I guess the difference or the question really comes down to how much value would the kill time or time to kill be on the bosses versus the clearing to those positions, right? I'm not really sure.
There's one other thing to touch on here, and this gets into like only the people in the top 10 like care about this at all. Blood Surge also has cast while moving. Blight is a directional projectile, so it stops your full move animation to cast it. So while you're going to do significantly more damage against a single target boss, every time you cast Blight to pull a pack as you're moving away is literally time lost because you're not moving while casting. Whereas Blood Surge, you're nearly like 30% faster just by clicking and moving while casting the entire time.
But I mean,
and I don't think we have any other skill that lets you to cast move on NECRO at the very least.
Is that the solution to us lacking an actual forward pushing mobility skill?
Yeah, it's because of this weird interaction with only these types of skills we effectively get to cheat if we play hard enough. Yeah, that's the solution. That's where we get our true mobility. Get wrecked, sorceresses. Teleporting 58 times per second. I can move while casting.
Man, I would just like love for them to introduce Blood Rush or some skill like that in Vessel of Hatred. Like, I mean, in D3, the Blood Rush, I think it looked amazing. It was such a cool skill. Do you think there's a chance that they will do this for Vessel of Hatred? Like, what would be your guesses, guys?
I mean, I think they need to. I don't think is there a chance. I think they need to. I think I've beaten Adam Jackson down enough because what we get all the time is it's part of the class aesthetic. It's part of the fantasy. It's part of the class aesthetic. It's okay if people are slower in this game whose whole competition is about moving as fast as possible. It's okay because the benefit is they're also worse than other classes. But I just knocked on that nail so often. It's just like, it's not okay that we're slower. This isn't serving anybody's purpose.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that as well. Garmin Chad is bringing up a pretty fair point, though. Like, where are we going to fit that on the skill bar? But he also makes a perfect suggestion of maybe that would be like an upgrade from Blood Mist, since that is essentially the pseudo mobility skill, I guess. That would be pretty cool, and I'd love to see it.
I think. So yeah, they're kind of trying to do it with Blood Mist, right? Where you have to use an aspect to get the 20% movement speed. That being said, we're already hitting movement speed cap. Like if you don't hit 200% movement speed on the Necromancer, you aren't gearing correctly, basically.
No.
Here's what I think. We have a really cool aspect called Ultimate Shadow. Ultimate Shadow takes 2 of our ultimates and makes them actually do cool stuff. What if Ultimate Shadow said transform all of them into darkness skills and on activation, whatever, teleports you to where you indicate and drops down a shadow bomb or something. Like, I think it needs to be something in our ultimate skills that also incentivizes you to actually use an ultimate skill on every single build.
Yeah, but what, 70-second cooldown mobility? That seems a bit of... Oh, well, actually, well, CDR stacking is more like 15-second cooldown, but still.
Yeah.
I mean...
I would even take all you need to do is like figure out the puzzle of making the cooldown reasonable enough if it meant I would get a teleport.
No. I just remember Season 0 launch racing, and then I got demolished and morals went down when they nerfed. The one dungeon my group did better than Rob's group, only to look at Rob's stream and see how he's doing the other dungeon. My group could not handle at the same efficiency. I see him blast away.
Which dungeon did you guys do?
We did the bottom right corner somewhere. The like the inside, like a prison area ish. Felt like a bunch of goat. No, not the goat area. I think that's where you were with the 3 different.
Yeah, the Sork dungeon. Yeah.
Yeah, there were like 3 different pathways. You get split up, and took one lane each basically. And the other area that they nerfed was the one with the shit, I don't remember the name of it. It was like
Ruins of Eridu, I think it was, right? I mean,
maybe yeah, that might have been it. Champion's Demise was probably the one actually with the goats, right?
Yeah, that one was the one that we ran, but we tried to keep it like low key until after our sleep, and it kind of paid off. Like because nobody was really like focused on that dungeon, and then we could get a good night's sleep in, and then just start that dungeon and finish.
Yeah, we went Champion's Demise. The problem was that the players or the builds that we were running in our group weren't able to handle that one as effectively as the other area. It might have been Eridu. It was like a more confined area, a little side dungeon room door basically. So we ran that one, but then they nerfed the dungeon I was running, and they left Champion's Demise untouched, and I was like, man. I want to race.
Oh man, I remember like it was yesterday. Like they actually nerfed the build I was playing like while I was live playing.
Yes,
like, 2 times, man.
Jesus. Oh, it was
first
so
they disabled the whirlwind like unique gloves. Completely disabled them.
Yeah.
And then they nerfed the shouts as well. Like all while the race was still going on.
Yeah, it was absolutely crazy. Sorry?
They also had to nerf Edge Masters in the middle of that, or was that the next time?
Yeah, that was like a couple days later because I think it was Ben, like actually like snapshotting or like using this to kill Uber Lilith with and like just do infinite damage basically. Yeah. And funny enough, this was actually a bug that I reported like during some of the betas, and well, yeah, they didn't fix it.
Yeah. Sorry, I went off on a tangent there, but what I was going with was when I did watch you do that, I just saw how fast you were zooming on your build, And then I look back to how I was playing, and it was more like I was playing catch up with the guy that went with we split up like in those dungeon runs, like, and the guy I was running with, I always had to run behind and like finish off the rares. What you're doing, your Barbie just zooming away, which is like night and day difference.
Whirlwind is just this like fan favorite build. It just like deals all this crazy damage like while it's moving, and it's like very hard, at least at the early games, to like keep up for other classes, like when it was so powerful.
Yeah, for sure.
But then nowadays it's like really sad how much they nerfed it actually.
No.
Are but they're trying to bring it back, right? Like in this season? Like didn't
I mean, it's not directly like the Whirlwind that is doing the damage. It's more gonna be the Dust Devils. But yeah, I mean, in some way it's back, but it still has like horrible bad boss damage. Like it's actually doing 16% weapon damage, like level 1 Whirlwind. Which is like even less than the Druid with its 17 damage.
Oh my god.
Like, they really got it to skill. Like, I'm really hoping like for one season that we can have like a viable Whirlwind build that actually does like just Whirlwind damage. People just love that shit.
Yeah, I mean,
I think Whirlwind's definitely the coolest one.
Yeah.
I think it's like thanks to Diablo and every other ARPG, like the developers make like some kind of like spin to win like warrior melee class. You just kind of have to. It's like a fan favorite.
Yeah, it kind of is. I mean, it's one of those builds that is genre defining, similar to how summoner builds, like you gotta have skeletons of some sort, like some sort of summoner, because it's genre defining. A spin to win barbs is another one, right? And then obviously some sort of archer, like and a sorcerer. Those are like the four major main archetypes or fantasies, if you will, that a large portion of the ARPG lovers really want to engage with. So they have to, right? They can't leave it untouched. I mean, hell, even PoE does it. Every ARPG does it. They need to be a spin-to-win build somewhere. So me and NECRO are obviously starting with NECROs, but what is your starter gonna be, Rob? Or you haven't decided yet?
I'm on the fence. But before I answer, like, what do you guys gonna like? Are you gonna start with the minion, or do you? Because I heard some people like they might do Blood Surge at the very beginning, like for the very early levels. Or are you gonna be blasting like minions like all the way through? I've also seen some crazy clips like of the golem and the mages. Like I think NECRO, you made one in like Worldstone for the first capstone dungeon, and I saw one from Pawnyhof, like I think level 50 in the capstone to World Tier 4. It looks crazy.
It's 27 in the first Worldstone, and or for the first capstone, probably do 40 for the next capstone, as long as you go pick up some aspects. But
27, but you want to really go that early?
So
is that what you're gonna do?
I went in at 25 just to see if they could do it. I leveled up twice during the capstone, and did it with just the minions, just to see if they could. Like
no aspects, nothing.
Nothing. I'm wearing crazy. Disobedience on my amulet because I picked one up in Helltide, and I think like potent blood on a ring, or like blood lance, and I just watch them do damage. No skills, no corpse explosion, no nothing. That being said, do I recommend that? No. If you want to be a little bit of a tryhard, go in there at level 30 once you go pick up Unyielding Commander and Reanimation, and pick up Bloody Corpse Explosion just to have something to do. But I think it's just like it's Blood Surge into, if you want to go full minions, do it. Or you kind of just keep casting Blood Surge. Like, there's no reason not to keep doing it, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, Blood Surge is just at this position where it is one-shotting everything. There's no point not doing it, at least in the early stages. But, like, once we go into the minion, the question is more about when do you change, right? So the biggest change positions is when you get Mage Skeletons is probably the earliest you want to go away from it, if you ever. Next stage would be when you go into when you get the Golem. And the stage after that would be when you get X or Y aspect power. So those are like the three different decisions of when you should change away from the Blood Surge. But even then, your minions are doing the hard carrying here. You could keep Blood Surge if you want to. Like, my plan is to switch it over to Blight and just cast that to make them do even more damage.
Blight's also a really good option.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're like a Sever or Blight?
No, Sever's trash.
I saw some people recommend this, but like I also
really?
Checked it a bit, and I didn't like it too much either.
Ooh, that's kind of
so Blight all the way for you as well.
Oh, I don't. Sever makes very logical sense. Everything tells you minions are good. Sever gets a multiplier from minions. That must be good. until you look at how much damage Sever does in comparison to the overlapping Blight, or even just using Bone Spear, right? In the clip that you're watching, Rob, I'm doing nothing, right? I'm over spamming.
Yeah, just running around basically,
doing absolutely jack diddly squat nothing. If I was sitting there just casting Bone Spear the whole time, or if I had an actual golem that dealt damage, like this thing would have been a 1 minute long fight.
That's so crazy.
You should tell him about your Varshan fights.
Oh, the Varshan fight. So, Rob, correct me if I'm wrong. They changed it so that if a monster has a barrier, you're supposed to still be able to overpower and crit on it, right? Wasn't that changed like a long time ago?
I Varshan can. I might have some footage of doing that. Wait, let me see. I have it specifically on Uber Varshan. Let me check.
Well, that's just it. So on Uber Varshan, I made a full Blood Surge build. I was doing like tier 100 pits. It was fine. Then I went to go do Varshan, and I fought him for 20 minutes straight. Could not break through his barrier on Blood Surge. Physically could not break through his barrier.
It's so hilarious.
Yeah, I'm definitely
I fought him for like 25
minutes
straight.
25 minutes. And then not killing him, was it, right?
And not killing him. My chat watched me sit there for 20 minutes straight fighting him, and I just went, well, I've run out of potions. I guess I'm dead.
Yep.
I guess you guys wouldn't fully agree, but I saw like Rex into Rex's tier list yesterday, and he on NECRO he said like something like, "Why bother playing anything else but minions like this season?" I mean, I know there's a lot of cool and alternative, like very nice builds, but I think for this Varshan fight that you experienced there, like that sentiment makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. It's like Blight or minions, I think, are like top. Oh, Bone Spirit though is actually going to be disgusting.
Oh yeah, I completely like didn't think about this in the tier list, but I saw some. I mean, there was not many videos, but do you have like any footage of this?
Of Bone Spirit?
Yeah,
I played it somewhere. I played it at one point during the PTR. It was very, very good. The things that I was missing was like imperfect rolls on the essence generated when you cast Bone Spirit. But basically what happens is you get the essence, then Bone Spirit eats the essence. So you can just hold down right click on Bone Spirit as long as you have enough cooldown reduction, and you crit every time. But it's going to be crazy.
It looks crazy strong as well. Like, I mean, do you think it's possible to generate as much resources, like 275 for a bandage proc, like every time?
Yeah, well, no. So the tempers, which can't be greater affixes, will get you up to about 90 something, like maybe 100 essence on cast.
But that's base, right? Like multiplied by your resource generation. Like if you have a Harlequin's Crest, for example.
Right. So I think you need to have a Shaco, right? Because we don't have as much essence generation stats anymore. So you need to have a Shaco, and then that gets you up to 120, 130. You get a little bit from willpower, 140. Then you get the 30% or 40% from actually casting Dreadful Bone Spirit, but that's over 4 seconds.
Yeah. Like
you can also have essence. You can have essence per second on your gear, which gets you another about like 20, 30%. So I think there's a universe where 1 second after you cast Bone Spirit, you could get up to... but see, it doesn't work like that, because it's when you cast Bone Spirit, you get the essence, and then it eats the essence for the Bone Spirit. So it's... You only get the essence gen from the tempers, then you start regenerating essence after that. So it's like every other one, I think you could do like 200 essence per cast.
Yeah, but that's so crazy. Yeah. I mean, you just do like 2 of them, and like every second hit just overpowers for big damage. And you have a lot of multipliers on the Necromancer for overpower. So man.
Yeah, like zero cooldown on it. The only problem I have with the Bone Spirit build is similar to the problem I have with the Golem build. It's just clearing is gonna be kind of meh. Like in comparison to other options. That's
I mean, I can only judge from the footage I see, but the AOE looks pretty sick, and I mean the DPS number on paper also looks insane. If this, like, you can overpower it every second hit or something.
I think taking Bone Spirit size is a little bit of a trap, because you basically want a shotgun every single time because you need it to hit immediately to get the benefits from it critting and activating those different systems, but. I don't know. I'm still.
It does look amazing, though.
Oh, it looks awesome.
High points are definitely there.
Definitely, I like the aspect that they introduced to allow that to happen. At least it makes more sense, because like Bone Spirit builds before that was, you either cheesed the living crap out of like Uberlula, prepped a bunch of blood orbs, and then ran over them, and then she died, or you played like pseudo bone spear, but you just had to make a lot of setups with the enemies to group them up before you blew them apart, right? So this allows you to have like an actual functional bone spear pool, which is good, right? It provides build variety. I do like that.
Yeah, so I'm really happy of like how strong the Necromancer looks now. Like, how do you feel? Because like as Adam Jackson also mentioned in the interviews, that they really wanted to bump up or try to bump up all the classes to the Barbarian level, and sort of like what he said is like they're starting with Necromancer, and like looking at the tier lists like of various content creators and stuff, to me it really looks like they succeeded. Like the Book of the Dead, not only for minions, like also with builds like this, with the Bone Spirit, but also with the Shadow builds and stuff. Like, how do you guys feel about that? Do you think they, quote unquote, like succeeded with this as well?
This is a hard conversation for me, Rob.
It's like, do you want more buffs or are you fine?
Well, no, that's the thing. I like fundamentally disagree with what Adam Jackson said in that because that was PC Gamer, right? I think it was. The idea that we should just bring everything up to the barbarians so people will stop complaining that barbarians have more items, I think is like fundamentally the wrong way to approach it. But did they succeed? I think Bone Spirit was always very good. It just didn't have enough Essence generation. Now it has that. Minions are now finally good.
But that's like mainly because of the new temper, right? Where your Macabre skills, I think it is, like get Essence back.
I think that tempers do a lot to elevate a lot of bad builds, except for blood builds, which are still bad. And now we get to see what they actually look like. Except for Gauntlet, yes, except for Gauntlet. And again, perfectly fine for most content. But I think what we're going to start seeing is, I think we're going to have a much better idea of builds that are truly not as good as other builds. And I think that is valuable. I think that's important to actually be able to measure in a meaningful way.
Okay. How about you, GHAZZY?
I have a bigger issue with AI than anything. So it kind of depends, right? Obviously, the balance issues. I like the Essence solutions because it was always a means to an end. Like every end game build had a way to either sustain or reduce the impact of the whole builder-spender approach by an aspect power and whatnot. Now we have the option to not use an aspect to solve it. We now have the gear modifiers providing those solutions to us. It's a trade-off, obviously, for the gear mods to achieve it. It just opens up for more build variety or diversity, which I think is really good. But I mean, it's really hard to tell beforehand, right? Like I would love to see the whole niche approach. I'm going to try to make that work later, like a bend down, Deathless Visage, Bone Mages casting Bone Spears for me. Problem is they're going to kill themselves no matter how much I invest in trying to keep them alive. So, I mean, it's obviously going to have to go through quite a lot of iterations and balance fixes across the board. So I think the only complaint I really have is that I don't want to complain and ask for more because they just gave me a hand and I feel kind of bad asking for the entire arm, you know?
Makes sense. I think, like, for me personally, like, they made it so good, it's very hard to decide if I'm gonna, like, play Barb this season or Necro. I mean, either way, I'm probably, because you asked about my starter class earlier, I'm probably gonna play both, but I haven't really, like, fully decided on what I'm gonna start with. Like, the Necromancer looks, like, very, very enticing to play, and who knows? Maybe Barb, maybe Necro for a start.
Yeah, I got a question for you from my chat, actually, and I was asking if you think that Barb Thorns will be OP in PvP this season.
I think historically the Thorns Barb has always been strong in PvP, even though I've not done so much PvP, but I've talked to some of the people and it's always been like a decent build, let's say. Especially if you're just going, like, let's say, call it public PvP games, like you're just going in some random games. Because there's also like some tournaments and stuff. And Thorns only got a lot stronger this season. Like you have new multipliers with the Thorns Barb Fortify temper manual. You have crazy amounts of life. Like I've actually like talked about this just a couple of minutes ago on my stream, that the screenshot here where Barb has 155,000 life already, and he has no Shaco, no Doombringer, and no grandfather. And if you only take like a Doombringer, like he already is gonna have like more than 250,000 life. So probably the Thorns buff is gonna be like the tank in the game, and your Thorns scales based off your life. So I think it's gonna be an amazing build for PvP and PvM alike.
Fair enough. Elaborative answer. On the topic of Fortify, me and Mac were talking about that earlier. Not in the most positive light, but what's your take on the Fortify mechanic with the way it works right now?
I mean, in the past, it has definitely been a lot on the weaker side, like 10% baseline, and then for like most classes, it's like kind of like not really relevant. I think now with the recent changes to 15%, they are sort of trying to make it more relevant, but I feel like it's still not really worth it on most builds, especially like now with the overpower nerfs and stuff. Like there's not really like a big reason to go with Fortify. I'm not even sure. Like I think you guys are doing it on most of the Necro builds because it's like very comfortable to generate Fortify now on the Necro as well. Is that right? I'm not 100% sure.
1 point necrotic carapace, baby. Now that it is so crazy. I'm gonna take the second to rant.
Yeah, go.
Sorry.
Yeah, go for it, dude.
and Rob can attest to this because like especially back during the betas and stuff, Rob and I were working much more closer hand in hand.
Mm-hmm.
We had Hued Flesh. Hued Flesh makes corpses. It didn't trigger necrotic carapace.
I'm gonna get a
they
drink.
told us
still hear them,
it's not supposed to, because it's not a skill generating a corpse. And we went, okay, that just sucks. That soaks out loud. Then in this patch, they're like, oh, we fixed the fact that necrotic carapace doesn't work with Hued Flesh. And I'm like, what do you mean you fixed it? What does fixed mean in this context? You said that's not supposed to work that way. But that being said, 1 point necrotic carapace every single necromancer build. It's free Fortify. But I think I also have the fix for Fortify, which is you gain a fortified buff, which lasts for 3 seconds if you were to lose fortified status. That basically just says things that say damage reduction while fortified and things that say damage while fortified are still active. And it gives you a little bit of a buffer window to regain it. So it's not just you get hit one time and lose an entire system of your build.
I mean, like, the problem I have is, like, even if we can generate it somewhat smoothly as a Necro, it's one of the easiest ways to do it. It's just that, like you said before, you get hit once, you have mitigated damage. The next hits you're taking, you don't have Fortify anymore because it's gone, you know?
I mean, that comes down to like how frequently I guess you're generating it. Like on Barb, we don't really have this problem because we have like mechanics where like we lose Fury or we gain Fury and we get more Fortify. And when we get hit, we gain Fury, so we gain Fortify. So on Barb, historically, it has been actually like rather on the strong side, even with just 10% base because, and I don't know if the Necromancer has a lot of this in the Paragon tree, for example. Like Barbs have like damage reduction while Fortify, like additionally, in the Paragon tree. And obviously now having like a 15% base plus all the damage reduction in the tree. And then there's also damage reduction like on passives. I guess another like 6% you can get damage reduction while Fortify. And Barb have like an easy way to generate like small increments of Fortify, but like basically every other frame. Whenever they get hit, we generate Fortify. And that, I think, on Barb makes it like this problem on Barb does not really exist. But I get that it's probably going to be on most other classes. Like you don't have such an like easy way to constantly generate Fortify while being attacked.
Wait, Rob, you're not insinuating that the Barb has an easier time of being able to stack beneficial stuff on it than other classes, are you? You're not.
For the Fortify, I definitely am.
You're not trying to say that the Barb might have an easier time being able to make systems.
Am I saying the Barb is OP? I don't know.
I feel like it's a little biased with the change. I mean, I've seen the tier list. Barb is like number 1, number 2, number 1, number 1, number 1, number 5 one of the season. Number 1, number 1. It's like, come on. But you know what? I'm not going to complain because Necro's going to be number 1 this season. I'm okay. But like regarding the Fortified generation, like Necromans have a handful of ways to do it. We can do it pretty well, but the build archetype or fantasy, if you will, that generates Fortify the best is Blood. But what am I going to do with Fortify when I can already reach 60,000 HP and be immortal? Like, why would I want Fortify in that? And the builds that I would like to have more defense on have a 1 point necrotic carapace, for example. Like, they have a way to generate it, but it's not like I can generate Fortify quickly when I do take damage to have a proper benefit from that defensive
that's
layer.
the problem.
Yeah, and I think that's basically the crux. Like Barb definitely can do that.
Yeah, exactly. And that's like the biggest difference when it comes to, I guess that's the problem with Fortify in general. Like you get hit once, you've lost it. So unless your build is consistently able to generate or rebuild that Fortify through whatever means in an effective and I guess comfortable manner, then Fortify becomes a completely irrelevant stat. And
I mean, maybe they could like use this information and actually like get some ethics or passives or something or some mechanic to the Fortify. Like when you actually get hit, that you generate like a certain amount of Fortify, maybe in some way on all the like a generic thing across all classes. Because that would like make this damage reduction like a lot more valuable than just increasing the number from 10 to 15 or from 15 to 20 or something.
True, but I mean, if you create a baseline out of it, suddenly the game will have to be balanced around the fact that everyone's going to be able to hit Fortify, right? So I don't mind the idea of it.
Not solely rely on the baseline, but like in these edge cases where you just like take damage and then you don't regain Fortify fast enough, like maybe, you know, spread it out like over like many more frames, but at smaller increments.
I mean, I guess there's a handful of solutions. One could be like just to spitball some ideas. It could be the idea of once you have 45 maxed out and you lose that max, you will have that damage mitigation for the next, say, 6 seconds.
Yeah, that's also a very easy and cool fix, efficient fix.
And then you have 6 seconds to rebuild it or have the fight be over and then rebuild that defensive layer before you might need it again. Like that's one way of doing it. The other would be like you'd have 45 when you're above 50% if you're alive, or 20th or 5%, like something like that could help as well. But I don't know. It's like I don't mind the mechanic. I like it being like a niche way of layering defenses. It's just awkward to me that the builds that are the tankiest in the game are the builds that have the easiest time to engage with that mechanic, and they choose not to because it's a waste.
Yeah.
It's just awkward.
I've got a pretty good question. This one's like a little bit harder to kind of touch on, but obviously a lot of people have been kind of upset that like unique items aren't that good anymore, right? Because you can't temper on them. Have you really sat down and thought about what 4 greater affixes on a piece of gear is going to look like in comparison to what like the base unique item looks like? Because there's something to be said about some uniques have really good stats, and being able to get a plus 50% roll before you even masterwork them is going to be powerful.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly found actually one unique that had a 4 out of 4 on the PTR, but these are definitely going to be super rare to get. And I think there's definitely a lot of stats on the uniques that are underperforming, such as the additive damage on a lot of them. So I think they don't really have to add another affix to them or something. I think it would be good if they just rework some of those affixes. Like, for example, the Shaco, I mean, it's still good, the Harlequin's Crest, but it has a 7% cooldown base, and the normal helm already has an 8% cooldown base. And I kind of wish like that was not the case. You know, if you're finding this like very hard to get, highly sought after item, you'll probably have as much cooldown as your like normal rare helm.
I mean, as NECRO players, we don't really care about that. Like cooldown, they talked about, you know, the idea of not having cooldown recovery or cooldown reduction being too overkill. But like the whole definition of playing a Necromancer build is going for a Reborn Decrepify, so we just reset all our cooldowns. Like every single build on the Necromancer goes through that. I don't think there's any Necromancer build that I've seen that does not use Decrepify. Like it's a defensive layer, and you just ramp through the whole cooldown recovery. And it triggers on the Thorns, right? On the minions, doesn't it? Macro, you probably can confirm on that one.
Hey, yeah, no, I definitely didn't zone out super hard. I'm super sorry. Somebody asked me an in-depth question.
It's all good. I was talking about the whole lucky hit with cooldown recovery through Decrepify. That shit triggers on like the Thorns on the minions as well. And like every single Necromancer build uses Decrepify. I don't think I've seen a single one that does not use it.
So luckily, I did get that nerfed for us a little bit. So I am sorry. Rest in peace, Necromancer. so here's the fun fact. Our entire understanding of lucky hit chance has mostly been wrong because the Necromancer is so bugged. Thorns no longer triggers lucky hit, and it was never meant to. Your minions attacking still trigger Decrepify, but they're not meant to. That is also a bug. In fact, unique items triggering additional missiles also isn't supposed to trigger Lucky Hit. Just some of them are bugged and they do. So, at least for right now, your minions attacking still reduce Lucky Hit chance through it. And it's still still reduce cooldown through it, which is still absolutely bananas level of ridiculous amounts of cooldown reduction. But at the very least, Thorns no longer improperly triggers Lucky Hit through it, which is kind of wild.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of those minor things. But I know Rob doesn't have anything to say because he's playing Barb. And Barb's just been having bugs and abuses and exploits every season. I can hear you laughing.
Well, I heard
there.
this season the Rogue has a couple as well. Very
Wait,
similar
didn't you
to
post,
some of the Barb exploits.
You made like a, was that on Twitter? I'm gonna dig it out. I want to see the numbers. Where you at, Rob? You made
Like on
a
the Druids.
poll. No, you made a poll on start. Here it is.
Oh yeah.
Let's see. Rogue 6%.
Yeah, I mean,
look
to
at
be
that
fair, like my
necromancer
community
baby.
is probably a bit biased towards the Barbarian class. Like, obviously, I have a lot of Barbarian like fans here that like watch my stream and stuff that like really like to play Barb. So we probably have to take away like 2 or 3% from the Barb and maybe distribute it on the other classes. But yeah, it looks like Rogue. Like I've seen a couple other polls. I think Rax did one, and Rogue was always like below 10%. So I don't know what's up there, but it doesn't really
It's
seem
like-
to be hyped.
It's not getting a lot of love because, well, one, like half of the stuff the Rogue does is like still very, very buggy. But on top of that, it's like, it's kind of always been in a good place the whole time. So it doesn't need as many changes, I feel like.
Wait, so now GHAZZY linked the other one, 5% Rogue, 65% Necromancers.
Yeah, but like
Rise.
in my community, we totally play everything. We are not biased whatsoever.
No bias at all, I can see here. That's
let me-
crazy.
Oh
Let me pull it
man.
up.
Do note, I'm pretty proud of this one. Do note the amount of votes.
666.
I posted it earlier today.
It got worse, man.
Oh, it's so good. Did you make
Yeah,
one of
I
those?
truly
Macro?
don't think Rogue is. I truly don't think Rogue is that bad. It's just like not, in my opinion, also like the most enjoyable at the moment. Like there's just so cool classes, like such as the Minion Necromancer, which is like the very popular class, obviously.
Oh, here, I got one for you. I'll share it in the chat. You can just pop it up.
Yeah.
This was YouTube community. It's not looking good for the other classes now.
Obviously, I love it.
Like, okay.
Not at all leaning
like,
into it.
Obviously,
Nope.
I am hyper biased, right?
Very
People come
neutral.
for 2 things: Google Sheets and Necromancer. But that's like, even if you take half of that and put it everywhere else, it's still not looking good.
Yeah. Actually, speaking of Rogue, and I was going to mention Rax. Where is he? He made one of these as well. And was that on Twitter or YouTube? I can't remember.
It was on YouTube.
It was YouTube. I'll go find it. So basically, Rax did talk about the Rogue, and I think he had a pretty good description of it, where you can still perform very well. Thank you. Very well with it in the new season, but it requires the player to play it properly, and I think that's kind of like where we're at with the Rogues right now. But most people don't want to feel like they have to work hard on how they play to perform. They want to have a build that performs for them. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think the Diablo 4 player base.
Thank you, Anna. Appreciate it. How you
leaning
doing,
more towards
Anna?
Casual
Good to see
and
you.
enjoying the
Appreciate the
hyper
raid.
power fantasy of just smashing stuff. That's not wrong. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not putting that down. But I think it's obvious that like that's the player base for this game.
Yeah, I kind of described it on my stream earlier. Like Rogue is kind of the class that has like very high risk and no reward.
Yeah.
I mean, like on an extreme level, you know, like for casuals, like Rogue is like just really, really hard to get to a point where all the other classes just get like with way less effort.
Yeah.
You have to click so many buttons on the Rogue, and I don't know how these young kids are doing it nowadays. My carpal tunnel says, "Go minions all day. Watch them do stuff."
That's actually so true. I had a discussion about that a few years ago regarding PoE. So having builds that are lazy, like people love playing games, and I mean, I've played certain active builds in PoE specifically, right, that there's literally straining on the hands, and like you get injuries, especially for us that plays obnoxious and healthy amount of hours. But like as you get older, it's not like your body's gonna get better. So like there's a lot of those things that are gaming related injuries. So having these lazy builds that doesn't demand you to click that much, obviously you'll play better if you do, but having a build that functions without needing that is a really good addition, or at least an option in games, so that doesn't alienate those kind of players. So I like that approach, and this season allows that to be a thing now. I'm very excited about that personally.
Mm-hmm. On the note of what you said about the minion necromac, what do you think about the following? So a lot of creators, and I think Woody was also like leaning a bit very much in there, like that he said about like minion necromancer is like super easy, like very, very like lazy playstyle. And I mean, I agree with most of this. It's just as I think the minion necromancer in a way definitely deserves the hype, but I feel like it's a bit raising the expectation, especially for a more casual audience, where people just think they're going to go on the necromancer, they're going to equip minions, and it's going to hit for billions of damage without them doing anything. And I personally think that's like a little bit like saying too much, like in the creator space in general. There's like a lot of people that like make it sound like super easy, like you don't have to do anything. But in fact, like in order to hit those numbers, I mean, I don't have to tell you guys, but like just for the audience here, like you need to actually like make sure the monster is cursed. You make sure that you have 10 stacks of Shadow Blight. You make sure you have like all the right gear and all the right multipliers and all the right breakpoints at all the right places. You need to make sure that your corpse tendrils is up. You need to make sure that your army of the dead is up. You need to make sure that you have all of your minions and all of your minions are buffed. And only then at some point, maybe you consume 4 corpses as well for the 1.4 multiplier, and then maybe only then do you hit your active golem and it's going to deal 1 billion damage. But like for like a more like casual player, it's like kind of a lot to do, and I'm just like not really seeing like this it being that easy. Like for everybody.
So and let me make 2 comments real quick. One, the joke of my carpal tunnel says play minions all day. That's talking to somebody who wants to be playing a low effort version of this build. I think you'll do pretty good playing a low effort version of this build, where you just put every single skill that says your minions do more damage on your thing, click them every once in a while, and go. I have been saying this entire time that, ironically enough, the Minion Necromancer is the highest APM playstyle I've ever personally played if you're playing it optimally.
Yes.
You are raising Skeleton permanently, you are casting Corpse Tendrils permanently. Me, I'm going to be weaving in Bone Prison, targeting with curses as well, making sure my Golem activation is used every single time it comes off cooldown, which is all the time. I'm going to be playing with Blood Orbs reduce cooldown, so now I'm picking up Blood Orbs. I have to be avoiding damage because I have no way of like proactively stopping a monster with my own skill. Like, playing a Minion Necromancer at high optimal gameplay is the most buttons you can click on the Necromancer.
Amen. That was basically like my experience just testing it.
No,
or you can go full
absolutely agree.
and go to Helltide, right? And do nothing because it's Helltide.
It's the same in almost every game. I have this conversation so many times in PoE as well. People keep telling me like, "Oh, minion builds are so lazy. You don't click anything." I'm like, "You're playing a build where you're holding down right click and then you have a mobility skill." I have to think about my position. I have to think about my minions' position. I have to keep the buffs up for my minions. I have to curse the enemies. Then I have to use my core skill on top of that. I'm already way ahead, and I'm not even including my mobility skill. Like, people say it's lazy. No, but that's also part of why I enjoy playing minion builds so much as well. Like, it just feels like I'm actually playing the game rather than just running around picking up loot on the ground. I can play, cookie clickers for that.
Like, if you want to talk about lazy, it's Bone Spear, right? Like, you hold down Bone Spear until the monster's dead. That's the laziest thing you can physically do. I think people misrepresent minions as lazy because you can just go watch a bot farm the Helltide with them. Yeah. But that's not clearing Pit 200. They can't walk into Pit 200 and do that. So I disagree very heavily that it's a lazy build inherently.
They can be played lazy. I think that's the good part with
it. You can. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think for a casual player, like, you will still perform probably like close to a lot of other builds just because Minion has such a high power level at the moment. Like, even if you are like not doing everything like as optimally or doing like all this rotation right, so I think you'll still be doing fine. Like, maybe you're gonna hit for like tens of millions, maybe even 100, but like these billion hits, like, you just gotta understand that it's like really, really specific rotation that you have to follow, and it's just not randomly gonna happen if you mash your buttons.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's with every build. Like, as soon as you have like a cool video, like bursting something down, like doing big numbers, like doesn't matter which class. Well, there's been some, you know, overpowered barb, for example, like where you don't really have to do much. You just walk up and smack them. But you know, most builds will require some, not just the gear and the preparation, but also playing it properly to achieve those results. But maybe that's on us. Maybe that's a content creator issue. We're promoting things for clicks on YouTube, and then that's for giving everyone a hard time now.
It's so hard because all of us here are writing guides, right? When you're trying to make a guide, that guide has to be able to communicate to somebody who only plays 2 hours a day or a couple hours a week, to the person who is going to sit down and open up a Google Doc and try to crunch minutia. And your guide needs to be able to tell each of them what they need to hear and what they want to hear. And these two things can be simultaneously true. Like we just said, you can play lazy or you can go try hard. I need to be able to tell you all of that. And I also need you to be excited, or you literally won't watch the video, even if it has good stuff in it. So it's like this perpetual paradox of like, I need to get you excited and I don't want to lie to you. But if you do the things that I do, you will absolutely crush content. And it's like, bridging that gap is the ultimate test of ability to make a good guide. I feel like
the biggest issue in my opinion is like you have to like balance the idea. I mean, sure, yeah, Rob as well. I mean, I've seen some of your Google Docs as well, very extensive information, and I think that one of the biggest issues in general is both video format and written format in the guides is when people come and ask questions about it, and then you realize that they just skimmed through it and then they're asking questions that's already answered in whatever format you have for the guide, right? Because people neither read or listen to what's being presented to them. Like, they just don't. Most of the questions I answer is just, it's in the guide. Did you even read it?
I have a pro tip. I have a pro tip for everybody watching right now. And obviously people watching us right now are probably a bit more informed, a bit more engaged, all that. But I have a pro tip. It's called Control F. When you open up a guide, you click Control F and you type in the word you're looking for. And I promise you, they talked about that thing in the guide. You don't even have to scroll. You don't have to use a table of contents. Just Control F, baby. You'll find it.
The thing is, like, people nowadays especially are like really just like, many of them are lazy. You know, they don't want to read like a long like written text or something. Like, most of them. There's definitely people that do. But the information is like somewhere in the guide, and like Control F is like advanced technology for a lot of people, and they don't really use that. They just look at the introduction, maybe they look at the picture, and then they're like, but how about this? And then they ask you on stream.
Yeah.
So I just like get this like more and more. Like it's literally like I talk, like, even in my YouTube comments, like I make a video and I have timestamps like for everything.
Yeah.
And then they're like, you know, like, but like, what aspect are you using on your weapon? Like, dude, like, did you even watch the video? Like, I showed it to you in the video.
So there's a Discord server. It's called the ARPG Vault, in which we have like people asking questions for the written guides for like Last Epoch, Path of Exile, Diablo 4. And they can go into like a guide chat, in a guide help chat, and tag the guide creator so they can ask a question. So since I'm active in 3 different games, I have a team that's helping me with this because I can't manage it myself. We do this on a daily basis. And the vast majority, and I shit you not, we're talking like 70+% of the questions being asked is answered by us taking a screenshot out of the actual guide and posting it in the chat. Because the answer is already in the guide. That's like the majority of it. And I don't know. Like, it's always a balance in guides where you have to decide whether or not you want to provide all the information, because then they're going to miss everything, because they're not even going to read a fraction of it. So you have to minimize and condense the information so it's easy to read while still getting the point across without missing and making the audience or the reader lose out on information. So like, you have to like balance that somehow.
Yeah, I also feel like that's mainly the reason like why these like easy, quote unquote, like one button builds like that we were talking about earlier are so popular, because nowadays like people, like, or most people at least, a lot of the community just don't want a build that is too complicated. You know, like you were mentioning the Bone Spear Necromancer earlier, Mac, and actually my most viewed video is Insane DPS 1 button Bone Spear Necromancer guide. Like me killing Lilith, like basically just right clicking her and running around. But for people like these are like the builds that really resonate with them. Like, you know, this like you just hold down whirlwind and you go, you know, like that's it pretty much. Like this is like just people love this like kind of like simple, straightforward, and like overpowered or just strong playstyle at all. And not a lot of people want to like jump into like the crazy details and mechanics.
Yeah, we're not confused by it, right? But guys, you had me almost crying. Just posting screenshots of the part of the guide that says it.
Yeah,
I'm a spiteful person at heart. That is one of my most favorite things to do. I'm like, oh, that's so crazy. That's in the introduction of the guide. I'm sorry I spent all this time writing it. I should have just waited for you to ask the question. No, but I mean, you're right, Rob. Like, I also like playing simple builds too. Like, I like trying everything.
Oh yeah,
it's. I can't personally walk away without understanding the thing that I'm clicking, but that doesn't mean that everybody is motivated in that same way, you know?
No, I mean, that's fair. That, Rob, that Necromancer Bone Spirit, was that from Season 0, the very first kills on Uberlilith?
I think it was on launch, yeah.
Yeah, because in that case, I've watched that too many times. So I was.
It was just like me. Like, this was just like one take video that I did for me, like playing the build. I think it was like mostly Lilith and just fighting. But back in the days, it was normal dungeons. I don't think we did Nightmare dungeons. It was just normal Ulu's Cave that we did here.
Oh god, no, because I remember because I tried to get the world first summoner kill on Uberlilith, and after like 20+ hours of bashing my head into a wall and my chat spamming, why don't you just do what Rob did with a bone spear?
Just go easy mode.
I know. And I was like, I'm trying to do it with minion builds. And after like 20+ hours, the guy I eventually did the build guide in collaboration with for the Men Down build back then, Sinity X, beat me to it with a handful of hours. So I didn't even get the first kill. I got second.
But,
no,
but I remember like some of your videos there, and you were like so close, and like I think you uploaded like a video of like showing like the close calls and stuff. It was really amazing. And I actually did fight Lilith. I think it was then in season 1 with the Mendel summoner build that you did, I think. And I was using that one to kill Lilith in season 1.
Yeah, that was way better then as well. I think
really
that
cool.
one of the
with
clips
the lava and everything.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that was good times. No, I remember one of those really close calls. I was like died with half a meter away from safety. That one ended up on BlizzCon, I think. That clip. You know, they had a bunch of clips on BlizzCon.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yes, that was one of them. Oh, I was destroyed. That happened.
But good times. I mean, like, how do you feel about Lilith like nowadays? Like, I made this argument also to a lot of people that it's just back in the days, like in season 0, man, like Lilith was a really, really tough fight, but it also really, really meant something if you beat her. You know, you had this like try hundreds of times, and then at some point you like do improvements. You see how you get better every day. You get closer and closer, and at some point you beat it, and you feel like this accomplishment, and bam, this feeling, you know, like of just doing something and beating it by persevering and doing it. And nowadays, the fight I feel got just so like deflated. It just gets easier and easier, and there's like if I just one shot the boss, then I don't even remember the boss fight. You know, like these memories of like fighting a hard and a tough boss. Like this is like the memories I keep.
No, for sure.
I think the biggest problem that we ran into with it is that the fight very much didn't respect you, right? Like every single time the pattern for the waves is just like off by 50% and like physically impossible to miss one, or like where she summoned the blood blisters made it impossible to not get hit by stuff. I think the problem was the fight disrespected you to such a degree, and they, for whatever reason, went, well, we'll just make it easy cakewalk, as opposed to make it more consistent, make it more like a Dark Souls fight where you know exactly when the things are going to happen. So you can dodge, you can get better, you can mechanically get better at the fight. So a lot of people ended up having a frustration that couldn't be answered. And their solve for it took away the value that it had as an accomplishment.
That's true.
But I feel like right now, even with the new Uber bosses, like in the end game, I mean, looking at the Golem, for example, or even like a lot of other builds like Tornado, Druid, for example, like in the end, like these new Uber bosses, like they're just gonna die in like 1 or 2 hits. And I just feel like this is like not really like where the game is at for me. Like for me, this is just like, I don't think there's any scenario where we should ever just completely one-shot the hardest boss in the game. What do you think about that?
I completely agree. The issue is, Diablo 3 got away from that, right? Like, Greater Rifts, you eventually don't one-shot the bosses anymore. Or do you still, once you get up to a high enough Paragon?
I mean, the power creep in that game is out of hand.
It's
like
crazy,
every
right?
other season, so...
But
Yeah.
the funny part is, like, the Diablo series has been all about getting enough gear to trivialize the game. Like, that's been what you do in the game. Diablo 2, that's what you do in the game. Diablo 1, you just eventually get Firewall, and then you just kind of laugh as everything is dead.
Yeah.
So there's a precedent in this game that people are looking for, which is if I grind for long enough, I get to trivialize stuff. Do I personally find that very interesting? No. And I would like for Uber Lilith fights to still exist. I would like for the Pit 200 to be basically unclearable. And I think if they're willing to commit to that and communicate it, it'll be perfectly fine. And they've made it clear that they're okay with that with the Abattoir of Zir, right? They're like, hey, we want this to be unclearable. We still did it, but it was hard. And I think they're okay with kind of putting that stuff back into the game now, and I'm hoping the changes to the pit is what will get us there.
I think that my perspective on that is a little different. I think it's perfectly fine, and I would say desired to have the stretch aspirational end goal of your character accumulating so much power that you are now trivializing end game content, even the hardest things in the entire game. It's what I do in Path of Exile when I push high budget characters there myself, and I think that's fantastic. But the difference is that the journey to get to that point is a really, really, really difficult and hard work to get there. And that has more to do with how insane it is to get those super big, what we refer to as mirror tier items, like the super big crafted items are so hard to achieve. And you compare that to the state of Diablo 4, where you find an upgrade, you're going to change that and replace that with a new item in the next 10 to 15 minutes. And the only time that's going to change is when you find one with the correct modifiers you want and 925 item power. And that's where the item progression path starts, where you're going to start actually tempering and master crafting it. And, in the end, the differences between the absolute perfect item and something that is, missing one of the greater affix or something is not a night and day difference. It's going to be damaged. It's going to be a noticeable difference, but it's not a night and day difference. Whereas in the Path of Exile progression, you can have, to try to explain it, let's just say that you have an item in Diablo 4 that has 3 modifiers, and the one that's super hard has 6 modifiers. Like, that's the kind of difference we're talking about. That is twice the power from that item. And at that point, I think it's fine. But Diablo 4 is allowing us to trivialize the content without that crazy work behind it to make that feel rewarding, if you will.
Mm-hmm. I agree. The journey and just the way there is key. I would have liked it, for example, that on Lilith they leaned more into like having like boss HP threshold and then having a mechanic trigger, for example, like, is she doing her waves, or like it works in phase 2 where you can't just, even if you have, I don't know, 1 billion damage, you can't just one-shot her. You still have to do the platforms and stuff. Like, maybe something more in that direction could be done, and the way you can't just like, completely one-shot her. Yeah, you can still like one-shot her phase 1 or something, or one-shot like half of her phase 1, but then you still have to do the boss mechanic. I really kind of like that part. I think in some ways it is like that in PoE, right? Like, you have to like do certain boss mechanics. You can't just skip everything.
Well, there's the difference between, or first off, is that you normally are not trivializing pinnacle endgame bosses unless you have that crazy gear. So you are forced to engage with it because you don't do enough damage to trivialize them normally, which is not the case in Diablo 4. Some bosses...
40 million HP, like that's all the damage you need. 40 million in one hit, it's like even C tier build can do that.
Yeah. And then it's like in some fights have phases, like the Cirrus, for example, has 4 phases. Like, so you have to go through them, even if you one-shot him, he will go into the next phase. That can be a bit annoying, when you are at the point where you are doing that damage, right? But what they do have is that they have certain abilities that is well telegraphed, and you are, unless you're specifically building to be able to withstand those attacks, mitigate them, you are expected to dodge them. And these builds are essentially not really one-shot mechanics, but most builds will die to it, but they're well telegraphed. You have to actually engage with the mechanic and not stand in it or get away from it. So I'm kind of with Adam Jackson on this. He said in one of the interviews that he was not opposed to one-shot mechanics, and I'm not opposed to that at all. If that is what's needed to remove the idea of trivializing content versus actually engaging with the boss mechanics. So I think it's really nice with like the waves from Lilith. I obviously, you know, them being, you know, not where they were shown, it was a different thing. And Necromancers, you know, we had the blood mist, so it was kind of fine for the most part until you experienced it once, and it was really annoying. But it's like I didn't mind it because when I didn't have blood mist, I immediately was like, oh shit, I used blood mist, I didn't trigger my cooldown to have it ready again. I now have to dodge this or I have to start over. And that felt like a fun engagement. That's why the Season 0 game launch Uber Little Fight was so much better, in my opinion, even with the issues. Because it felt like I had to work for the reward.
I think there's a really easy way for them to kind of give everybody what they're looking for. And they're already playing with it right now with the tormented bosses, right? You get the stacking debuff, which says, hey, if you take 2 or 3 of these, now you're going to get one shot. And I think it's pretty easy to tune that. Like if everybody's trivializing content, make it be you only get 1 free, not getting 1 shot. You get to screw up 1 time, and then you got to get good. There's ways of incentivizing the players to learn how to play the game at a high enough level so that they can challenge us appropriately. And I think that's one of the places where they kind of gave up early on. You know, world bosses are super duper cool when you're in world tier 1 and 2 and you're level 20 and it's you and a ragtag group of 5 level 7s who've only been playing for an hour. And you're like, okay, cool. I guess I actually have to dodge every attack or I'll die, and then I'll do it. Then in world tier 4, the bosses don't do more damage, not really. It's not like they took away the indicators. They don't attack faster. Their areas aren't larger. There isn't a debuff. So you don't have to learn the fight. You don't have to learn mechanics. You eventually trivialize it. But what that also means is the players have no reason to learn this stuff. Mm-hmm. And then that means you can't hold them responsible for having that game knowledge and challenge them properly. But if you're teaching them the whole time to be, you know, higher tier gamers, you can still go do open world content if you want really easy stuff to just blow through, no question. But once we have something that has a tier number that goes above 100, that should punish you if you do not have the skill to be able to complete it. As long as being able to masterwork is available at lower tiers, that means you don't have to do the highest tier stuff and everybody gets to enjoy the game that they bought. I think we can teach the player base to get better and then hold them accountable for that, and then incorporate harder and harder content for the people who do want to blast and do want to be challenged.
But I guess the problem to make people actually engage with the fight is that because of the way the power progression is in Diablo 4, we get so much damage. They can't just say, well, now the boss is going to have, you know, a couple of billion more HP, because then suddenly you're not going to kill it in a reasonable amount of time before you're bored, unless you are playing a super big dick build, right? So then what's the solution in that case? Are we talking about immunity phases, forced mechanics that happen no matter if you did enough damage, breakpoint thresholds of the boss damage, or the bad ones would be like, oh, you can only do X amount of damage per second to a target. I mean, then there's no point in your gear. Like it's just so hard to balance that, whereas other games have an easier time with that. I guess this is something we might see be better worked on in the future seasons when they get to balance the whole itemization structure now, so they can have a somewhat of an idea where people are getting their damage numbers approximately at during their progression. But I mean, I'm not going to keep my hopes up that that would be a possibility. So maybe forced phases. What's your guys' takes on that?
I think there's, I don't know. I've tried to come up with a couple different options, right? Like for the pit says how fast I got to the boss is roughly equatable to how powerful my build is. And if you're pit 200 and you're getting to the boss in 2 minutes, maybe your build is performing at a much higher level than they kind of expect their bar. So that boss has a certain amount of buffed damage reduction. It's not a hard cap. It's not that you can't go above a number, but this boss is going to be this much harder for your build because you performed this well on it. So it can keep its challenge without becoming just a huge damage soak for everybody else. Like if I barely get to the boss in 8 minutes, that doesn't mean, like, if my build barely gets to the boss but can kill it, I think I deserve the reward of accomplishing that pit tier. If you do it in 2 minutes, there's no way to challenge you without screwing over my experience by buffing their life and their damage and their one shots higher and higher and higher.
I gotta interrupt you there just to make sure I understand what you're saying. What you're referring to, if I understood you correctly, was that the boss would have, let's say, 100% reduced damage taken that would diminish by time. So the sooner you get to it, the less damage it would take. Is that what you're saying?
It's an option that like lets the real game, like the real game output of a build, determine how challenging the thing is going to be for it, to allow people to actually get a challenge out of stuff without it just being like a net buff to every single thing. But yeah, basically this idea of how good you're doing in the pit determines how hard the boss is going to be.
I think that's a great idea. Like I've never thought of it like that, but like now, like just thinking about it spontaneously, like this sounds amazing, because I'm fully convinced we're gonna have an insane big problem, and people are also not gonna like it, because the pit in itself is great that it's challenging, but the monsters in the pit is going to be cleared by most builds in like 3, 4, maybe 5 minutes max. And then you just have this wall. Like there's just a single guy, one boss, and it just has, in the end, trillions of HP. And you just can't like really min-max your damage like crazy there anymore. Like you just have a single target guy. You can't just, hit 10 elites at the same time. It just doesn't work that way. It's like a hard damage meter damage cap. And it's going to be, I think, the breakpoint for most builds. Like the boss fight is just going to be 10 minutes, and we had exactly this problem in D3. And this would be a very creative way, I think, to kind of circumvent or like make that problem like not as significant at the moment.
So a lot of people immediately are saying, well, that punishes you for being good. I think that's an interesting way of looking at, I have a build I can completely trivialize, and I should just be able to continue to trivialize. But that being said, make it something that you opt into. You can go juice a key, and it says now, if you trivialize the run, the boss is going to be really hard, but you get better loot at the end. There you go. You're not being punished anymore. You're getting rewarded for having a higher skill cap and being able to do it. Right? Like make it harder and better for everybody. Why not?
So here's the thing. I love that you bring it up and talking about this idea with them having like a damage reduction that is diminishing with time. I think it's a great solution, and it's very creative. It's almost as if someone who is like super experienced with this and understands the game and what's needed to make it engaging and fun for the players came up with that idea. So Path of Exile has that. To avoid people one-shotting bosses. Every time they come out of an immunity phase, they have a damage reduction that is diminishing over the next couple seconds to make sure that people don't have that happening. Now, obviously, we can still go past that and kill them despite that with enough investment, which requires stupid gear. Like a boss that has 100 million HP, you'll need to do like 150, 200 million DPS to be able to kill it within a second or two, because you're not going to have that damage output because of just that mechanic you're talking about. They have a diminishing by time damage reduction when they come out of an immunity phase. It is a great solution. It really is. And it forces you to engage with the mechanic. And I love the idea with it being, instead of a few seconds, which is what Path of Exile has, you're talking about the pit. If you're there in 2 minutes, it's going to be a much harder fight, but the longer the fight takes, the easier it becomes, or the more damage he will take. I think it's a great solution. I actually really like that idea.
And like it's not a perfect thing, but what I'm more so pointing at is that I think that there are solutions which could be put into place that again help everybody get to have the gameplay style that they want without being negatively impacted by what other people want. I want a challenge. I want to have to dodge stuff. I also think that other people should be able to finish their season's journey and play the game in the way that they want to. And we already have scaling of monsters according to your character. We already have things that are kind of in place that could do these types of stuff. And I think you could get to a pretty decent solution so that it isn't, well, this is just undoable by most people. Because, I bought the game to be able to play it, but I also want a sense of accomplishment.
We talked about like what might change or how we would like the game to be in the like long term. What do you think about like the short term now in terms of the pit? I'm really interested in your guys' opinion. Like which class, which build do you think is gonna be basically the build that clears the highest level of pit? And do you think we will see people beating the hardest tiers, which is like 200 and way past AOZ 25 without any like Tears of Blood multiplier.
There's a couple different things in there. Do you need the Tears of Blood multiplier with the amount of power that's been added to your character through gear? Like, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you've sat down and like done the math, Rob, because I know you like to.
I mean, like
like to
roughly, like I kind of know like what HP AOZ 25 had. I mean, it's kind of difficult to know because you have the 3 Bloodseekers, right? Like this is basically a boss HP divided by 3 on 3 different targets. And if you have an AOE build, like for example the Hodabab, like you always hit all 3 targets anyways, right? So essentially, the boss in a way had a third of the HP, and the boss already took very long, or the Bloodseekers already took very long. So I'm just like, I think it's going to be really hard, and I think it's going to be like very specific and very different builds than like the kind of mainstream builds that we're used to, or at least different variations of them.
We're now looking at builds that need to do like pretty insane amounts of DPS as opposed to burst, right?
Yes.
Because you need to be able to sustain these systems over long enough time to be able to kill these things.
Yeah, just take a 10-minute like target that has infinite HP. How much damage? Like, which is the build that can do the most damage to that target and also survive at the same time?
I mean, from the Necromancer's perspective, I mean, obviously everything will have to be benchmarked against how hard the golems are hitting, assuming you can make the build survive. Because like, once you get that running, you'll have the hard hits. But I think there are quite a few builds that can reach DPS to that point, because the golem thrives on the hard hits with proper gear.
And how frequent do you think those, like, let's say the golem hits like, I don't know, 2 billion or something? Like, how frequent, like, can you realistically do that? Because you kind of have like the ultimate uptime downtime, you have like the active golem uptime downtime. Like, what would you reckon? Like, how
I genuinely think
frequently can you do this?
Yeah, I think that like that's just gonna have to be like the benchmark if you want to calculate the DPS out of it, right? It's not gonna be 2 billion DPS, right? Because of these setups. But one of the most reliable sources of maintained buffs without you needing to think about it are the CDR stack of things. Like we're talking Infinimus levels of things, right? And then I think like the Shadow Dots things, like Infinimus, Blight. Let's not talk about Sever. I know Macro's gonna hate me if I mention it. So Blight and Infinimus is obviously one part of it. Minion versions, not Army of the Dead, burst things by like Bone Storm, crit scaling, because you could fully sustain those things, with proper gearing. So I think like Blight, I want to say Minion, but very, very unlikely. But minion builds, Shadow Minions, Blights are probably the 2 builds that I would arguably have the highest probability of doing the best DPS over the course of a long time, where we're not constantly bursts.
If you're a Shadow Minion build, you should be able to push your Golem button like once every 3 seconds.
Yeah. Easily.
Like
that's pretty insane already. So probably like 1 billion DPS, like if you're really optimistic.
Yeah.
Possibly, but most importantly, that build is tanky, provides so many layers of crowd control. Obviously for bosses that's a bit different, but that golem taunts. So you have that as well. CDR stacking, taunting, and crowd control. It should shit hit the fan. You got blood mists. I mean, it's just one of those all-round kits, which is probably one of many reasons why the minion or Shadow Minion is going to be one of the most played, if not the most played Necromancer build in the season.
The big difference, though, like when we're comparing against Abattoir of Zir, one of the things that empowered the Necromancer so much is that we had 3 targets. Like the ability for the Necromancer to put out damage is empowered like exponentially the more targets that you have, right? Like that's the reason why we could actually maintain everything. A single boss with a bunch of things that are attacking you that you actually can't target in the form of the shadow boss attacks are pretty rough.
Yeah.
So it's whatever build can maintain all of its systems with only a single target to hit, but we're also going to be staggering at like pretty insane rates with how many lucky hit chance to staggers that they added as well, or lucky hit chance to crowd control, which I just translate to stagger.
Yeah. I mean, that's
I was
also
like
something
thinking about it a bit in terms of like stagger, because sorcerers, like I was talking to Northwa and like Mikuna and some Sorks as well, and I think it's going to be a big problem for a lot of classes that rely on crowd controls, because like say you really have a 10-minute boss fight, you can maybe stagger him like realistically in a 10-minute time frame, the same target is going to get this like stagger immunity that, at least to my knowledge, never depletes, right? Like if you stagger the boss like, I don't know, 3 or 4 times, it basically becomes impossible to stagger them again.
Is that That was not my understanding of how it works. My understanding of how stagger depletion works is per type of crowd control effect, you get diminished returns down to a cap, like a floor.
Yeah.
And how often you reapply that determines how much it replenishes. I didn't think you could.
Yeah, that is
stop
100% the
staggering.
case. But if you keep staggering the bosses, like the stagger bar just filled up like multiple times, it becomes harder and harder every time. And I believe this never goes away. Like it never gets easier again if it's the same target.
I'm not sure about that, but what I do know is
don't
like
believe
you
that's
have
true.
That's how it worked, at least when I tested it last, which was like 3 patches ago or something.
I mean, sorcerers have a really effective way to stagger enemies if you want to. Like you can make.
The thing is, like you can stagger a boss
right?
instantly on a sword. You can also do it on a bar, probably on a necro. But at some point, like you can maybe stagger him 3-4 times realistically, and every stagger takes longer. And at some point, it basically becomes almost impossible to stagger him yet again.
But that's like one of the craziest part with like these shadow-oriented necromancer builds, because there's such a wide variety of crowd control effects that you can apply to that. You can have immobilize, you can stun, you have slow, you can have freeze, like all of these different effects, and they're all going to have a different impact until they all hit the floor. But since you're hitting so many times, you can stagger so ridiculously fast. So even when you get to the point where it's harder and harder and harder, I wouldn't be surprised if Necromancer could, on a very long, stretched out fight, be staggering, not in the initial start of that time frame, but on the long run, you would have more staggers on the targets from that kind of Necromancer build over a Sorcerer. Correct me if I'm wrong there, Macro, but theoretically,
I think there's a chance for it.
Yeah, I think one of the things that it's kind of funny. One of the things that the Necro kind of has going for it is, like, one of your biggest stagger tools is Grasping Veins because it hits 3 times, right? But it has a decent enough cooldown where I feel like you do not diminish its staggerability very heavily over the course of a fight. Whereas things like Blizzard Sork, like you are perpetually applying the exact same types of stagger effects. So you never, it never replenishes its ability to apply stagger. But I see no reason why you won't be able to re-stagger them within like 10 seconds every single time.
No, absolutely.
I mean, maybe they changed it, but like it definitely like was the case when I was fighting like bosses for like 10 minutes. You can only stagger them 4 times realistically, and after that, the amount of stagger required just becomes like it just keeps multiplying every round. Like you need 50% more every time you successfully stagger. I mean, it's just a number. I don't know exact number. Because that's like the main reason why Sork DPS looks like, at least on paper, is like falling a lot behind, because you just can't keep staggering that boss at some point, and they have a lot of conditional multipliers based on that.
What do you
I mean,
thinking?
Necro has some, but Necro is like not fully reliant on that, right? Like you're gonna be dealing like maybe like a little bit less damage, but on Sork it's like literally triple damage if you have stagger.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, so what the stagger gets you access to, like, unironically, what the stagger gets you access to is like the control glyph. It's like a 20% multi and a little bit of additive. You know, I might be hyper-simplifying it there. It's mostly just the ability to do uninterrupted damage without avoiding attacks. That is the biggest increase of your overall DPS there. But we're doing like on just like a blight build, doing like 200 million. No, how much? God, it's so hard to come up with it. It's like multiple hundreds of millions of DPS even before stagger, just from overlapping like AoE damage.
And then control kicks in.
Yeah. But how much are you thinking a level 200 pit boss is going to have for a total damage pool or a total life pool?
Like for reference, I'm right now watching my AOZ 25 clear on stream, and I'm literally hitting this boss for like 5 billion, like once a second roughly. Like every second hit is about overpower. So this guy has about 500 to 700, I'm not exactly sure, billion life. And this is like a third of a boss essentially, right? So the bosses is probably gonna have, I don't know, 700 times 3. 2.1 trillion life on the boss, 450. And then I don't know what the multiplier is going to be.
We don't know if it scales linearly either.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, but like he said, Joe said, pit 150 is AOZ 25. So I'm assuming the boss has 2 trillion life.
So,
which you have like, what do you say? Like, let's say, I mean, like a billion DPS or something.
It's 2,000 seconds, right?
Yeah, that's already like almost impossible to kill.
I'm like, I just feel more and more like when we're talking about
35,
these
35
numbers.
minutes. Shit, we only have 15
Jesus.
minutes, guys.
I just feel like, why? I understand people want big numbers, but why are we immediately jumping in to the point of doing millions? And now we're talking billions of damage. I just don't understand it, because it's just quickly gonna run into, like, in a couple seasons, or maybe next year, we're gonna see us in a position where we're doing trillion. Like, they're gonna have to start abbreviating these things.
Yeah, but like, why do they have to? Like, I mean, we are not supposed to clear those tiers, right? Like, I'm super good with that. Like, these tiers are supposed to be unreachable. That's at least the way I understood it.
Yeah.
And they are. So we don't, quote unquote, have to do trillions of damage to do those tiers. I mean, we would have to do them to clear them, but we are not supposed to clear them.
Yeah, no. I get that. I'm just saying, like, the damage
clearing.
numbers themselves. Like, D3 just went completely bananas, as the time went on. In World of Warcraft, they had the same problem. Like, it's an MMO, of course, but they had the same problem. And numbers just got way too big. So they had an expansion, a number crunch. I just don't understand why Diablo 4 had to start off with a point where we're doing millions upon millions. I understand big numbers, but, like, I personally feel like it's kind of crazy, because I can't tell the difference if my hit did 5 million or 5.6 million, because there's too many numbers on the screens. I couldn't tell if that was a bigger hit or not. But if
I mean, I agree, like, maybe like short floating numbers, like we have this, like in D3 also, like it's just, instead of like 1 with 6 zeros, it just says 1M. Like, to just make it short. Like, I mean, I personally don't mind like what the numbers say. Like, in the end, it's just, you can just look at it like you're doing this damage. If it's million, trillion, billion, or quintillion, like, it doesn't really like matter to me at all, because it's all the same. Like, it all depends on how the content is tuned.
Yeah,
I guess it depends on who's watching your content. At this point, I put on the damage numbers while I'm testing the build, and then when I'm clearing content, I take them off. I don't care what the numbers are. I've always been I don't care if it's 5 damage or 15 quadrillion damage. The thing is that for some people, it makes it seem like weird and like just kind of ridiculous that the numbers are that big. For other people, it helps them to conceptualize how much damage we're doing. The big issue that I have with the pit scaling to that level of maximum life is just bring the numbers down. Just squash the numbers a bit. It can still be impossible, but I feel like it gets so removed from your ability to even understand why it's impossible when you walk up and you see yourself doing millions and millions of damage, but nothing's happening. Like, that doesn't really teach me anything, I feel like, as somebody trying to play and learn about how do I change what I'm doing to accomplish this. But I think that gets into a lot of psychology that none of us are necessarily super equipped to understand why humans do or do not like big numbers on screens.
Yeah,
I just want to be able to tell. Sorry?
There's some like that and some like that. I mean, like, obviously, like, at some point, like, if it's billion or trillion, like, it's very hard to comprehend like how much that actually is, in comparison to a million for, like, a lot of the audience.
I'm fine with the pit not being clearable. I have no issue with that. The problem is they are going to put a title on tier 200 pit clear. And that's going to be the, if it's never clearable, that becomes the insane title from, there has to be one. Why? There's not going to be? That would be insane if there wasn't.
Because this is like kind of, again, then people like really like, you're supposed to clear this. Like, I want this title. I want my 100% completion. I'm going to complain on the forum that I can't get it. So I think it would be an L if they have a title for that. I mean, I would like, for the people that like care about this stuff, maybe it matters to them. But like, I think in general, it will just end up getting this content nerfed again.
Yeah.
Or trivialized like we have seen with like Lilith or all the other content.
They just need to do a really, really, really good job in the next campfire chat, fully communicating, we don't even think Rob will do this. We do not think that the crazy Korean blasters will do this. No one will do it. But they need to say that. Like, that needs to be their message.
100%. Like, I agree. Like, this kind of like sprinkling the information like everywhere, like just like they had a campfire, like they said they're gonna make it hard, and would have been the perfect way to tell there.
Well, it does mean that like there's gonna be like a breaking point where someone's gonna hit the highest tier that's been done so far, and that's gonna be like the cool thing, right? So, but
Yeah.
it does provide us with aspirational content, which we have been asking for. Now, I'm not personally a big fan of the way they're doing it, but I'm sure as shit not going to complain, and I will engage with it, and I will very likely enjoy it, even though it's not exactly what I would personally have preferred, because it is aspirational content. And if I can't beat it, I'll get as far as I can, and I'm going to have fun pursuing that goal, right? That's what we asked for, right? So I'm not going to complain.
Yeah. It's and this is a little bit the elitist coming out in me, because there's no way for us to say out loud it's perfectly fine, we'll never be able to do this, and I'll just try to push as hard as I can, and people not hear, well, that's fine for you to say, but I bought a game and it's time for me to play it. There's no way to not be an elitist about the fact that's like, I want aspirational content and I want to get my ass kicked by this video game, as long as you get to go enjoy smashing your way through all the monsters mindlessly and getting your loot, right? Like, I think we should both be able to enjoy playing the video game, and it's okay if things cannot be completed by people. As long as it's not an accessibility option. I mean, like, literally, as long as it's not like if I don't have the same number of fingers as another player, I don't get to try, then I'm perfectly fine with something being near infinitely difficult to do.
Yeah, I really like the idea of having something to strive for in Diablo 4, because we kind of didn't had it for a long time, like the Nightmare Dungeon 100, like for like players that really play a lot, right? Like for Nightmare Dungeon 100, for example, like this was literally cleared on like the day of the release, and like Lilith was cleared as well, like a couple days later and stuff. There was like not really like anything that you needed, like a really like, or that you had motivation to like really improve your build until AOZ came out, pretty much. And then, and this is what I think is going to happen again with the pit. I think it's really cool to see like the different communities and different people from all different regions, you know, coming together in Diablo and trying to like just beat this like hardest like challenge in the game. You know, like Diablo is not a PvP game. I feel like here the communities are more like very much more like working together instead of like using this like elbow tactic that you have in some PvP games, and that community gets way more toxic. And I feel here it's like us together, you know, against the demons of Sanctuary. And I think that's like way cooler, also if it's like a real challenge, and it brings out like new builds, it brings out the creativity of the players, and also maybe at some point even some viable like group combinations or something. Adam Jackson also touched on that in the interview. And I think that's really cool. But what they need to be careful about is this kind of like, you know, tying rewards to it, because it's supposed to be impossible. So I don't think there should be, I mean, maybe a title is already like a lot, but like, let's say worst case is there's like, I don't know, you clear pit 150 and you get a free Uber Unique, you know, because that would like really piss people off, because like they will never be able to do this. So they will never get this reward. So I feel like as long as there's no like, you know, crazy rewards where really people get FOMO if they don't get it, I think it's like really good to have some sort of like system here that is realistically not reachable.
So here's my question to that, and I do not feel this way, right? But right now, a big complaint about the Gauntlet is there's kind of no reason to do it unless the only thing that you care about is your ego, right? Unless the only thing that you care about is competition, there's no reason to try in the Gauntlet, because getting whatever a package of a couple legendaries and a unique at the end of the week is kind of valueless. So the casual person doesn't have a reason to do this stuff. If I don't get something cool for clearing pit 200, and it's just for my ego, it's just to see what builds can do, it's just for content creators to say, you know, oh, I cleared tier 200, look at this video, then what do the other people get out of it? Again, I do not think that this is a problem, but it immediately becomes a problem. It's if you don't tie something to it, it's garbage, it's useless, they shouldn't have wasted development time. If they do tie something to it, everybody needs to be able to accomplish it. Like, there's no winning, right? How do you feel about that kind of dilemma?
I mean, I personally, you go, Jesse.
Yeah, I was just thinking like, I think it's fine to have content that, I'm not sure if I want content that is 100% unbeatable, but if that's what it takes with the way this game is designed, then I don't mind it, you know, to see how far you can get. I think that for the game to have some sort of focus that is catering to the veteran players, some sort of aspirational content that requires or incentivizes the player to min-max their build to get as far as possible and or to beat X aspirational content is the best way to do it. But it's like Joe Pipora was saying, it has to be communicated in a way so that, you know, your 9-to-5 guy that works 5 jobs and have 600 kids will understand that he will never beat that. So it's just about the way it's presented so that those players don't get upset, which I guess is what they've been concerned about. I think it's good. There is content in, well, I will reference PoE since I play that mostly, right? Like the Uber versions of the bosses there are bosses most people will never even engage with. They're that hard. And there's not been much complaint. I understand PoE is a very different game, of course. But the regular versions people engage with and the Uber versions are really hard for the more casual players. And that's not a bad thing. It gives those players something to strive towards. Maybe they only did the regular bosses the first time around, or to translate it to D4 terms, like they got to the level 100, they're going for 200, but that they can't do that yet. So next season they play, they know they hit 100 last one. Now they might want to try to push. Maybe they can get to 110. Maybe get 120 this time. It gives them that little mount that they were talking about in the interviews. They climb one mountain. In front of them is a new one. That's the next goal that they can progress and increase their power to achieve, to climb that mountain. Once they do that, there's another one to go for. So there's something to achieve and feel good about completing.
Yeah. I want to touch on the thing you said about the Gauntlet mech. Like, so in general, I think why the Gauntlet, as somebody that plays the game quite a lot, and I also don't think it really hits the target audience of like a more casual player, because they tailored it for like tier 70 difficulty, because the casual player, they released it like 6 weeks into the season, where like all the people that played a lot, they already had like all their like 5 Uber uniques stacked, and like a casual player had like no way ever to go on that leaderboard. But now with the pit, there's definitely like a targeted audience for people. Like, it's supposed to be very hard, so the targeted audience is like people that play a lot, and those people in general already like have the crazy powerful gear, they have the min-max build, and I feel like for them it's totally sufficient if there's like no reward attached to it additionally over like like the normal drops that you get from killing the boss.
More materials and
yeah,
maybe just
like maybe like an achievement or
havoc.
something. Like I could see that, and I personally would like that. But as much as I personally would like that, I think it's gonna be bad for the game in general, because then people are gonna complain on the forums. They're gonna say, I have only 2 hours a day or 1 hour a day. I have no way of ever getting that achievement. Please nerf. Like, and this is just like unfortunate, but that's just how it is. Like those, I mean, this is obviously the majority of the player base. Like these 80% of like more casual audience, like they for them you can't make an achievement like that, I feel
like. It's very interesting, because I had an argument with my fiance earlier about our daughter and how we're going to race her, because I watched the Peppa Pig with my daughter this morning, and they had a sports day, and they were participating in some sports, and the winner got a trophy. And Peppa's it's like a children's cartoon. Her dad said, "Oh, but it's not about, it's okay if you don't win, it's about participating." And in the end, everyone, including the fucking scrub losers, noobs who got last place, got a trophy in the end. And I told my fiance, my daughter's not going to get shit if she's last. You're not going to take away the rewards from the winners if they worked towards that. Now, if you're not a player that is playing, unhealthy amount of hours per day, and maybe this is an elitist take, but if you're not playing those amount of hours, you shouldn't expect to get the same result, the same kind of experience of playing the game as one that does. So if you're playing like 1 or 2 hours a day, you shouldn't be expected that the game is going to give you everything so that you can do everything in the same way that someone who plays the game 10, 12, 15, 16 hours a day. That's just crazy.
I mean, I personally like totally agree with that, but I just know how gamers are nowadays. Like there's certainly reasons like why they, at least in my opinion, like keep making, games like also like Diablo, like more and more like easy and more like accessible. Just comparing this like to how hard games used to be back in the days, like some of the games that were like very popular in the 2000s or something, like, man, they were like fucking hard. It was insane. But nowadays I feel like if you really make a hard game as a developer, you're just like losing like so much of your potential player base, because people are just not willing to invest a certain amount of time like to beat the game anymore. I feel.
Yeah.
It's very, very interesting what games people play to feel the things that they play. Elden Ring comes out, Souls game. I walked out of Elden Ring. The first thing that you walk into is a guy named Tree Sentinel. He's a big golden knight on a big horse, and he walks up to you and he puts his big old horse attack into your face and you die. And I fought that horseman for 8 hours straight on stream. It's the most fun I had fighting the first monster in a video game. The reason why I bring it up is that I feel like that can exist here. And at some point, we do just need to re-educate people that it's like, it's the thrill of accomplishing the thing can be the reward at the end of the day. You know, you're talking about who is the target audience for the Gauntlet. Theoretically, it was me. I come from speedrunning. I come from a speedrunner's background. They said we're going to have a seated encounter that's all about strategy that you will be able to optimize and mechanically complete at higher rates than other people, because theoretically everybody should have roughly the same gear. You know, if you're actually trying to go hard, everybody was basically using the same builds on Necromancer with minor tweaks. My major issue with it was that, one, not everything was the same. Two, the types of monsters that spawn are random. So you were actually fishing a little bit, depending on how it worked. So it like wasn't seated enough for my speedrunner mentality. And nobody else cared about doing it, because who cares? Like, it wasn't fun pulling monsters to the glory shrines. And the fact that it was the only leaderboard added to the game, I think was a pretty bad move. They said leaderboards are coming, leaderboards are coming, leaderboards are coming. It's for a type of content most people don't want to do. And it's like, okay, great. Then I guess leaderboards didn't actually come to the game. But yeah, it needs to be okay that there is content that people cannot complete. There needs to be a reward for doing it in general, because it's stupid to do something for no purpose. But it also needs to be something that people will not be very upset about not achieving themselves. The issue is that all the things that we're talking about make the game less marketable and make less people who aren't tryhards interested in buying the game. And at the end of the day, we are dealing with capitalism, right? Like, this company makes products to sell them for money.
Yep.
So I get why not everything is just like a big dick swinging competition of who is literally able to play this game to the most degenerate level. But yeah, I think it's like a bigger question. And then we as the players kind of squabble amongst each other about whether or not who is and is not being an elitist. When in reality, it's a video game that people need to be able to play to have fun, and they need to make money off of it.
I mean, I guess it's
definitely a fine line to walk there.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it depends like where we are having the discussion in the X amount of layers this topic is covering. Like, I'm in the position where I feel like people are so goddamn entitled, and they've all grown, like today's younger gamers have grown up getting participation, I can't even say the word, Jesus, rewards for just logging in, you know, showing up to school. Oh, you woke up with your alarm. Here, have a cookie. You know, that is so crazy.
You logged into the game, man, for the first time of today. Here, have a transfer.
Yeah, that's why it works in mobile games, right? People I showed up.
This is how gamers know.
Man, I had to work for my shit. I overslept once. Guess what? I had to take the bike to my ice hockey practice. That's 9 kilometers on a bike to get to my ice hockey practice in the evening. Like, that's just shit I grew up with. I opened my mouth and said some stupid. Well, I always do that. You know, the belt came out. I mean, that's how I grew up. I had to work for my shit. If I got last spot, I wasn't rewarded. But if I got, you know, if I won, be rest assured I was rewarded. You know, I think that's good. Like, you need to work for what you're gonna get. And you know, we have to keep in mind that we're in a world where gaming is very, very, very active and very popular. And there's different ways to play in the game. We are all playing the game to have fun, any game, right? But you can't expect to be in a position where just because you'll have a life or a schedule or whatever's happening that's causing you to only play X amount of hours a day, or even then maybe only a couple hours a week, you can't expect to achieve the same type of levels as someone who plays every day. Like, people have to understand that. But it's like you said, the other layer to the topic is the capitalism. They want to make sure that they cater to the players, so to keep the players that are, you know, playing obnoxiously unhealthy amount of hours, like, you know, degens like ourselves, at the same time as they are having a heavy focus on new player acquisition, because that makes them money. If they keep them happy, they make more money, and if they keep the other players happy, they have the player retention and longevity, increasing the chances of us buying things from the store. Like they have to like find a balance, right? And I think that Joe Pripora had the best take on this, that they want to do this, but it has more to do with how it is communicated. So that if they tell people you will never do this, that gives us the sense of I'm gonna do it, you know. But the casual players have now been told loud and clear, we're not gonna do that, and I think that's fine, as long as it's not the main focus, right?
It's very interesting. It boils down to like the stuff we talked about earlier, and my opinions like on the Lilith fight as well. Like if they just like trivialize it like more and more, because like the loud majority just complains about this kind of stuff, and then the fights just and the end game just gets trivial. But I really like that. Yeah, they mentioned in these interviews that they really want to focus more about the longevity and also about the end game. That being said, like with Vessel of Hatred like on the horizon later this year, what would you guys, in terms of end game systems, like long term, would like to be added to the game, or what do you think is realistic? Like, there's this topic, for example, of like raids eventually coming to the game. Like, how do you guys feel about this kind of system, and what do you think like is maybe another or a cool alternative system that they could maybe get some inspiration of in Path of Exile or maybe Last Epoch or any other cool games?
Hold on. And I'm sorry to be so abrasive here. What is a class coich? Rob, what am I looking at right now?
Yeah, it's a typo, I know.
What's a class coich? This
What?
is my
It's a funny typo in my new video.
Okay. My chat is just saying here like, what the hell is a coich? Well, I feel like I've ranted a ton, so GHAZZY, please get a hand on the ball first.
Hand on the ball, yeah. I'm gonna be honest. I think that there's a lot of fundamental things that they need to work on before they add new features. So my personal desire, or what I'm hoping for, whatever you want to call it, has more to do with fine-tuning the things we're going to see now in Season 4. And I really like what the three of us were discussing with a variation of this damage reduction diminishing with time, similar to what the PoE one has, which is only over a couple of seconds after being attackable, but like these encounters for aspirational content has, but based like starting from the start when you get in, and after X amount of seconds, it goes down a certain percent based on minutes. So the faster and harder the crazier you build is, the harder the boss is going to be to create this challenge. And that kind of hits the timer, right? So if your build is not that fast, the boss itself will be easier when you get to it. I just really like that approach to it. It just feels like such a natural way without making people feel like they're being, cut, or their powers are diminished or nerfed or anything like that. It just feels like a natural difficulty progression. If you're that fast, the boss is going to be hard. It just makes sense. I really love that idea.
Mm-hmm. The thing, as far as like new content, right, or what you could add in, and I see you're looking at the data mine. I've been saying this for a little while, and I like to do it because it triggers people. I would love to be playing World of Diablo. I know most people don't. They want their single player experience. They don't even want to be online. I'm sorry, Xbox and PlayStation make you pay for online. I can't do anything about this, but I would love for there to be a reason to be in a clan. I would love group finders. I would like content that has like target farmable stuff that isn't just it's going to give it to you for doing it, but if I want to smack my head against this and not just farm boss materials, I have something I could go do. I want to walk up to a boss that's like hyperinflated and has mechanics, and 10 to 20 people need to come together and play the game intelligently. I want the skills that we use and how they impact each other's builds to have a meaning. Rob, back in the day when we were trying to figure out what like the group meta was going to be for hard content, and it's what can the druid do? What can the necromancer do? What type of CC do you have? Does this effect work on us? This game can support all of that, and I think be very, very good and give people a reason to continue to play and to be social. And that's what I would love to see. I would love to see a lot of that MMO stuff come to this game, because oddly enough, it makes for very good gameplay. And it makes for great community building, which I think sucks in Diablo 4 right now. You have 150 people in your clan. You don't even know if they log on. There is no community building. And theoretically, this is supposed to be an online game, and we're all supposed to be playing together. And I feel like that's severely missing.
Can you elaborate on that in comparison to how Lost Ark is doing it being an MMO ARPG?
So I could do my best. I've not played a lot of Lost Ark, but the things that I could elaborate on right now, and I'm going to use the example of the world boss because I feel like the world boss is something that like was such a huge selling point and dropped the ball so hard. Everybody gets so amped to show up and go fight a boss together, but it doesn't matter that the other people are there. It doesn't make it harder. It doesn't make it more interesting. We just trivialized it. It's gone. Get out of here, right? But as long as there's a group finder and a raid finder, so you don't even have to already have a network of people, you can kind of just like hop in, and there are like stakes to failing the content. And at the end of it, everybody gets a huge amount of resources. It doesn't even have to be like gear and uber uniques. It could be, damn, you got a ton of gold from this. You got a huge amount of forgotten souls from this. This boss drops a ton of like low tier pit crafting materials for people who need to get into the door to be able to start running the pit. There's a lot of things that you can do with raids that hype people up. And again, give it a use case of teaching them how to avoid mechanics, bring the player base's general skill level up. And that's like some of the most fun I had in playing World of Warcraft was learning the boss fights and finally getting them down and getting my achievement and getting my piece of gear from that. You know, they're going to put sets into this game eventually. That's going to happen. This raid has this part of your set. This raid has this part of your set. So it's not just handed to you. You have to go out and earn it, and then you get to enjoy it. There's so much that they could do with MMO type content in this game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, at least certain elements. I mean, I feel if they do raids, they gotta be like really careful, I think, to also have it at least in some form accessible to like a solo player. Because like in Diablo, like I was doing like a poll in my chat earlier and just asking people like about solo cell phone and stuff. Like people still really like care about also having the content like at least somewhat doable. And so like it might be hard, and maybe there's like a different version of the raid, you know, it's a bit more tuned like for a solo player, but still very challenging. I mean, I personally like I would always like prefer to play in a group. Like I mean, we're playing online video games. Like I want to play with other people. I mean, that's like really what I enjoy the most. So I really hope if they do these raids in Vessel of Fate that there is also like a, you know, like a solo mode, like for the people that really care about these kinds of systems. And another system I think that could be really cool, and I was kind of missing this in Diablo 3 as well, where Last Epoch I think has a pretty cool base system that also exists in other games before. It's like a kind of an like endless wave kind of arena system, like where you're like in a fixed location, arena, whatever, like where you can like strategize a bit, like where you position yourself and where do you move around, and then there's just like, you know, waves and waves of ever harder getting monsters like approaching you, and you maybe have a like not even a time, like it's just like, can you beat those waves before you die, or maybe there is like an ultimate time limit or something, and then you get like rewards associated like to like the death or something that you cleared there. Something like this I think would be very cool for like the end game, like going forward.
So I have a bit of a rant. So strap in. I thought I wanted an MMO ARPG because I love MMO games and I love RPG games. To me, it was logical that they would work great together. I would get my MMO features and I would do it. The problem is, now obviously my experience with that has been Lost Ark mainly, and a couple of other minor games has not really kicked off. The problem is you have the balance issue of solo players' rewards for their activities versus now the party players with their activities. And there has to be incentivizing features to make sure that people want to play in party. That people might just want to play solo, even if you have things like, you know, raid finder, dungeon finders, group finders, whatever you want to call it. And then you have the other argument, like in WoW, you have the actual raid finder where you get shit rewards compared to doing it the real way. The problem is that we're kind of getting into the position where you have two very different genres. People expect, and I mean, I'm in that boat as well, where when I play an ARPG game, my character is going to be able to do everything in the game and engage with that content. But I would really love the MMO aspect to it. But there's no way where the MMO way of playing in a party would fit in an ARPG environment, because the content you're engaging with is supposed to be soloable. It just becomes this awkward kind of balance act between the two different genres. Too much in one way, you're pissing off the other half of the community. Too much in the other, you're doing the same thing, but the other part of it. So, like, you just have to like dance between those, and it never really hits a good spot. And I don't know if there's ever going to be a position where that's going to work. So as much as I like the idea of raids, and I would love to see it, don't get me wrong, I just genuinely believe that it will never be a good thing where group play is going to be that. And like the only way they can do it would be to have individual single player rewards. And suddenly the whole idea of the raid or the group engaging content just doesn't really feel like it's going to be a group MMO feeling to go through that type of content, especially if you're not going to introduce things like, raid finder looking for group, or group finder where you can just zone in and suddenly you're there with X amount of random people that also zoned in, and now you'll have an objective, play that together. You're still just playing it solo, and the only reason people would engage with it would essentially become, it would only be if it is a necessity to get X or Y materials or rewards. It's just, the fun out of it is taken away because the core of the game is an ARPG. That's kind of where I'm at. And again, I want to say that I would love to see it. I just fail to see where it can work in reality in a good way.
I think, yeah, we're trying to solve a problem for a thing that we're not even necessarily is going to come to the game. But, I mean, I think they will inevitably, not to the amount that I want them, but I think inevitably they'll have to add stuff. What game was it? I don't know if it was Guild Wars. One of the MMOs was, it might have been, it might have been the Dungeons and Dragons online. You could hire a party of NPC classes. Like, if you didn't want to go in with other players, you could click the I want to run. Which one was it?
Final Fantasy Online.
Final Fantasy Online does that too. I did not play that one, so I know it's at least 2 games, but it's, if I want to run this dungeon alone, I can go in with a party of NPCs that are okay, normal kind of builds. Like, you can bring in the tank and the healer and the DPS, and you can go do it yourself. I don't like that necessarily as the workaround, but I do think there's like kind of a point where, we have a lot of conversations about solo self-found, and again, it's because this game in this genre very specifically has always had you can go play it solo and do every single thing. And I don't think that we should lose that. I think that that's very important. I don't think that should stop us from adding in cool content that gives me a reason to be playing online with my friends. Because right now, playing online with your friends is just to carry each other or to like funnel loot for a world first. And then it's, if you personally like doing it, it's perfectly fine. And then you do Duriel rotations. And I think that sucks. I think that sucks out loud. I think we're like, so much is being left off the table that we could be enjoying, because at least the community has this weird thing. It's like, how dare you ever question the sanctity of playing solo? And I'm like, I think playing solo is a decision you make, and sometimes I make it too.
Yeah,
but that shouldn't stop us from having stuff.
Looks like they're like walking that line like very carefully. Like, I think Adam Jackson also hinted it like in one of the interviews recently. Maybe it was in your DM's interview, GHAZZY, where he basically said that they want to be like really, really careful of like if they are like, introducing more group synergies. Like, they have like this war cry on Barbarian, and then there's like the debilitating roar on the Druid. But like these kind of mechanics like made the Diablo 3 numbers like really go out of hand. And in Diablo 4, at least in the AOZ days, it always, or almost always, felt more efficient to just play alone rather than like, play or push the hard content in a group. And the community is like somewhat split on this. Like, some people like that it's like this, and some people don't. And I feel like in the end, there needs to be a good balance. Like, obviously, group play should not be like crazy times more efficient than solo play. For example, with the boss rotations on the Uber bosses, like, it's kind of a problem, and they're looking at ways to address this kind of things. But they're really careful of like not giving us, all of these like group paired or group wide DPS defense buffs and debuffs, I feel.
It's because it adds so many layers of like difficulty and balancing, and so many layers of, or it increases the opportunities for people to walk away having had a bad experience while being envious of somebody else seemingly having a good experience while doing the same thing. But like, I have a friends list in game. I just play with the people that I like to play with sometimes, but most of the time it's strictly better for me to be solo.
Yeah.
And I don't like that. Do I think that like we should get 16 times multi on efficiency while grouping for Duriel? Of course not. Implement everybody puts in their own materials. Like I think there's very, very easy fixes for those things.
True.
Nah, for sure. Maybe on another topic, why do you feel, how do you feel about the season journey having the set items now? And
hate it.
When do you think we're gonna like get them? Because like we have not really any information. I mean, we might get them on level 10, 20, 30. Maybe we get them when we're in World Tier 4. What are your thoughts on that?
I feel like I very much dislike when my hand is not just being held, but dragged through the game. I'd like to experience the game and be presented with options and opportunities and make a decision. And I think that the game's job is to provide me with the necessary information for me to make a solid and reasonable decision what to do with what's presented in front of me. I don't want the game to say, hey, play this build. Here's everything you need to play it. To me, that sounds crazy. I'm not playing the game. I'm just being told what to do. And I don't feel like I'm getting any sort of engagement out of it. Why the fuck is Sorcerer having Incinerates?
It's like a massive troll in the face.
Like, what the hell, man? But
Frozen Orb could have been so cool.
True, but like, I understand that I have a very disconnected opinion compared to, the super casual players. They might love this. I don't know. I am not.
It looks cool. It looks hella cool.
Yeah, just being handheld that way. So like, it's subjective, right? But I don't like it because it feels more like the parts that made me not enjoy D3. That's how I feel. It's just true. Yeah.
Man, okay. Before I also just rant about not liking it, here's my big brain tinfoil hat. It's okay that the pit is going to be unclearable for most people because they have given people who are looking for more casual gameplay experience a really easy avenue to be able to get into a functional build, and they get to just enjoy the game. That's my big tinfoil hat. This is the sugar that helps the medicine go down. People who want to complain about the pit being unclearable are the same kind of people who would benefit the most from getting a set handed to them. My major issue with it is a little bit from Diablo 3. If they're going to give us a set every season, that set has to be really cool, or else there's kind of no reason, right? Like, it's got to be something people are excited about. For people to be excited about it, it's got to generally be better than alternatives, because what's the point of getting a bad set of gear if it's not going to be good?
Mm-hmm.
So how good are the affix rolls going to be on this? When you get the piece of gear, is it max rolled affixes? Because how shitty would it be when you get your legendary and it's a min roll on crit chance and you're like, cool, that does nothing for me. So now it's like, how much better is it to play the set that they give you versus trying to make your own build? Because not everybody wants to play Incinerate. Not everybody wants to play minions. So I have a lot of issues with the concept for the slippery slope argument of if it just becomes sets from Diablo 3, then every single build guide is just the name of the set. And that kind of sucks to me. I don't like sets in Diablo 2 personally. I think that they were a bandage that like at first were kind of cool and then just kind of became like you either do or do not use them. There's kind of no in between. And I don't want to see that in Diablo 4. But is it bad that casuals will get a free set of gear? Because at the end of the day, it's just a bunch of aspects, right? You take the aspect, you put into your Codex of Power, now you have that aspect. That's all the harm. There's not really a ton of harm here.
It's about opening a door. They can't go back on it.
That's the concept.
And going too far into
if
it.
If we're not going to have it next season, then people will complain. I mean, I'm in a similar boat as you guys on this. Like, for me, like the main reason why I'm like a bit more negative about this than positive is that it just like yet again accelerates, the speed progression that we're going to experience. I feel like a big way in Diablo and in general is like the point, like getting to the end game system, this journey. And right now, last season, like the people did like 14, 15 hours. And like right now with these starter sets and also like the crazy amounts of HP and all the craziness that's going on in Helltide. I mean, I like that part, but like we are trivializing the entire leveling process like more and more every season and in big steps. Like I feel like every season, I mean, and I've been like doing this like fast or trying to get fast to 100 every time. We started at about 50 hours. Then we went down to like 20 hours. Then we went down to like 15 hours. And now we're like down to, I mean, if you're really fast in a group, you're down to like sub 10 hours of just like reaching the max level and the end game. And I like the Diablo 3 comparison because they're like, you know, like after a season and season of power creep, like 1 to 70 takes you like maybe an hour, maybe even like 45 minutes if you're really fast. And I feel like that's just like missing so much of the game if you keep accelerating that process. And these kind of like sets of legendaries are like just another way to like, first of all, like they kind of like force you into like this one build. If you're not doing it, then you're like really like lagging behind, even though you might not like the playstyle as much because it is just like the fastest way to level because you have like, I don't know, 3 different multiplayers from this like sets of legendaries. So you're kind of like, you know, forced to go into this kind of playstyle or into this set at least early on if you want to be somewhat efficient like other people.
But that's also something that's important to point out as well. And I know the devs have been talking about this as well. This is a game of efficiency. It's an ARPG. So if there is something that is the best way to do something, I don't know the numbers, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say that I believe that the vast majority of the player base will engage with that type of way of playing. So if Hell Tide is now going to be the best way of leveling, the vast majority of the player base will engage with that approach and that play style because it's a game of efficiency. And that's going to be very hard to tackle. So, I don't know. It's like, at some point, they got to define what parts of the game they're focusing on. So Adam Jackson said they say that they want to focus end-game content, and that's like level 50 plus, and then he changed his mind and said, no, we're talking about when you touch into World Tier 4, that's kind of where the end game starts, post-campaign. At level 50, you're done, right? Now the end game starts. And I don't mind progression being too fast or to enjoy before that, if that's the focus for the casual players. But then the progression in the part that is designed for the veterans needs to be at a pace that makes it enjoyable. Now, I'll agree, the 50-hour grind was that was rough. But I guess the topic is the lean.
I liked it.
Yeah, because you didn't get your dungeon nerfed.
No, I mean, I'm not saying like it should take like 50 hours to 100, and I mean for most people it was a lot longer. But I just see the the trend, the direction like we're going into like with this. Like if every season gets like 30% more efficient than the previous season, like we're gonna be down to 1 hour pretty quickly.
I think there's a big problem here, and actually, chat member actually just said something really good. It's wild that you can reach max level without doing the vast majority of content in the game. And I understand why, right? Like the game came out, everybody said it had no endgame content. And they're like, okay, all we want to do is add endgame content. We're going to make open world a little bit better, which is leveling content, but just more and more endgame content. Perfect, great, now we have it. And everybody's like, but it takes me too long to get to the end game. I don't like doing that. And they're like, okay, you basically don't need to level anymore. And it's, for people who are now playing their 4th season, do I really think the leveling process is particularly interesting? No, I've put in my skill points leveling up through 1 through 50 enough times. But this is a little bit weird. If anybody has ever played Dungeons & Dragons or any other tabletop RPG, if you're relatively new to doing it and somebody just hands you like a level 10 character and you go into a combat scenario, you're just going to die because you have no idea what that character is supposed to do. You don't really know how the systems work together. You just know that I have this many options, and something that you should be able to accomplish, you can't. We lose something by not giving players the opportunity to learn how to play the game. And trivialization of the leveling period, which is supposed to be the easiest part of the game, that's supposed to onboard you to all these systems, means that people are given less and less opportunity to learn what they're doing. And then they walk into the hardest content wearing all of my gear that they got from my build guide, and then they die. And they go, how come I'm dying? I'm so squishy. It's because they didn't learn what that stuff does together. And there's no way to onboard them during the process if they're already level 100. So it's not just about not wasting your time. It's not just about it's uninteresting. It's supposed to be teaching you how to play the game and how to play your build. And I think if it gets too fast, now you have a problem. did I like how many Nightmare Dungeons I had to run in Season 1 to get my glyphs to level 15? Yeah. Never mind getting them to rank 21. I just never did that on the vast majority of them. Of course I didn't. That sucked. But now it's like I run like 5 dungeons, I got all my glyphs up, and I'm like, all right, cool, I'm literally never running a Nightmare Dungeon ever again. Goodbye. Yeah. And I think you lose a lot from doing this. In a game like Diablo 2, where we've all been playing it for 20 years, I don't need to learn how to level up to level 80 again. I could just go get carried through everything. But like, we're not that deep into this game. It doesn't need to be this trivial yet. It can be this trivial a year from now. Mm-hmm. Not now. Now seems too premature for them to, we're buffing it again. It's like, what do you mean you're buffing it again? Do you not want me to play this game at all? Like, do you not?
Yeah, more XP and more XP on every world tier every season,
yeah.
I feel.
But I feel like what I would like to hear is from them to tell us what are they actually catering, or which player base are they catering the game to? On all fronts, not just casual and new player acquisition. I'm talking about the veterans' replayability. Because I've said it before, even if these things go super fast and the progression is this, and this is the endgame content, and for the players like us degens to play an obnoxious amount of unhealthy hours, if that only gives us 1, 2, 3 weeks of enjoyment, and we've gone through literally everything you can and then some, I don't care if that's the longevity that they're aiming for the degens, as long as that time, even if it's fast, is enjoyable to engage with. And at the same time, that structure could have the intention, or could potentially be having the intention of that time frame that we go through in 2 weeks is something a more casual player would need a month, 2, 3 months to go through, the duration of the entire season, which is kind of like the goal, I guess, that I am hoping they're going to strive towards. Because I'd be happy if I get 1.5, maybe 2 weeks of pure enjoyment from playing the game. Because I know I'm playing it, like we play so much. So if I get that out of the game, I'm very happy. I'm very satisfied with the game at that point. How they're going to reach that, or how they're going to make that enjoyable, like we'll see how it goes with Season 4. But I think that's kind of like the parameters that we need to look at. How much time does the degen get out of enjoyment, time-wise, from the game, without that harming the enjoyment the more casual players are getting, so that everyone can have a good time with the game? Like, that's the balance that they have to dance around, right?
Yeah, and they might actually add some more to that. Like, this is kind of what I'm hoping for Vexel of Hate as well. That, I mean, I don't know if they want to add more levels or something, right? Like, I'm not sure if that's the right solution. But what I'm kind of missing, and what could like also like, you know, revert some of this like problem that it's like getting like super trivial to get to the max level, is like some sort of like revamp or some like extra system. Like what I really like miss from, for example, or what I liked a lot in games like Diablo 2, where you got like most of your levels like very, very like comfortable, like very fast. It could be like this 10-hour grind or maybe a bit more. But then at like level 95 or something, I think the progression curve of XP required per level should just go like up like crazy. So like very, very minimal reward for like very, very crazy amount of time investment to just like have this longevity, like front load the most power, and then maybe just from 98 to Paragon 100, these last 2 Paragons you may take like literally like weeks or something. Like it's not, you're not supposed to like reach level 99 in D2, such as like you maybe are not supposed to reach like, I don't know, level 100 in Diablo 4 at some point, right? Like if they just give you 4 more Paragon points for literally like, you know, playing another character like all the way to level 100 again or something, or maybe even crazier. I guess I'm always like feeling myself, okay, I reached level 100, like what now? Okay, I can do higher nightmare dungeons, I can do that, but I can do some Duria runs, but it gets boring pretty fast. Like if I could like get some more XP in some way and unlock like 4 more Paragon points, but like invest literally like 50 hours or something to do that, some people might want to engage in that. And the people who don't, like what's 4 Paragon points realistically? Like maybe it's going to give you like 10% more additive damage or something, or like a little bit more main set. Like it's not really a deal breaker, such as the like extra 5 stats and the 1 extra skill point that you get from reaching 98 to 99 in Diablo 2. And it literally used to take like weeks and months, and people were still crazy enough to do it, right?
Yep.
And this kind of thing I would really like to see.
So my only pushback there is that I think it's basically impossible to walk back what the structure looks like right now, because you're kind of asking for like a different a different approach to the entirety of the game. I would like a new form of meta progression. You know, I know PoE does a lot of this, but I am only speaking a bit ignorantly here. I don't want Paragon levels. I don't just want incremental growth as continuing to get them. Do I like a system that says I get to buff how valuable a Nightmare Dungeon is to me? So the experience that I'm getting now goes into this map that says like, oh, I'm building into Nightmare Dungeons are more valuable for me because I like that content, so I'm going to farm that. Or are Hell Tides more valuable for me? Or is doing bosses more valuable for me? So it's like another thing that you get to level through that isn't power. It's just gaining time efficiency and reward for the stuff you like to do, right? Like PoE has something like this, right? I'm not smoking crack. It's like you can build into what.
I think you cut out, Mac.
Oh, am I not talking?
Oh, we can hear you now.
No, it
Okay.
works.
Okay, so sorry. The question was, there's something called like the Atlas passive tree, right? In PoE, which is you get to progress through it to make content better for you. This isn't straight power. It's I want to juice this type of content because I like it. So it gives us something to progress through that could take a long time. But for people who really like economy or whatever, you know, because we technically have an economy now, you can build into the thing that makes you the most money, and now you can trade and buy all your perfect gear and all that. Like there's stuff for you to do that isn't just power, so we can kind of bring down the power curve a little bit, but does give you something to care about experience and leveling beyond what we currently have.
Well, I mean, the PoE part is more like obviously there's going to be metas, and they are very, very pressing. But the like in PoE, that is for the Atlas passive tree. What it does allow you to do is disable or emphasize on certain types of mechanics as you're playing that is going to show up more often or entirely, or completely disable certain mechanics that you do dislike to engage with. But this is like a result of 10 years of added content upon content upon content, so that they have this possibility of doing so. Like, I would love to see Diablo 4 doing something like that, but I mean, at this point, they need a few more years before that's even something they can humor. That's also something we do have to keep in mind. Like, sure, the speed of which content is getting out, you know, is on schedule, but I mean, this season, there is no seasonal mechanic, if you will. This is a, we fucked up with the way the items are supposed to work. We had to rework it. Just like we had to rework the armor. Just like we had to rework XYZ as well. And so this season is us fixing the shit. And I don't mind it. They needed to do this. I'm excited. But they need to get the basics done. Sort the fundamentals so they have a foundation to build the castle on. Because right now, it's just going to fall. Like, it's just like wet sand, you know? It's not going to work. But, you know, the one step at a time, right? And I think that's very important for us to keep in mind, that the progression from where we are now to the things that we would like to see comes with a prerequisite of these base foundation things being solved first, which they are working on. So I think the priorities is in order. We might just be a little ahead of ourselves and have to stop thinking about Blizzard being this big company, having so much money that this should go faster, because evidently it is going much slower than we would have hoped for. And I think that as soon as we keep that in mind, we have to look at what's happening now instead of what we want to see, because the things we want to see are like at least a year out. Am I going crazy saying that?
I don't think you're going crazy like to that. It's a very interesting conversation whenever you try to talk with people, which is like, why doesn't more stuff get developed more quickly? I feel like the Diablo 4 team has done a very good job of developing very quickly on the fly in reaction to what's happening. And we have to recognize that, like, you know, you can't change too many things about this, because then all of the work on the expansion needs to get redone too. It's not a direct answer to your question, but it's just it's something that I kind of push back against like all the time when I'm talking with people on stream, is this idea of like, things take time, and adding more people to it doesn't really change how much time it takes, because a lot of things aren't just throw people at it and get the coding done. It's like having very long conversations about what is the game supposed to be. And putting more people in a room doesn't change how fast that happens. But as to, like, if it's the question at its base, like, when should we expect to have the same amount of content as other legacy ARPGs?
I'm not sure. I think it's just about keeping in mind that it's very early on. Another game that's very early in its release is Torchlight Infinite, right? It's been out for just over a year now, and they are just now, after a year, having a bit more content, a bit more meat on the legs. There's more things to engage with, and I think this last season I played in Torchlight was very enjoyable, like much more than before. I could pick and choose which type of content to engage with, and I had so many choices for the end game content, and there were aspirational things to chase as well. But I had the option to choose what kind of content I played with, which is what PoE has been having for quite some time. But it's also over 10 years, and Diablo has had a very rough start, and they are in the process of sorting the foundation. That everybody's gonna say that, well, season 4, this is what the game should have been on launch. Yes, it should have, but this is what we have right now. So that's why I think that it's behind the progression of the game's content is behind schedule compared to other titles. I think that's the best way I can word it.
Yeah, I can agree with that 100%. I mean, like it's obvious, right?
Yeah.
Like a lot of this has been playing catch up. A lot of this has then been playing like, oh damn, we need to like fundamentally change a lot of stuff, and it takes a lot of time and effort to fundamentally change as many things as they have about how a game works. It's changing a product that drastically as many times as they have is a lot of work. I don't care if you're a D4 bad. I don't care if you just want to be soulless and not treat these people like people. But it takes a lot to change what has been changed. And
yeah, it does. And I think it's also like interesting that you mentioned like you can't just throw money at the problem and make it go away. This is like more like the general direction they want to take. And this season and also season 2 to a degree definitely shows that this direction is looking better and better. And obviously they have the vessel of hatred, and obviously the sales numbers of that is all in their mind for sure. But I just really like where they're going with this. And if they continue down this road and maybe touch on a couple more systems like that, and maybe introduce a couple more systems, I think like towards the end of the year is gonna be really good. And I'm very hyped for it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm already hyped for it. Gaz and I were talking about this a little bit earlier, but like I'm just happy that the people who have been unhappy for a very long time have gotten a lot of their pains answered. Yes, I know everybody still wants a loot filter, but like you now have a reason to play the game. You now have a reason to grind the game. You now have content that's hard. You now have like value to going and doing the stuff in the game. So everybody who is missing all of that has it now. I've already been enjoying playing the game because at the end of the day, I just like testing builds and educating people. But everybody else gets like the things that they kind of wanted, at least at a base level. And now we can all just approach the game from, we're all like pretty happy. And now our criticisms and our feedback can be about what's next and what can make it better, as opposed to fixing what isn't there, which is a very different place to be approaching being a fan of a thing. Like a fan of a video game, it's so much different when you're hopeful about what's coming next, as opposed to waiting for them to fix what's currently broken.
Agreed.
Yeah, total fun. I also really like the direction the game is taking in terms of this. Like, obviously we need social features, but that they're taking this like first approach in like opening up trading a bit more, and it also seems like they've been like very much listening to our feedback like throughout the PTR and other venues like about this kind of thing. And I'm just really happy to see like this direction for more social systems that they want to do. And like trading is a good start, and I really hope that long term they're gonna have some sort of like trading platform that's not gonna be like revolving around like third-party websites.
Give us an
like
auction house.
The game. Yeah,
it's
it's like a bit
insane.
tainted, this entire like auction house thing, because like everybody thinks of auction house for in a Diablo world. They are like real money auction house bad, but like it doesn't have to be like that. There's other games that do like in-game auction house like very well, and it doesn't have to be tied to like real money transactions. It can literally just be like a gold currency or whatever we're gonna use. But just like something in-game would be like to like ease up that process, and also to avoid people getting scammed. I mean, if you use like third-party websites, there's like Diablo Trade, there are Discord servers, there's D2JSP, and you always hear the stories, and like a lot of people always tell them in the stream as well, where people just getting like scammed left and right on some like dubious websites and on some stuff like. And I mean, in some way, Blizzard is like, I mean, not really enabling them, but like they are like letting it go by not having like a trade system of their own and all. So the player is forced to use a third-party website if he wants to engage in trading, because literally like having one channel in the game, call it trading and call it a day, is like a very bad solution to this kind of thing.
You don't just want to trade with the 20 people around you, or
yeah,
like what if one of them has the boss materials that you need?
No, I mean, it's crazy to think about that. At least Diablo 2, which is like a 25-year-old game at this point, had a better system where you could at least make a public game, offer Istru, need Shaco, and here you have nothing. Like we are forced to go to third party, and this is mind-boggling.
It's really funny because we spent a decade in Path of Exile where people have been begging for an auction house, and they consistently said it's never gonna happen. I don't know how many times we've had Chris Wilson say that. I mean, I had an interview with him.
Really?
A couple years
I didn't even know that. That's crazy.
No, every time. And there was like, we had an interview, and I talked to Chris, and I said, the community wants me to ask you about the auction house. Like, I reached out to him and said, I'm going to have to ask you the question. I know the answer. I'm going to have to ask you because people will be mad at me if I don't. And we know the answer. You've said it several times. They had several news posts about it. So I get to the podcast, I ask, and he says, basically, it's never going to fucking happen. But here's the thing. PoE 2, they've decided to add a auction house in PoE 2 as a result of Last Epoch. Because of that, in a recent interview or podcast, they said, or Mark mentioned, the lead guy for the PoE 1, went out and said, they are not opposed anymore to the idea of humoring some sort of auction house. If it is a good thing in PoE 2, they will humor the idea of potentially looking into including it in PoE 1 further down the road, but they want to start and see how it looks in PoE 2. But it took them a decade, and not until a competitor releases a system that is innovative, creative, and very, very interesting to engage with, that the world or the community just absolutely loves. That's what it took for them to go through it. And it's like somebody said before, like GGG has a fantastic game, and they do, but they also have a lot of pride in how they want their game to be, and they're very stubborn in making sure that they stay to their vision. But they're also not afraid to try new things. I also think that the current progression that we're in when it comes to Diablo 4 is undecisive, because again, like we mentioned before, they're working on the foundation. Once the foundation is covered, then I'm hoping that they will have a similar approach where they're looking at what other companies are doing and what the community and the player base are looking for to create a better and wholesome game further down the road when they start to polish the small things, the small details around everything. But right now they have to work on the fundamentals, which is what we're going to see in Season 4, a big step on that progression. But the auction house is a very interesting topic, because I never thought that would happen in PoE, and Last Epoch just saved the day, basically.
Yeah, I really hope it doesn't take a decade for Diablo 4 to realize how cool an auction house will be and how many players actually will mind about this, but we'll see. Fingers crossed, I guess.
It's just lunacy to me that there's no in-game trading. That's just like it seems like such an important thing. We're playing a game in 2024 that will have trading. It needs to have an auction house. It's just that simple.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, this goes for the social features as well. Again, in Diablo 2, you could at least make a game, like a game and the password, and let your community join. In Diablo 4, you are forced to add everybody to your friend list first if you want to trade with them and stuff.
Good lord!
It's just crazy how difficult they are actively making it to engage in trading.
And you're showing your BNet, and on a launch day. Now you're a friends list. Oh, God.
Yeah. It's complete horrible, and your friend list is like kept to 150. I mean, at this point, are they trying actively hard to avoid people from trading or what? Like, it's crazy to me. 25 years ago, Diablo 2 did it better.
So true. But again, I mean, it's all about, like, I think they really do want to engage with that topic and make changes to it, but they have much bigger issues, which they're working on. And biggest one being what we're seeing fixed now in season 4.
I understand why it's not the priority at this point, the game stage, but yeah, I certainly hope in the future they will also look into these kind of systems.
Oh, for sure. I am gonna have to jump out because I didn't mention it to you, Macro. I have a daughter, and I did the stupid mistake of sleeping in the house this morning, which means no sleep because she woke up. So I haven't slept since yesterday. So I'm gonna eat something and rest. So I am gonna have to tap out.
Yeah, man.
No, sounds good. I also wanted to grab a bite of food and also chill and get ready for the big grind that starts tomorrow. So just like last question for you guys, like what do you think? Like, how long are you gonna go tomorrow? What's your plans?
So I have a day job. I do have a day job I have to go to because I've taken off too much time. So I'm basically gonna play like 14 to 16 hours, drink a Red Bull, and then go to my day job and then take a nap. That's my game plan.
So I've started doing this a little interesting event on my stream. So I don't want to sit here and like promote this over since I know you're both live. I will type it in the chat, but basically the gist of it is the the hype train. So the level of the first hype train essentially is going to dictate the minimum amount of hours I'll be live. So if that's 40 hours or if it's 20 hours.
Wait, how high do they go? Like
they're uncapped now, and I will do it in one session.
Uncapped, but you can set the way it scales or something, no? Or is it like automatic?
I have it on the easiest. It's just I started doing it like with launches. It's pretty cool.
So it could theoretically reach like level 20 plus and stuff.
It has. Every time actually.
Okay.
It's pretty
people
cool.
just like to see other people suffer in some ways, man. If they're
it's
watching
cool,
a hardcore race, the same thing.
I'll type out how I do it in the chat later. I don't want to like promote it. You guys are live.
Yeah, that's funny.
So I mean, I might be live for 20 hours. I might be live for 40 hours. Tomorrow will tell. So
that sounds a very interesting way of doing things. And for me personally, I definitely want to try to kill at least a couple of the Uber bosses before I go to sleep. So I'm planning like 24 hours plus for sure. And I mean, we'll see. Those Uber bosses, at least that early on, are no joke. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah, no, for sure. Well, unless I
It's
guess,
been a pleasure,
sorry?
It's been a pleasure.
Oh,
Really nice
absolutely. I was
talking,
about to say, like, if you guys want to jump on a call again, I would love to do that. This was fun. So you guys, good luck on the launch tomorrow.
Rob and I can only talk for an hour at a time before we inevitably have to start fist fighting, so don't even worry about it.
I think this was already almost 2 hours. Let's go.
Oh, shit.
big. No, but thank you, GHAZZY, for reaching out. This was a really good talk.
Yeah, I mean, we're just sitting here talking about something we enjoy. So, I mean, I'd love to do this. I think this is fun. I mean, not like we're doing anything else. None of us is actually genuinely playing the game right now anyway. So.
Well, tomorrow that all will change. Looking forward to it. Necromancers arise, my friends.
Absolutely. All right, good luck at launch, boys. Have a good night, everybody.
All right, GG, take care.
There we go. Guys, I have been awake since yesterday morning. I don't know how many hours that is because I could not sleep. I went to bed and I lay there for 5 hours without being able to sleep. So I am fucking dead. I'm going to take a toilet break. I'm going to get some food. And here's the fucked up part. Knowing you guys, I'm going to explain the whole thing. I'm going to type it to you, what I do with tomorrow. I'm going to explain a few things to you boys. So here's the thing. Here's the crazy part. I'm going to eat and take a power nap to then wake up so that I can go to bed so I wake up tomorrow afternoon. That's what I have to do. So I need to make sure my fiance wakes me up in the nights. Because otherwise I'm not going to be able to pull it off. So tomorrow what happens, you can type exclamation sub goal if you want to check out the sub goal that we have. Tomorrow what happens is that the hype train on Twitch, I turn that off. And I go live 2 hours before the league launches or season launches. I re-enable the hype train on the channel 1 hour before the season starts. What happens then is that once it is enabled, the very first hype train of that stream, the level of that hype train dictates the minimum amount of hours that stream will last for. So if we hit the level 20 hype train, I'll be live for 20 hours. If it hits a level 40 hype train, I will be live for 40 hours. in one session. No shitty things where I'm pausing the timer and coming back the day after. You see, I'm a man of my word. If I say I'm gonna do something, I'll fucking do it. And I've been prepping my body for this. And I do this on these launches. And first I thought it was like people weren't gonna, do it, but apparently you guys are fucking insane. So if you haven't seen this before, make sure you tune in to the stream tomorrow. I'll be live 2 hours before, and then 1 hour before the season launches. This is enabled. And you will see some fucking crazy shit. Shots fired, calling out DM, but he was doing a subathon. That's a big difference. This is not a subathon. Like, you guys have not seen how it looks when you go from a level 1 hype train to a level 25 in a matter of 20 minutes. It is fucking crazy. And you guys are insane. So to compensate for this, because, I mean, you guys are literally making me able to do this full time, we have a pretty nutty sub goal, which includes a hot tub. A real outdoor hot tub, which I'll be streaming for if we hit that goal. That goal is for this month, by the way. All right, I'm about to fucking die. Let me throw you guys over to NECRO. And a big shout out. I've been doing some shout outs in the stream for both of these guys. The guys we're talking about was Macrobio Boy. He is a Maxroll guide creator for Necromancers. I am an Icy Veins guide creator for Necromancers. You type exclamation mark build to check out the stuff I have. My stuff is way better. I'm just saying. Way better. Don't tell him I said that. Way better. And then we have Rob, who is breaking the game all the time. All right? You guys know who Rob is. Anyways, you guys give Macro a big warm welcome. I will catch you guys tomorrow, 2 hours before the season launches, and get some fucking crazy shit happening. Thank you so much for all the support. Hope you guys had fun with this little chat. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Till then, stay safe. Keep rocking.